Chapter 1. Wedge. Ning Xiaomo. I am willing to have one person, and we will never be apart. Xiao Wang. Since you only want to have one person, why do you have so many peach blossoms around you? Ning Xiaomo smiled innocently. There must be 3,000 weak water for me to choose. Then I can decide which one to drink. The evil king casually extinguished the peach blossoms around her as he laughed wantonly. Little Xiaomo, now I'm the only one left. Come, I'm ready. I just need to push you down. Text. There were no clouds for thousands of miles, and the scorching sun shone down, roasting the earth as if it was on fire. There was a tall iron cage in the middle of the square, paved with limestone. Inside the iron cage lay a skinny young girl. Her black hair covered her face, and she lay there motionlessly. Blood wriggled out from under her body, forming a pool of blood. Is she dead? She should be dead. At least she still has some shame. Otherwise, it will be even worse. It seems that she really had an affair, or else she would not have committed suicide out of guilt. It is really too easy for such a slut to die like this. Yes, this bitch is too shameless. The Sixth King is so benevolent and righteous. He knows that she is a good-for-nothing without parents and is still willing to marry her as his concubine. It can be said that it is a great favor. She actually ran out to have an affair. She really disgraced Marquis Ning. It is a pity that I did not see the scene of the chastity-testing beast tearing this slut apart. The buzzing sound of discussion was like 10,000 flies flapping their wings. So noisy, so noisy. Ning Xiaomo drowsily woke up, and her ears were filled with all kinds of insults. It was so noisy that not only did her forehead hurt, even her head hurt. Which bastard dared to disturb her sleep? They are really tired of living. Shut up. If you make any more noise, I will let you all drink tea with the King of Hell. She shook her head and shouted. It must be her subordinates. She did not poison them for a few days, and they dared to provoke her. She had a very bad temper when she woke up. As soon as he said that, the surroundings became quiet. Ning Xiaomo gently raised the corner of her mouth. Sure enough, this trick worked. She was the boss of the Secret Service. When she was a little angry, they automatically became as obedient as chickens. That's not right. Her voice. Why was it so hoarse? His throat was still burning, as if he had just swallowed a caddy of iron sand. She's alive. She's not dead. That bitch is actually still alive. Looks like this bitch can't bear to die. She even scolded people. Who does she think she is? After a moment of silence, the discussions and insults became even louder. Ning Xiaomo's body stiffened, and she finally opened her eyes. She slowly raised her head and calmly scanned her surroundings. In the blink of an eye, she had already figured out her situation. It was a hot day, and there were 3 layers of ancient people who came to watch the show. These people's clothes were no different from the people in the historical dramas on TV. All of them looked excited, as if they had been injected with hormones. On the other hand, he was like a monkey in a zoo, locked in a hot iron cage and surrounded by these people. What was going on? She was clearly sleeping at home. So how did she come here when she opened her eyes? Ning Xiaomo was a little confused. She looked around and could not help but raise her hand to rub her head. In the end, she touched a handful of sticky blood. Her gaze suddenly focused on her small hand. It was a very small hand, pale and thin. There were thin calluses on the palm, and her fingernails were an unhealthy pale green. Chapter 2. This wasn't her hand at all. Although her hand was originally small and delicate, it shouldn't be this small and delicate. This was the hand of an 11 or 12-year-old child. It wasn't even on the same level as her beautiful hands of a 22-year-old girl. Was she dreaming? No, injuries in a dream wouldn't hurt, but the pain on her body was so real. Was this real? But wasn't this scene too strange? Could it be that she had also transmigrated? It seemed like she had transmigrated into another body. This was too melodramatic. What was even more melodramatic was that she had transmigrated into a child's body. In the end, Ning Xiaomo was a special agent. Encountering such a strange situation, she was only startled for a moment, and her lips twitched a few times. She quickly felt the burning pain on her forehead and her whole body was a bit dizzy. Her vision was turning black. This was the symptom of excessive blood loss. She turned over and sat up, and her left hand touched her right pulse. Malnutrition, excessive blood loss, a slight concussion, chila. With a sound, she tore off a long strip of cloth from the corner of her dress and wrapped it around her forehead, bandaging the wound tightly. The surrounding crowd was dumbstruck as they looked at the girl who was like a street rat before she hit her head. But now, she was calmly bandaging her own wound as if there was no one around. For a moment, they couldn't react. The surroundings were quiet again. This girl's forehead and cheeks were stained with blood, and her plain clothes were also dirty beyond recognition. She was originally in a very poor state, like mud that people casually stepped on. But now, she was sitting there, bandaging her wound, combing her hair. Her movements were like moving clouds and flowing water, leisurely and leisurely. There was a very special charm to it. There was a sense of nobility in her elegance, as if she was a young girl grooming herself in front of a mirror in spring. How was she like a poor girl who was about to be executed? Among the crowd, most of them were ordinary people who lived at the bottom of society. Generally, they hated the rich. When they saw people who used to be high up in the air like mud at their feet, they felt a strange sense of satisfaction in their hearts, as if this made them a bit taller. Ning Xiuma's calmness and elegance at this moment was very dazzling in their eyes. Shameless. Still combing her hair. Who is she trying to show off to? She really is a whore. Even at this time, she still doesn't forget to seduce men. That's right. The surrounding people began to scold her, and Ning Xiuma's eyes narrowed. Her eyes were like flowing water as she looked at the people who were scolding her. Her eyes were extremely dark and deep. When those people who were scolding her were swept by her eyes, they actually shuddered. Her heart's hard as ice. She unconsciously closed her mouth. Ning Xiuma didn't make any other movements. She was still leisurely combing her long hair. Old age tests, old age. T tests age. T her. On this continent, people practice a kind of inner strength called psychokinesis. Almost everyone has psychokinesis to some degree, and even ordinary people have the lowest level of psychokinesis. Everyone says that a tiger general doesn't have a dog daughter. Old Master Jing Yuan's psychokinesis was shocking. His wife was also a psychokinesis genius, but she gave birth to a super trash daughter who didn't have any psychokinesis. She became the joke of vast sky country and the shame of old Master Jing Yuan's house. Chapter 3. The Sixth Prince's mother was originally dissatisfied with this marriage, but she was originally an unfavored concubine and her family had no power or influence. Considering the power of Marquis Jing Yuan's mansion, she could also be her son's backer, so she did not oppose it. But she did not expect that when Ning Xiuma was 8 years old, Marquis Jing Yuan died on the battlefield. Madame Ning abandoned the young Ning Xiuma and sacrificed herself for her husband, causing Marquis Jing Yuan's mansion to be defeated. Marquis Jing Yuan's distant relatives bullied Ning Xiuma because she was young, so they secretly stole Marquis Jing Yuan's mansion's property. In just a few years, Marquis Jing Yuan's mansion was so poor that only an empty shell was left. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The servants and maids in Marquis Jing Yuan's mansion also left to find another way out. When Ning Xiuma was 12 years old, there was only one loyal old servant left in Marquis Jing Yuan's mansion. The master and servant relied on each other for survival. They ate hungry and ate full, experienced cold and warmth, and received supercilious looks. And her fiancé, the Sixth Prince, was also dissatisfied with this marriage. Naturally, he wanted to cancel this marriage, but because of the emperor's order, he did not dare to brazenly cancel it. He thought of all kinds of ways to embarrass her and force her to open her mouth to cancel the marriage. But he did not expect that Ning Xiuma already had deep feelings for the Sixth Prince. She treated him as her life-saving straw and refused to open her mouth no matter what kind of humiliation she suffered. Even last year, when the Sixth Prince finally found fault with her and clearly stated that even if he married her in the future, she could only be a concubine, she gritted her teeth and agreed. She wholeheartedly wanted to stay by the sixth prince's side. What she did not expect was that her infatuation did not move the sixth prince. Instead, it made him even more disgusted and wanted to completely get rid of her. He was even more blunt towards her. Ning Xuema lived a humble and careful life. She did everything cautiously, but disaster still found her. Last night, she was drugged in her own mansion, and when she woke up, she found many people breaking in. Her clothes were disheveled, and she was lying on the bed with a strange man. This was a real adultery caught in bed. The future imperial concubine having this kind of scandal naturally caused a sensation in the city. This era was very strict towards women. Women who did not behave properly were often put to death. Drowning in a pig cage, burning, hanging. In this way, it would be extremely difficult for Ning Xuema to survive, not to mention being the concubine of the sixth prince. Of course, she would cry out her grievances, but there were witnesses and evidence. Who would listen to her? Without any explanation, she was thrown into this iron cage and carried to this square. She was exposed to the scorching sun for an entire day, surrounded and insulted by people. Ning Xuema's body was weak to begin with, and this kind of torment caused her to lose half of her life. In the end, she couldn't bear the humiliation and committed suicide by slamming her head into the cage. These are the memories of the original owner, awakening in the mind of the modern agent Ning Xuema. Ning Xuema gently touched her cheek. She knew that the reason why she had this memory was because this body contained a strong resentment of the original owner. That little girl died with her eyes wide open. Little girl, rest in peace. Since I've taken over your body, I'll avenge you. I will make the people who did this to you pay the price. A cold light flashed in her eyes. The sixth prince is here. It was unknown who shouted from the crowd. The surrounding people scattered to the sides like a tide. They made a path. Chapter 4. 36 astute and capable guards stood on both sides of the cage. 4 pairs of young girls held up the imperial canopy specially used by the princes. The man under the imperial canopy was wearing a brocade robe. He was incomparably handsome and exuded the majesty of the imperial family. This was Chong Kong Country's sixth prince, Ji Yunhao. He slowly walked forward and stopped 3 zhang away from the cage. He indifferently swept his eyes over Ning Xuema, his eyes filled with disgust. Ning Xuema, do you still have anything to say? Ning Xuema raised her head, and her pair of extremely black eyes met Ji Yunhao's gaze. The corners of her lips slowly hooked up into a smile. Sixth prince, what do you want me to say? Because she had been exposed to the sun for an entire day, her voice was somewhat hoarse. But when she spoke in such a soft voice, it was strangely pleasant to the ears. Ji Yunhao slightly furrowed his brows and choked on her question. Ever since this lowly girl was caught, she had been crying and shouting about being wronged. Her voice was hoarse and her eyes were swollen, but no one was willing to believe her words. She cried until the sun went down before she stopped. Then she ran into the cage in despair. He thought that she had already died, so he came to take a look. He wanted to show her kindness by ordering someone to give her a thin coffin and establish his reputation as a virtuous prince. He didn't expect that she actually didn't die from running into the cage. This made him feel somewhat regretful in his heart. He thought that he would see a disheveled, filthy, and lifeless Ning Xuema. He didn't expect that she would actually comb her own hair and calmly sit there. It didn't seem like she was in an iron cage, but rather like she was in a quiet and elegant tea house. She could even smile. Her face was obviously as pale as a ghost, but under this smile, there was a kind of luster that made people's eyes light up. He never knew that her smile could be so sweet. It was like a pure child's smile, but the corners of her lips held a trace of wickedness. Ji Yunhao's heart slightly jumped, but he immediately frowned, and his voice became even more indifferent. This prince doesn't want you to say anything. This prince only wants to hear the truth. Do you know your crime? Ning Xuema simply hugged her knees with both hands and supported her chin. She replied very quickly. Xuema knows her crime. She actually didn't cry out her grievances. Did he plead guilty? Ji Yunhao's voice softened. It's good that you know your crime. Then your punishment Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ning Xiaoma. Xiaoma knows her crime, but it's not the crime your highness is talking about. It's something else. There were others. Ji Yunhao secretly rejoiced. The more sins she committed, the more natural it would be for him to punish her. What other crimes do you have? Ning Xiaoma blinked her eyes and lightly sighed. Xiaoma's crime is that I shouldn't have clung onto this marriage contract even after my family situation had deteriorated. I wholeheartedly treated you, the sixth prince, as my only support. Because of this, the sixth prince had no choice but to use some underhanded methods to frame Xiaoma. If this matter were to be publicized, I'm afraid it would damage the sixth prince's reputation. Now that Xiaoma thinks about it, she really has sinned heavily. She spoke quickly and anxiously, like exploding beans, but every word was exceptionally clear, allowing almost everyone to hear it clearly. By the time Ji Yunhao's guards reacted and leaped over to block Ning Xiaoma's mouth, she had already finished speaking. Not only that, she was clearly sitting down, but when those guards wanted to seal her mute acupoint, her body unexpectedly swayed and dodged. All the guards were stunned. When they looked at Ning Xiaoma again, she was still sitting in her original position, as if she hadn't moved at all. How did she dodge all those finger winds that attacked her? Chapter 5. The Imperial bodyguards looked at each other in dismay. For a moment, they didn't understand. Sixth Prince, are you trying to seal Xiaoma's mouth because you have a guilty conscience? You can't say this? Ning Xiaoma blinked her eyes with an innocent face. Ji Yunhao's complexion became unsightly. He waved his hand to stop the Imperial bodyguards who were about to make a move. If he sealed this girl's mouth now, it would show that he had a guilty conscience. Ning Xiaoma, you're the one who behaved indecently and fooled around with other men. You still want to slander me and wrongly accuse me. His voice turned cold, like a cold wind blowing. Ning Xiaoma twirled her hair with her fingers. She tilted her head and sized up Ji Yunhao. Does Sixth Prince have so little confidence in himself? This sentence was somewhat without rhyme or reason. Ji Yunhao didn't understand. What does this have to do with this prince's confidence? Ning Xiaoma blinked her eyes. You don't understand? Xiaoma is Sixth Prince's fiancée. Sixth Prince has power and influence. His appearance is also passable. At the very least, he can throw that hoodlum, Li Sanlang, behind by 8 streets. Even an idiot would know who Xiaoma should choose. Why would she have an affair with that bastard and let Sixth Prince catch her in the act? Xiaoma's brain isn't filled with water. Unless someone was already dissatisfied with this marriage and deliberately framed Xiaoma to ruin her reputation. No matter who designed this malicious scheme, it couldn't be separated from the Sixth Prince. Moreover, he was happy to see this result. So, don't blame her for simply dumping this basin of shit on his head. Her words were clear and logical. More than half of the people in the crowd believed her inference. Their gazes towards Ji Yunhao were somewhat subtle. There was a slight buzz in the crowd. Although no one dared to talk loudly, their eyes were like daggers flying everywhere. Everyone was communicating with their eyes. Ji Yunhao's face was ashen. Ning Xiaoma, you're about to die, yet you're still talking nonsense here. Do you think you're worthy enough for me to do anything to you? Ning Xiaoma nodded her head cooperatively. Not worthy, not worthy. So in your highness's heart, Xiaoma doesn't even have the affection for your highness to plot against me. Then she was even more unworthy of being the prince's concubine. Wang Ye must hate this engagement bitterly, wishing that Xiaoma would disappear from this world. It was Xiaoma who didn't see the bigger picture. She thought that she was still the young miss of Marquis Jingyuan's household, that Wang Ye would still treat her as well as when her father was still alive. She forgot that she was just an orphan without any power or influence, so she ended up like this. No matter how people bully her, no one will stand up for Xiaoma. Father's life was for Vast Sky Country. He protected the safety of Vast Sky Country's citizens, but once he died, no one will protect his only orphan daughter's safety. As she spoke, her voice became choked with sobs. Although the majority of the commoners hated the rich, they still subconsciously sympathized with the weak. At this moment, they saw Ning Xiaoma sitting alone in the iron cage with her head slightly lowered. Her pair of big eyes were filled with tears, making her look especially pitiful. Marquis Jingyuan was once the protector of vast sky country, so the citizens respected him very much. Now that they heard Ning Xiuma's words, they couldn't help feeling pity for her. They all felt that the imperial family was burning the bridge after crossing the river and bullying an orphan girl. It was truly unkind. They all looked at Ji Yunhao with condemning eyes. Chapter 6. Ji Yunhao did not think that Ning Xiuma, who had always been clumsy with her words, would be so eloquent. Every sentence had a hidden meaning, but no one could find any weakness. This girl was like a completely different person. Was she hiding her true nature, or was she forced to explode? No matter what the reason was, since things had developed to this point, he could not let her live. His handsome face sank. Ning Xiuma, you really know how to bewitch people. Don't pretend to be pitiful to gain sympathy. It doesn't matter if you were plotted against by others, or if you were willing. You and that Sam Lang were caught in bed. This is an irrefutable fact. You have lost your chastity and tarnished the dignity of the imperial family. If you really know shame, you should calmly die. That way, you won't lose the decorum of a noble lady. You shouldn't drag out an ignoble existence. This Chong Kong country and China's ancient times were similar. They had strict requirements for women. No matter what reason a woman lost her chastity, it was an unforgivable sin. Only death could wash away the humiliation. Ning Xiuma inwardly rolled her eyes. What an evil society. Damn your sister's chastity. You, this scum, are worthy of this father's chastity. Dream on. She slowly raised her head. Prince, what if I didn't lose my chastity? She was a secret agent in her previous life. Not only was she good at fighting, her poison and medical skills were also top-notch. When she first woke up, she checked her body. She was not defiled by that Li San Lang. She was still a virgin. Ji Yunhao sneered. You were caught in bed. How could you not lose your chastity? What are you dreaming about? Ning Xiuma was actually somewhat puzzled. According to the original owner's memories, that hoodlum Li San Lang was a famous playboy. He went in and out of the red light district every day. At that time, the original owner had already been drugged. That Li San Lang had a beauty by his side. It was impossible for him not to have any evil thoughts. She did not want to know what was going on, but she was still a virgin. This was an irrefutable fact. This body was too weak. She could not use even 10% of her previous life strength. She could not use the poison that she was so proud of. Otherwise, she could sprinkle a handful of poison powder and poison a large area, letting the people of this world taste the consequences of provoking her, the thousand faces poison doctor. But now, she didn't have any skills or poison, so she could only pretend to be a coward and deal with this damned scum of a prince. She had to escape with her life first. Although it's impossible, Xiuma really didn't lose her chastity. Xiuma is willing to accept any test. In this world, there should be some elderly nannies who would check if a woman was a virgin, right? Ji Yunhao's lips curled into a sneer. Good. You said it. Then you will accept the test of the chastity-testing beast. He made a gesture to the bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard nodded and accepted the order. Chastity test sale? What was that? Ning Xiuma searched the memories of the original owner. Because the original owner was an otaku, she was a pure little lowly. She should know what this chastity-testing beast was. The onlookers started to get excited. Some were whispering to each other, and some were excited as if they were watching a great show. There were also some who looked at Ning Xiuma with pity. One of the aunties simply opened her mouth to persuade Ning Xiuma. Little girl, you can't pass the chastity-testing beast. It's better to obediently admit your guilt and ask for a quick death. Once the chastity-testing beast comes, you will suffer. Not only will you not be able to escape death, you will also have to suffer a lot. Yes, no one in this world can pass the test of the chastity-testing beast. They all died miserably. Little girl, don't look for trouble. Another person tried to persuade her. Chapter 7. Many people also joined the camp of persuasion. Ning Xiuma's words just now had aroused the sympathy of many people. They felt that this orphan girl was no different from ordinary people. She was also a pitiful person who was bullied by the privileged class. She was even worse than them. This made them feel a common hatred for a common enemy. Unconsciously, they also included Ning Xiuema in their camp. Ji Yunhao's face was very ugly. This time, regardless of whether Ning Xiuema was innocent or not, the crime of persecuting a weak girl had already been set in the hearts of these poor people. This scoundrel girl must die. His eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. On the left side of the square, there was a sudden commotion, and the crowd surged. The ancestor is here. Ah, it's really the ancestor. The ancestor is passing by, right? I didn't expect to have the fortune to see the ancestor's carriage today. Don't say any more. Quickly kneel, quickly kneel. The crowd first discussed in low voices. In the blink of an eye, everyone knelt down in the direction of the long street. Even Ji Yunhao's face changed, and he led the guards to kneel down silently. The square, which had been somewhat chaotic a moment ago, quieted down in an instant. Even if a needle fell on the ground, it could be heard. On the spacious and clean street on one side of the square, pedestrians wearing different clothes knelt down on the ground. Everyone held their breath, not daring to breathe loudly. On the other side of the street, a group of people and horses was winding their way over. At the front, there were 16 pairs of boys and girls wearing light purple robes scattering flowers. Following closely behind were 18 pairs of boys wearing the same color robes. Their hair was scattered, but not a single strand was out of place. Their hands were lightly waving a horsetail whisk, which emitted a faint cold fragrance, dense in the air of the whole street. This fragrance was very faint, very light, but seemed to be able to seep into people's hearts and souls. Behind them were 16 girls. These girls wore light purple robes like clouds, and long purple muslin was tied around their shoulders. These muslins were like silk, intertwined like flowers, holding up a sky blue palanquin. This palanquin was clearly different from an ordinary palanquin. It was the size of an 8-person palanquin. The palanquin's body was made of an unknown material, but it was completely sky blue, like the pure sky. The setting sun was like blood. When it shone on it, it did not leave any color behind. It was as if all the sunlight had been swallowed up by the blue color. An antenna-like object was erected on top of the sedan chair. This object was also pure blue, but it faintly emitted a faint luster. On top of it was a large ruby, translucent and bright, sparkling like a small sun. It was extremely eye-catching. All of the girls' faces were covered with a veil, like a mist shrouding a peony. Luxurious, mysterious, cold. It was not an exaggeration to use all the adjectives to describe this team. The curtains of the palanquin were so tightly shut that not even a corner of the person's robe could be seen. However, everyone knew that this was the carriage of the continent's most powerful god, the venerable overlord. Wherever the venerable sovereign passed, tens of thousands of people bowed their heads. Even the emperor was no exception. Regardless of whether it was the boy leading the way, the youth spreading the incense, or the young girl pulling the sedan chair, all of their footsteps were light and graceful. As they walked on the street, their snow-white stockings didn't kick up a single speck of dust, as if they were gently floating by. The venerable sovereign, also known as the venerable sovereign, was the legend of this continent. It was rumored that his psychokinesis had already been cultivated to the peak, and he was an immortal. In this world, all of the emperors worshipped him as a god, not daring to blaspheme him in the slightest. Chapter 8. He had tens of thousands of disciples, and all of them were geniuses who were second to none in terms of psychokinesis. Almost all the pillars of the continent came from his sect. Moreover, they were all non-official outer disciples. Inner disciples obeyed their master's orders and did not ask about worldly affairs. They did not participate in the political affairs of any country and were detached from the three realms. Ning Xiuema's father, Ning Luofeng, was the grand disciple of the ancestor's eldest disciple. Because he had many worries, he could not formally become the ancestor's disciple. He only became an outer disciple and learned some outer martial arts. Just like that, he became a martial god who could not be defeated by tens of thousands of people. He established his career and became a famous general. There was an immortal mountain on the sea, only in the boundless sea of clouds. It was rumored that the ancestor lived on the immortal mountain in the Forgotten Worries Sea. Usually, he would not go down the mountain easily. Every time he went down the mountain, there would be such a guard of honor. His whereabouts were extremely mysterious. No matter which country he went to, he would not inform the country's monarch in advance. Often, he would suddenly appear on a country's main road, as if he had popped out of nowhere. This time was also the same. This group of people and carriages suddenly appeared on the main road, causing a huge commotion. The ancestor liked silence. Even if his carriage was walking on the main road with people coming and going, the surroundings would still maintain absolute silence. All the people of the Tianci continent seemed to know about the ancestor's eccentricity. Therefore, when they saw the ancestor's carriage, they silently knelt on both sides, not daring to make a sound. Thanks to the original owner's memories, Ning Xuan knew who the ancestor was. Inside the iron cage, she looked at the people kneeling on the ground. She paused for a moment before her eyes flashed. Suddenly, she let out a long howl. "I've been wronged. Doe of June's snow is injustice," she shouted with a flowery voice. Her voice was hoarse and sorrowful, but it also revealed the tenderness of a young girl. In the silence, her voice had a shocking effect, causing everyone to tremble. This girl was crazy. She actually dared to shout injustice in the place where the ancestor passed by, making such a loud noise. Was she tired of living? Who on this continent didn't know that even if the ancestor walked on this continent, he never interfered in the affairs of the mortal world? Not to mention a little girl being wronged. Even if there were 10,000 people kneeling in front of his palanquin and crying for justice, this old man would still remain indifferent. The palanquin would not stop moving, and he might even be punished for making noise. A layer of cold sweat broke out on the sixth prince's back. According to the venerable emperor's rules, if someone suddenly made a noise in the places he passed by, the officials present at the time would be punished. The light punishment would be demoted by the monarch, and the heavy punishment would be life-threatening. He was the highest official here. If the emperor wanted to punish him, he would be the first to bear the brunt. Fortunately, he was closer to the iron cage. He raised his hand and pointed at Ning Xuema. At the same time, he shouted, "Shut up if you don't want to die." His martial arts could be considered as an expert in Chongkong country. Even a few dozen people would not be able to get close to him. Even if a valiant martial artist were to meet him, it would be extremely difficult to dodge, and he would rarely miss. What's more, the other party was a famous waste. The sixth prince was originally very confident in his finger. He thought that he would be able to hit her mute point in an instant, but he didn't expect that Ning Xuema would suddenly jump forward and dodge his move. The sixth prince couldn't help but be stunned. Ning Xuema was already holding the iron cage's thick iron bars and shouting, "Ancestor, your grand disciple is being wrongly accused. If this little girl is wrongly accused to death, it would be a slap to your face." Chapter 9. Her words were like beans exploding as she shouted them out in one breath. Everyone on the street was shocked, and their faces turned ashen. In this world, no one had ever dared to shout at the ancestor like that. This little girl really swallowed a tiger's guts. Ji Yunhao simply wanted to strangle Ning Xuema to death. He was about to make a move to seal her mouth that did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The ancestor's palanquin, which had been floating forward, suddenly stopped. All the kneeling commoners' hearts almost stopped along with the ancestor's palanquin. They could not help but hold their breaths. Everyone's heads were bowed even lower, making Ning Xuema, who was lying on top of the iron cage, look like a crane among chickens. Ning Xuema was also throwing caution to the wind. This Ji Yunhao already wanted to kill her. Even if she was lucky enough to pass the chastity testing beast test, Ji Yunhao still had a way to kill her. In this continent where imperial power was greater than the heavens, she, a little girl who had not yet recovered her martial arts, did not have the strength to fight with this prince. An arm can't twist a leg. Therefore, she wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to fight for a chance to live. She wanted to play a dangerous chess game, to seek life in death. She opened her eyes wide and stared at the palanquin in the distance. In a trance, she felt as if a pair of ice-cold eyes were faintly falling on her body, making her heart turn cold. Since the ancestor's palanquin had stopped, even if Ji Yunhao was given 100 guts, he would not dare to make a move against Ning Xiuma. He knelt there, not daring to move again. The person in the palanquin said something to the subordinate next to the palanquin. A young boy bowed towards the palanquin and accepted the order. His figure rose, leaving behind a faint afterimage in the air. Almost in the blink of an eye, he landed in the middle of the square. The young boy looked to be around 8 or 9 years old. His black hair hung down like satin, pink and tender. He had a small white face, but the expression on his face was very calm. He stood in front of the iron cage, glanced at Ning Xiuma, and then looked at Ji Yunhao. Justice. The ancestor only needs these 2 words. If this girl is wrongly accused, immediately release her. At the same time, investigate the mastermind who framed her. If this girl is not wrongly accused and has already lost her chastity, execute her by 1,000 cuts as a warning to others. Ji Yunhao didn't dare to slight this boy in the slightest. He bowed and complied. Ning Xiuma glanced at the palanquin that was already far away on the main street. Then, she looked at the little kid sent by the ancestor, who wasn't even as tall as her. She felt her stomach ache. This ancestor was too arrogant. She had shouted herself hoarse. Yet he sent this little boy over. Was it really reliable for an 8 or 9-year-old child to be the supervisor? She said, "Immortal child, this is unfair." The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. "What kind of fairness do you want?" Ning Xiuma answered straightforwardly, "I've been wronged. I've suffered so much. I've been locked in an iron cage, exposed to the sun, and even had rotten eggs and vegetables thrown at me. It can be said that I've suffered a great grievance. If it's really proven that I've been wronged, how can it be so simple to let me go immediately? No matter what, the 6th prince should compensate this little girl. After all, this little girl is the ancestor's grand disciple. Giving this little girl justice is also giving the ancestor justice." Every word and sentence she said was under the banner of the ancestor. Ji Yunhao's teeth itched with hatred, but he couldn't refute her. The boy glanced at him. "6th prince, what do you say?" Ji Yunhao bowed. "If Miss Ning has really been wrongly accused and hasn't lost her chastity, this little prince is willing to give her the status of a concubine. When she reaches marriageable age, a palanquin with 8 carriers will carry her through the door. Moreover, it will never be abandoned." Chapter 10. Ji Yunhao felt that Ning Xiuma would definitely be overjoyed to accept his compensation. Ning Xiuma would definitely agree to it. After all, before this little girl had tried every possible way to enter the 6th prince's door and endured humiliation and humiliation. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, Ning Xiuma in the iron cage sneered, "This compensation is too easy. I don't want it." Ji Yunhao's expression turned ugly. "Then what kind of compensation do you want? Don't tell me you want to be this prince's official consort." She was too insatiable. Ning Xiuma's lips hooked up. "Prince, you're thinking too much. Xiuma doesn't want the position of your official consort." "Then what do you want?" "If Xiuma is wrongly accused, then I ask the immortal child to make a decision and allow Xiuma to break off her engagement with the 6th prince. Let's make things clear first. It was Xiuma who took the initiative to break off the engagement. I don't want him. The 6th prince has to shout 3 times in front of everyone. Miss Xiuma has broken off the engagement with this prince." This condition was simply outrageous. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the audacious little girl in the iron cage. Their gazes were all different. Some admired her, while others thought she was a little crazy. The immortal child found it interesting. "6th prince, can you agree to Miss Ning's condition?" Ji Yunhao obviously didn't think of this. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, but he had no choice but to answer, "This prince can agree." Ning Xiuma wasn't finished. This little girl wanting to break off the engagement is also what the sixth prince wants. It's reasonable for the sixth prince to give this little girl some compensation. How about this? The sixth prince will give this little girl 1,000 taels of gold. 1,000 taels of gold in exchange for the position of the sixth prince's official consort. The sixth prince will definitely agree to this transaction. Ji Yunhao, in the capital, who knew how many noble young ladies racked their brains to become his official consort. This little girl who didn't know the difference between life and death sold this position for 1,000 taels of gold. Although the immortal child's face was still deadpan, his eyes were filled with interest. Miss Ning, do you know that the position of the sixth prince's official consort is difficult to obtain? Why are you unwilling to be the concubine of the sixth prince? Ning Xiuma sat down in the cage and said, Is it hard to understand? In fact, it's very simple. I, Ning Xiuma, don't want to marry a heartless and treacherous scumbag. I'd rather have 1,000 gold taels. Even if Ji Yunhao had the self-restraint of a prince at this moment, he still couldn't maintain his composure. Heartless and unjust, cowardly and sinister, this was the first time little Wang had been evaluated like this. How did Miss Ning come up with this definition? Ning Xiuma glanced at him. Do you really want to hear it? I think I should leave you some face in front of others. So I'd better not say anything. The anger in Ji Yunhao's heart had already risen to a height of 30 feet. He clenched his teeth. Don't tell me you can't speak. Little Wang doesn't need you to save face for him. Ning Xiuma sighed. All right, that's what you said. Then listen carefully. My father, Marquis Jingyuan, saved your life, but you treat his daughter like this. You're heartless. You're a grown man, yet you force a lonely and helpless little girl like this. You're unjust. You're my fiancé, yet you don't have the ability to protect your official consort. You're being framed and framed by others. If this isn't cowardly, then what is? Whether or not you're the one behind this matter, you can't escape from the responsibility. You clearly know that I'm being framed, yet you still want to hit me while I'm down. You want to put me to death. If you're not treacherous, then who is? I don't want someone like you to throw yourself at me. Naturally, I want to break off the engagement. Chapter 11. Her words were sonorous and forceful, causing Ji Yunhao's handsome face to turn green and white. After a while, he squeezed out a sentence, full of lies. Let's wait for the chastity-testing beast to test her first. A helpless little girl dared to withdraw from the imperial family's marriage. This was simply a miracle. Everyone's gossiping factor burned fiercely. The people in the square were originally coming and going, but at this moment, they could only see people coming and not leaving. Everyone was waiting to see the result. In the subconscious minds of the commoners, they all hoped that Ning Xiuma would win and vent the resentment of those at the bottom of society. However, they were not optimistic about Ning Xiuma. After all, she was caught in the act of adultery, and the other party was a dissolute person. No matter what, they did not believe that Li Sanlang and Ning Xiuma were only sleeping under the quilt. They must have eaten her clean. This little girl was just a cornered beast. Even if she was lucky enough to preserve her chastity, she might not be able to escape the claws of the chastity-testing beast. In this world, there was no girl who could escape from the claws of the chastity-testing beast. Therefore, Ning Xiuma's chances of winning were very small. It could be said that there was no chance. Countless eyes fell on Ning Xiuma's body. There was pity, and regret in their eyes. Everyone said that this little girl was a waste. Her natural disposition was weak, and her mouth was clumsy. Seeing her open her mouth again and again, it was simply astonishing. Her thinking was quick, and her eloquence was even more amazing. Even the eloquent sixth prince was unable to say a decent word. Also, although her skin was pale and rough, it was obvious that it was caused by years of malnutrition. As long as she took good care of herself for a few years, she would definitely be tender and tender. Coupled with her exceptionally delicate and pretty facial features, when she grew up, she would definitely be a charming great beauty. Such a clever and charming great beauty was going to die under the claws of the chastity-testing beast. Just thinking about it made people wring their hands. This sixth prince was really too much. Why do you have to frame a little girl like this? Marrying her as a concubine was not bad. The chastity-testing beast was finally carried out by 8 imperial bodyguards. It was also in a big iron cage, but it was 3 times bigger than the one Ning Xiumo was locked in. The red silk covering the cage slowly falls to the ground. Ning Xiumo and the chastity-testing beast look at each other across the cage. Although the common people had long heard of this chastity-testing beast, there were not many people who had seen its true appearance. This chastity-testing beast was a treasure of the royal family. Only when a woman of the royal family committed a lewd act and refused to admit it would they use it. There weren't many women who lost their chastity before marriage, and most of them were secretly executed by their families after being caught red-handed. They didn't even make it to the Supreme Court. Only a few of them held on to a fluke mentality and refused to admit their guilt. Then, they were thrown into the chastity-testing beast cage and torn into pieces. Its body was as long as a tiger, and its entire body was covered in golden fur. Its face was full of bitterness and hatred, and it looked very much like a pet dog. There were 2 iron-gray horns on its head, and they were shaped like deer antlers. Its 4 snow-white hooves were like fluffy fur balls, and its toenails were as sharp as knives. Ning Xiumo looked at the chastity-testing beast, and countless black lines appeared on her forehead. This was the chastity-testing beast? This was clearly a freak that didn't succeed in crossbreeding. It was even more abnormal than the lion-tiger beast. Its head was 3 times bigger than Ning Xiumo. Its pair of green eyes stared at Ning Xiumo like a will-o'-the-wisp. A bloody and desolate aura was emitted from its body, causing the surrounding common people to involuntarily retreat 3 feet. Ning Xiumo, didn't you want to prove your innocence? Then automatically enter the chastity-testing beast cage. Chapter 12. Ning Xiumo, don't you want to prove your innocence? Then enter the chastity-testing beast cage. Ji Yunhao coldly said, could this thing really tell if a girl was a virgin? Was this a joke? Giving a girl's innocence to this thing to test, wasn't it treating human life like grass? Backward continent. Perverted rules. Ning Xiumo secretly cursed. The cage that imprisoned her was opened, and the ancestor sent a boy to look at her with a smile. Miss Ning, you won't regret it, right? Ning Xiumo clenched her teeth. If she stuck her head out, she would be stabbed. If she retreated, she would be stabbed. She would stake it all. She bent her waist and walked out of her cage. The imperial bodyguards opened the door of the chastity-testing beast cage. The cage door was very small, and it could barely allow a weak girl to pass through. The chastity-testing beast couldn't come out. The chastity-testing beast was obviously excited. Its whole body's golden hair slightly stood up, and it snorted. Its 4 hooves stomped on the ground. From time to time, it would show its claws to Ning Xiumo. Ning Xiumo had always been bold. In her previous life, she had fought with tigers and leopards with her bare hands. However, the current body's quality was too poor. She could only use her previous life's qinggong, but she didn't have the strength to fight back. More importantly, she didn't even have a sharp piece of wood in her hand. What could she use to fight with these 4 beasts? Looking at this thing's imposing manner, it was obviously stronger than tigers and leopards. If this thing didn't have the ability to verify, then it would pounce on any girl it saw. She would be miserable. She didn't cross over to feed the beasts. Her eyes swept the surroundings. There was a sea of people surrounding this place like an iron bucket. She had no chance of escaping. Little girl, this immortal boy is here. Don't even think about having other ideas. Otherwise, you will die even more miserably. If you make trouble at this time, you will become the enemy of the entire Sun-Moon sect. The boy spoke in a deadpan manner. His arrogance was even bigger than the 6th prince, Ji Yunhao. She gave Ning Xiumo an even bigger label. Ning Xiumo pursed her lips. Xiumo is innocent, so I won't play any tricks. The eyes of the people here are clear. They all know that I've been wronged. I'll be able to prove my innocence very soon. As she spoke, she walked in a circle in front of the crowd. Her posture was like a movie star singing around the audience. She was calm and composed, and every move she made had a different kind of charm. Everyone's eyes followed her and were inexplicably attracted to her. Even the six kings' iron-blooded guards couldn't help but look at her. The sixth prince, Ji Yunhao's handsome face turned even darker. Seeing so many men's gazes following Ning Xiumo, his mood was indescribably bad. He snorted, "Don't dawdle. Don't you want to prove your innocence? Hurry up and go in." Ning Xiumo's fingers secretly grasped the 2 iron hairpins she had just stolen. Her heart finally had a bit of confidence. She was a special agent. Her ability to steal things was comparable to a godly thief. She had just walked in a circle, so she already had a weapon in her hand. Her movements were light and skillful. Unexpectedly, no one noticed it. "Everyone, you have to testify for me. If I can come out alive from the chastity-testing beast's iron cage, you have to supervise the Sixth King to fulfill his promise." Moi. She blew a kiss to the surrounding audience. Then, she turned around and neatly drilled into the chastity-testing beast's iron cage. Although the crowd didn't understand the meaning of her last sentence, they couldn't help but cheer for her when they saw her drilled into the iron cage. Chapter 13. The other women who were sent into the chastity-testing beast cage were paralyzed with fear the moment they saw the beast. Then, they were pushed in by the guards. But this little girl actually went in by herself. Just based on this extraordinary courage, they had to give her a thumbs up. Their full attention was on Ning Xiumo. They didn't notice that when the chastity-testing beast heard Ning Xiumo say the last 3 words, its eyes suddenly lit up. "Where are you from?" The chastity-testing beast opened its big mouth and suddenly came out with an English sentence. "Ning Xiumo." She was stunned. The chastity-testing beast. "You can't speak English?" Looking at Ning Xiumo's astonished eyes, it strenuously said, "Moi moi." These 3 words were incomparably stiff, like a foreigner who was learning Chinese for the first time, speaking in a foreign accent. Ning Xiumo finally reacted. This beast can actually speak English. Could it be that its soul also transmigrated? "I am from China, are you?" Ning Xiumo was an international agent, so her English was naturally good. It was a standard London accent. The chastity-testing beast's eyes lit up like light bulbs. It was so happy that it almost shed tears. After nearly 100 years, there was finally someone who could understand its words. Its eyes were full of joy of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. It told Ning Xiumo about its origin. It turned out that the chastity-testing beast's soul also came from the 21st century. In its previous life, it was a rebellious person from country Y. It once traveled in China and barely learned a few words of half-baked Chinese. Before it transmigrated, it was 12 years old. In the bathroom, it slipped and fell. When it woke up, it became the chastity-testing beast and was locked in an iron cage like a monkey. The people around it were speaking unfamiliar Chinese. Its mouth was dry and it spoke a lot of English, but no one could understand it. They only treated its English as a unique beast language. It had been locked in the cage alone and couldn't go anywhere. The servant who came to feed him was mute and could not communicate with him, so he could not learn Chinese even if he wanted to. He had a bad temper to begin with. After being locked up like this for so many years, he was so depressed that he almost went crazy. His emotions were like a barrel of gunpowder, exploding at the slightest touch. Occasionally, it would be dragged out to test the chastity of a certain girl. It looked at the crowd around it, and they were all talking in a language that it did not understand, which made it even angrier. When the girl whose chastity was being tested was pushed in, the bestial nature of his body flared up. He did not even bother to check if the other party was chastity or not. Without a second word, he tore the girl apart to vent his anger. He didn't know if the original chastity-testing beast knew how to test one's chastity, but he didn't know how to do it. He didn't understand either. He was still a pure and innocent virgin in his previous life. The chastity-testing beast had been sullen for nearly 100 years. Now, it finally met a person who could understand its words. As soon as it opened its mouth, it spilled all of its secrets. As a result, the onlookers saw such a wonderful scene. The small Ning Xiumo was standing in front of the tall chastity-testing beast. She was speaking the same language as the chastity-testing beast. One person and one beast chatted happily. Occasionally, Ning Xiumo would reach out her small hand and pat the chastity-testing beast's shoulder. Chapter 14. The chastity-testing beast's face was full of bitterness and hatred. Like a big cat, it rubbed itself against Ning Xiuma's body. Everyone was stunned as they watched this scene, with their mouths agape and tongue-tied. A miracle! No one had ever been able to get along so well with the chastity-testing beast. This Miss Ning had created a miracle. To be able to get the chastity-testing beast's favor, it seemed that not only did she not lose her chastity, but she was also very pure. She was really wronged. Ning Xiumo resisted the urge to yawn. This international friend of hers was really a chatterbox. He almost talked about his previous life, school, grade, and even his little girlfriend that he had a crush on. Ning Xiumo admired him for being able to remember his mother tongue so clearly and speak so skillfully, even though he had been suppressed here for nearly 100 years. The chastity-testing beast bitterly expressed that he was afraid that he would forget that he was once a human, so he kept talking to himself. He couldn't help but ask about Ning Xiuma's previous life. Ning Xiuma didn't hide it and told him that she was a golden agent. The chastity-testing beast's eyes immediately lit up. He said that he worshipped agents the most in his previous life. He had seen many agent movies, such as 007, Spy Layers, Mission Impossible. He could recite them backwards. Looking at his small eyes full of admiration, Ning Xiuma thought unkindly that she had gone to his country to steal secrets. This child idealized agents too much. She glanced at his majestic body and secretly sighed in her heart. Who would have thought that such a tall and mighty beast would have the heart of a little boy? Although he had been in this world for a long time, because of the lack of communication, his mind was still that of a child. Unlike her, a mature agent's soul lived in a lowly's body. She and the chastity-testing beast chatted for half an hour. The surrounding people also looked at them like clay and wooden sculptures for half an hour. On such a hot day, everyone was sweating profusely, but no one was willing to leave. The eyes of the boy sent by the ancestor also showed a strange color. 100 years ago, the chastity-testing beast had a serious illness. After experiencing life and death, its temperament changed greatly. It often mumbled various syllables, trying to communicate with people, but no one could understand. He didn't expect that this little girl could actually use the same syllables to communicate with it. This little girl wasn't simple. Chapter 15. When Ning Xiuma calmly came out of the iron cage, the crowd burst into thunderous cheers. Even a boy, who had been keeping a straight face, revealed a faint smile on his lips. Ning Xiuma smiled and cupped her hands towards the boy. "Immortal child, please uphold justice for Xiuma." The boy nodded slightly and looked towards Ji Yunhao. "Sixth Prince, what do you say?" Ji Yunhao's face was somewhat pale. He looked at Ning Xiuma with a complicated gaze and replied rather slyly, "It seems that Miss Ning has really been wronged. This little prince will give Miss Ning a true compensation. I will thoroughly investigate the main culprit behind her death." He somewhat regretted breaking off the engagement. If he could take this little girl as a concubine in the future, perhaps it wouldn't be bad. He did not mention a single word about breaking off the engagement. Ning Xiuma was smart enough to see through his thoughts. She bowed to the child. "Immortal child, you will definitely be able to carry out the ancestors' words of justice. You will definitely make the sixth prince fulfill the bet." The bet just now was that if Ning Xiuma won, Ji Yunhao would shout 3 times in front of everyone, "This prince has been broken off by Miss Xiuma," and then give Ning Xiuma 1,000 taels of gold. 1,000 taels of gold was fine, but if he shouted that, then he would lose all face. Would he still be able to conduct himself in the future? Ji Yunhao's face almost turned green. Humph! If this little girl insisted that he fulfill the bet, even if he would be silently criticized by tens of thousands of people, he would still secretly execute this little girl to relieve the hatred in his heart. Ning Xiuma naturally knew that she had no power and no influence. She also did not have any real strength, so she still had to leave a way out for others. She could not force this prince into a corner like a cornered dog. She lightly sighed and said, "Sixth Prince's status is honorable, This little girl does not want Prince to shout those words. As long as Prince fulfills the promise of breaking off the engagement and gives Shuama 1,000 taels of gold, it will be fine. Also, this little girl and this chastity-testing beast hit it off. I want to bring it back to Marquis Jingyuan's mansion to raise it personally. To Ji Yunhao, this compromise was indeed the best option. This is the chastity-testing beast. There were only 3 of them in the entire Vaskai country, so they were very precious. One was in the imperial palace, one was in his residence, and one was in the Supreme Court. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and he happily agreed. All right, I promise you. However, this chastity-testing beast still belongs to this king. You only have the right to raise it. As for the engagement, you're still young. This prince will keep this engagement for 2 years. If you're still unwilling after 2 years, this engagement will automatically be canceled. How about it? Was the prince regretting his decision and trying to stall for time? TSK. She wasn't going to let him think about it. She didn't want to be entangled with him in the future. Ning Shuama simply shook her head. Shuama likes to be straightforward. Your Highness must be a straightforward person, so it's better to annul this marriage. Ji Yunhao. At this time, he naturally could not persist any longer. He could only agree to annul the engagement under the witness of the fairy child. A dim plaque, a dilapidated gate, a courtyard overgrown with weeds, and an empty hall. This was the current Marquis Jingyuan's mansion. A gust of wind blew through the hall, causing it to swirl around and swirl up the dust, causing Ning Xiuma to sneeze the moment she entered the hall. Really poor, really dilapidated. Afterwards, the chastity-testing beast was carried in and impolitely commented. Of course, it still spoke in English. Ning Xiuma raised the corner of her mouth. Chapter 16. Marquis Jingyuan had served the country all his life. Although he had made countless contributions to the country, he was an honest official and relied on his salary to support his family. Marquis Jingyuan's household was originally poor. After the general and his wife died, all the valuables in the house were snatched away by their relatives. All that was left was an empty shelf. Yesterday, when the original owner of this body met with that incident, the only old servant left was also driven out and left to wander the streets. When Ning Xiuma came back, she accidentally bumped into him and picked him up. In that farce, his foot was stepped on and injured. At this moment, he was using one leg to wipe the table and stool. He was busy like a spinning top, and his mouth was also chattering endlessly. It was nothing more than thanking the heavens for opening their eyes and clearing their young misgrievances. Ning Xiuma knew that the original owner and this old servant had always depended on each other for survival. Their relationship was like that of a father and daughter. This old servant was also the only person who was good to the original owner. At this moment, hearing him chatter endlessly, she did not become impatient and let him speak. While they were talking, Ji Yunhao's imperial bodyguard brought in another 2,000 taels of gold. When the chest was opened, the glittering and glistening gold ingots, neatly stacked together, made the old servant's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. He had never seen so much gold before. That imperial bodyguard bowed to Ning Xiuma. Miss Ning, this is my family's prince's gift to you. The total is 2,000 taels. Please accept it. Ning Xiuma was drinking the inferior tea the old servant brewed. Hearing this, she raised her head. Didn't we agree on 1,000 taels? That imperial bodyguard proudly said, My family's prince took pity on Miss Ning's family for being poor, so he specially doubled the amount. He looked at Ning Xiuma with a face like he was showing kindness to a beggar. That old servant's complexion changed. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. His young miss was the young miss of Marquis Jingyuan's household. She was born with a lofty and unyielding character. She would rather die than accept this kind of handout food. He opened his mouth and was about to righteously reprimand that imperial bodyguard and have him take the extra 1,000 taels back. Who would have thought that Ning Xiuma would blow at the tea foam and say with a smile, Then Xiuma would like to thank your prince. He casually picked up an ingot of gold and weighed it in his palm before tossing it to the old servant. Old Joan, this is for you to buy wine. The old servant could only accept it. Her reaction stunned the guard. He felt as if he had punched a pile of cotton, an indescribable emptiness. But he couldn't say anything else, so he could only leave dejectedly. Old Joan looked at Ning Shuimal with a complicated expression. Miss, Ning Shuimal waved her hand. Old Joan, I know what you want to say. You don't have to say anything. I know what I'm doing. She stood up and walked around the box full of gold. Her eyes sparkled. This lady is short on money. It's rare for a spendthrift to give me more. It's a waste not to accept it. She paced around the hall 2 steps. Old Joan, you're already old, so there's some things you can't do anymore. Go and put up another notice. Just say that the Marquis Jing Yuan's household is recruiting servants. Those who are quick on their feet and loyal to their master will be given priority. The monthly salary will be 3 taels of silver, and the best will be accepted. Old Joan was shocked. Miss, the servant's monthly salary is 1 tael of silver. Isn't this price too high? Ning Shuima said, only with a large amount of money can we recruit high-quality talents. Just do as I say. I want to recruit 2 top-level chefs, for maids to take care of my daily needs, for manservants to clean the courtyard, and 8 guards with 3rd-level psyche power. The chefs will receive 5 taels of silver a month. The maids and manservants will receive 3 taels of silver a month, and the guard will receive 10 taels of silver a month. The conditions that she listed out were all twice as high as the price outside. It was very tempting. Chapter 17. Her eyes flashed. She wanted to let Marquis Jing Yuan's mansion regain its dignity. She wanted to make the people in the capital not dare to look down on her. Although she always had a smile on her face, she had the demeanor of a superior, making people not dare to refute her and only want to submit to her. This was the first time Old Joan saw such a confident Mississippi. Sensing her mood, he also felt his blood boil. Yes, Mississippi. This old servant will do it. Then he straightened his back and left. Hey, what are you guys talking about? The chastity-testing beast was finally unhappy after being ignored for so long. Ning Shuima went to the front of the iron cage and replied in English. It's nothing. I just told you something. Speaking of which, my eastern courtyard is not bad. You can stay there. The chastity-testing beast shook the iron cage with dissatisfaction. That's fine. First, open this thing for me. Don't lock me up. Ning Shuima shook her head. Your iron cage has a charm. I can't open it. Unless you come out of the small door. The chastity-testing beast rolled its eyes. This small hole is so small. How can I come out? Ning Shuima spread out her hands. Then I can't do anything. You should obediently stay in the iron cage. Later, if there is a way, I will let you out. Even if she could pry open the iron cage, she couldn't do it. After all, it was now a beast with a bloodthirsty nature. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many girls who died under its claws. If she let it go, in case it suddenly turned into a beast, she would be in trouble. The chastity-testing beast was dissatisfied. Then how do you want me to go to the east courtyard? Ning Shuima sized up its stature and tried to negotiate with it. How about you carry this iron cage yourself? You are so big and also a mythological beast. You should have the strength, right? Chastity-testing beast. 1 person and 1 beast were talking here. Suddenly, a faint noise came from the front yard, followed by rapid footsteps that went straight to the hall. Second Aunt Ning, you can't force your way in. My Mrs. Body is not good. She can't see guests. Old Joan's voice was somewhat breathless. After all, one of his legs was injured, so he couldn't catch up with other people's footsteps. What are you talking about? How could entering his own niece's courtyard be considered trespassing? Can I come to see my niece? As he spoke, a woman in her 30s rushed in like a gust of wind. Shuima, Andy is here to see you. The woman thoughtfully shook the 2 packets of snacks in her hands, but her sharp eyes greedily fell on the open box of ingots. In 3 steps, he scurried over. Yo, eldest niece, where did you get so much gold? Don't tell me it's fake? He stretched out his hand to grab it. Pa! The lid of the box suddenly closed like lightning, almost catching the woman's hand. The woman unwillingly raised her head and saw Ning sitting leisurely on the lid of the box. Ning looked at her with a faint smile. Second madam, are you here to take advantage of me again? This second madam was the wife of the original owner's distant uncle. Marquis Genuine was born poor. His parents died early, so when he was young, he wandered the streets. None of his poor relatives were willing to help him. Later on, he made a name for himself and was appointed a general. All of his relatives, who were once 8 poles away from him, all came knocking on his door to acknowledge him as their relative. They considered themselves to be the general's relatives, and from time to time, they would come to Marquis Genuine's mansion to take advantage of him and ask for things. Marquis Genuine remembered that they were from the same sect, so he didn't care about old grudges and helped them. But he didn't expect that although they were grateful on the surface, their bones were full of jealousy. Chapter 18. After Marquis Genuine and his wife died, not only did they not remember the general's kindness, they even added insult to injury. They looked for all kinds of reasons to come to the Marquis mansion and sweep everything clean. The original Ning Xiumo was only a child. When she was bullied by them, no one stood up for her. She always feared and hated these people, but she had no way to stop their evil deeds. Among the relatives who came to steal things, this second madam was the most overbearing. There was one time when Ning Xiumo slightly blocked her and was angrily slapped by this distant aunt. Her cheeks were red and swollen for several days. Because the Marquis mansion had been too poor for the past year, even the flowers in the garden had been almost all picked by them, so she didn't come as often. It had already been half a year since she last visited. She didn't expect that she would come at this time. When Ning Xiumo was trapped in the iron cage, she didn't see these relatives come out. Each and every one of them wished they could hide at the ends of the earth. Now, they probably heard that she had obtained 1,000 taels of gold, so they were like flies that smelled a stench, arrogantly flying over. It was obvious that they had ideas about the gold. Ning Xiumo saw through her intentions, making the second madam unable to keep her face. Her face sank. Xiumo, how can you say that? Aunt heard that you were wronged and wronged, so I quickly came to see you. My good intentions were treated as ill intent by you. Ning Xiumo sneered. Second madam, every time you come to see me with good intentions, you always take a fancy to something and impolitely take it to your home. Last time, you even took away an armchair. It must be hard for someone as thin and withered as you to not be crushed by the armchair. This kind of sarcasm was really sharp. The second madam's thin face flushed red and her eyebrows raised. Girl, is this the attitude you speak to your elders? You're so undisciplined and out of control. Sure enough, your parents died early and you don't have any upbringing. This old lady will discipline you in place of your parents. I'll let you know when to advance and when to retreat. Her figure rose, and she threw herself at Ning Xiumo. She had a level 2 psychokinesis and knew some martial arts. Even a few strong men were no match for her. In addition, she gave birth to a daughter with a Sciention 3rd level psychokinesis, and her daughter was accepted as an outer disciple of the world's 3rd largest sect, the Storm Sect. She was even more insufferably arrogant and could do whatever she wanted in the clan. He was used to bullying Ning Xiumo. She would reach out and hit Ning Xiumo whenever there was a disagreement. She would often beat Ning Xiumo until her face was black and blue, but no one cared about her. Therefore, this time, when Ning Xiumo refuted her, she immediately showed her shrewish side. She raised her palms and struck. He wanted to beat this stinky girl up, snatch the golden box, and leave. 2,000 taels of gold was less than 200 caddies, so she could carry it. She had to quickly snatch the gold and leave. Otherwise, when the other relatives heard the news and came running over, she would not be able to get the exclusive share. Because of this thought, her 2 palms were exceptionally ferocious, and she used almost all of her strength. If Ning Xiumo was hit by her, she would immediately be sent flying. Even if she didn't die, she would lose half of her life. This woman, for this little bit of gold, she was actually so ruthless. The old servant, Uncle Jean, cried out in alarm. He wanted help, but his legs were not nimble, and he was too late. Clap, clap. A clear and loud clap sounded. A figure flew out and hit the pillar at the side with a bang. She cried out in pain and fell to the ground and rolled. Old Zhong trembled with fear and couldn't help but open his eyes wide. The one who flew out was not his young miss, but the second madam. Chapter 19. Her hair was scattered, her forehead was bruised, and there were 2 clear palm prints on her face. Her head was dizzy as she crawled up from the ground. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. You stinky girl, what kind of witchcraft did you use? Ning Shumo leisurely took a handkerchief from the side and wiped her hands. After wiping her hands, she casually threw the handkerchief at her face and replied with a smile, "Guess." Second madam. Her face was burning and 2 of her teeth were knocked out. Her mouth was full of bloody foam. When she heard Ning Shumo's words, her face immediately turned ashen. She fiercely glared at Ning Shumo. Ning Shumo crossed her legs and sat on top of the gold ingot chest. She crooked her finger at second madam. "Do you want to teach your niece a lesson again?" Her hands were itching. Although her small body was a bit weak, her hands and feet could still be considered nimble. She also had a body full of exquisite close combat skills and was best at borrowing strength to fight strength. Not to mention this vulgar second madam. Even if a lion pounced over, she could use her strength to send it flying. Second madam was naturally unwilling to suffer such a big loss. She felt that it was a coincidence that she was sent flying. At that time, she faintly felt that she tripped over something. It must have been her own misstep. She definitely couldn't let this little girl destroy her prestige. She pounced over like a vicious wolf again. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, second madam had experienced all kinds of falls and bruises. Finally, her arrogance dissipated and she lay on the ground, unable to get up. She loudly cried, "Io, you want to beat someone to death? Your niece wants to beat my own aunt to death." Her voice was sharp like a wolf's howl. She was the standard shrew. That voice directly traveled out of the manor. Ning Shumo really laughed this time. This kind of shrew reminded her of Lu Sun's tofu beauty. She was sharp and unkind, and if she didn't take advantage of her, it would be like suffering a loss. She was as thin as a compass with slender feet, but her lung capacity was still quite astonishing. Her voice was loud and sonorous. Ning Shumon knew that the relatives of this body were on their way to the Marquis of Jingyuan's estate. With second madam howling like this, it would definitely attract them to come and seek justice. Then she might as well deal with them all together. It would save him trouble in the future. She sat on the lid of the box and gestured to old Zhong. "Serve the tea." The second madam thought that she was finally afraid and howled even louder. "Now you want to offer tea as an apology? No way. You've committed such a heinous act against your superiors, and you want to send me off with a cup of tea?" Ning Xiuma took the tea from old Zhong. She brushed the foam off with the cup lid and smiled casually. "Who's going to give you tea? Are you worthy? You can howl even louder. If you make the lady happy, she will reward you." Second madam. She was so angry that she started to tremble. Sitting there and howling was not right, but not howling was not right either. After thinking about it, he decided to howl. She wailed again. Ning Xiuma pretended not to hear her and sipped her tea slowly. Occasionally, he would ask, "Are you thirsty? Do you want a cup of tea?" At first, second madam's face was still full of chastity, and she repeatedly said that she didn't want to drink. Later, she cried until her throat was almost smoking. When Ning Xiuma asked her again, she subconsciously went to take it. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiuma raised her hand and splashed a cup of hot tea on his second madam's face. Second madam's face was bruised and swollen. When the cup of hot tea hit her face, it was no different from being splashed with boiling oil. She cried out and jumped up from the ground. Chapter 20. What's going on? Why are you wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf? A dignified voice came from outside the hall. 6 people aggressively barged in. Ning Xiuma's long eyelashes fluttered. "Very good. Second uncle, eldest uncle, first aunt, 5th cousin, 6th cousin, and eldest cousin are all here. They're all here." Second madam pounced on her husband with a face full of tea foam. "Husband, you have to get justice for me. I'm going to be bullied to death by this little bitch." Second uncle probably didn't expect his wife to be in such a sorry state. He was stunned. What's going on? Second madam slapped her thigh and cried loudly. She recounted the scene with exaggerated details. Of course, she didn't say that she had pounced on the chest of gold. In the end, she rolled on the ground and cried out in pain. One moment, she said that her leg was broken. The next moment, she said that her arm was broken and her waist was twisted. She couldn't move anymore. She looked as if she had been beaten to the point where she couldn't get up. Second uncle's face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to rain. Ning Shuima, how can you be so vicious? Your second aunt came to visit you out of the kindness of her heart, but you treated her so cruelly. What are your intentions? If you don't give us an explanation, we won't let this matter rest. The others also chimed in. That's right, that's right. We're still considered your relatives. We usually take good care of you, but you repay our kindness with enmity. It really hurts. We can't let this matter rest. You injured your second aunt and committed the crime of offending your superior. If you don't give us an explanation, we'll send you to the officials and let you have a taste of prison. Everyone was talking at once, trying to scare and threaten her. However, from time to time, their eyes would drift over to the chest of gold. They couldn't wait to take the gold out of it. Ning Shuima listened without saying a word. When they all shut up, she blinked her eyes. Then what do you want? Her voice was soft and tender. Everyone thought that this little child was finally scared, so they tried to scare her a little more. The second uncle was even more pleased with himself. He finally opened his mouth and stated his purpose. You beat your second aunt up like this. It can be said that your crime is unforgivable. However, considering that you are still a child, as your elders, we can't be too calculated with you. However, your second aunt's injuries need to be treated properly. She can't move now and needs someone to serve her. She also needs money. You should compensate your second aunt with 1,000 taels of gold. Ning Shuima didn't say anything, but the others couldn't stand it. It was rumored that Ning Shuima had received 1,000 taels of gold. If they were to compensate second brother's family, then what would they get? Second brother, that's where you're wrong. Sister-in-law's injuries are just superficial wounds. She'll be fine after getting some medicine. Why would she need 1,000 taels of gold? Aren't you exaggerating a little too much? The aunt retorted. That's right. If you ask me, 100 taels of gold will be enough at most. In addition to the loss of time, let Shuima compensate you with 200 taels of gold. The first uncle said, a man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Second uncle, you're really asking for too much. The fifth cousin said righteously. The second aunt was anxious and slapped her thigh. Why are you acting as righteous envoys? You're not the one who got hurt. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? You just want to get a share of the profits. You want this batch of gold. Nishuima is still young. It's not safe for this 1,000 taels of gold to be in her hands. We just want to keep it for her. Moreover, since she got this windfall, she should share it with the other relatives in the family. Chapter 21. Several people were quarreling over the ownership of this batch of gold, their faces red with anger. Ning Shuima looked at them with cold eyes, but the corners of her mouth always had a trace of a smile. The group of people quarreled for a long time, but no one gave in. The more they quarreled, the angrier they became. Shut up, shut up. The chastity-testing beast, who had been watching from the side, couldn't bear it anymore and roared. Granny, they were all arguing in Chinese. That girl didn't translate for it. It was like a duck listening to thunder. It didn't understand a bit. Instead, its head hurt from the noise. Its voice was like a thunderclap in the hall. Everyone trembled and couldn't help but shut their mouths. After all, the chastity-testing beast was a mythological beast. Once it was angry, its momentum was absolutely amazing. It shook the iron cage in front of it and roared a few times at the group of people, causing their ears to go numb and their vision to turn black. They were scared out of their wits by its terrifying momentum. Ning Shuima picked her ears and walked to the front of the iron cage. She patted its paw and comforted it in Chinese. You said you hate people making noise the most? You want to tear the people who make noise to pieces and eat them? The chastity-testing beast didn't understand what she was saying, but when it heard her gentle voice, it thought she was comforting it. So it nodded its head majestically. When it nodded its head, it almost scared the group of people. They shrank their bodies one after another. Ning Shuma sighed. Then, I'll open the cage for you. I just happen to know how to break the curse. She pretended to chant the curse. The group of people panicked and tried to stop her. Niece Shuama, you can't open the cage. You can't let it hurt people. Okay, let's not quarrel. Come, let's discuss the ownership of the gold. First Uncle's voice lowered. The group of people gathered together and wanted to calmly discuss the result that everyone was satisfied with. After a round of intense bargaining, they finally came to an agreement. The gold would be divided into 5 portions. Second Aunt would get an extra portion due to her injury, and the rest would be divided equally. By the time they came up with the proposal, it was already 4 hours later. During this time, Ning Shuama drank 2 pots of tea and swallowed 3 plates of pastries. Seeing that they were rushing directly to the golden box, she slowly opened her mouth and said, Have you guys had enough? If you're done, you can scram now. Everyone, eldest uncle's face darkened. Shuama, what are you saying? Everyone here is your elder. Ning Shuama brushed her hair and sneered. Elder? With just you guys? None of them remembered the kindness of the Marquis when he was alive and desperately bullied his only weak daughter and looted the things of the Marquis of Jingyuan's estate. Was this the behavior of an elder? Don't tarnish the word elder. His words made everyone's faces turn red. Second uncle said confidently, It's an indisputable fact that you injured your second aunt. You have to compensate her. Ning Shuama sneered. This is Marquis Jingyuan's estate. She came uninvited. A commoner barged into Marquis Jingyuan's estate, bullied the youngest daughter of the Marquis, and stole the gold gifted by the 6th prince. What kind of crime is this? It's already very lucky that she didn't get beaten to death, and she still wants to be greedy and ask for compensation? Where's her face? Her pretty face darkened, and a cold, murderous aura loomed around her body. Her aura completely changed. That kind of pressure made everyone's heart turn cold, and they all choked there, unable to speak for a while. Chapter 22. The uncle struggled to say a few words. Shuama, you're wrong. Even if you don't compensate your second aunt, you won't be able to spend the 1,000 taels of gold. You should help your clansmen. You know, every family has its own difficulties. We are also short of money. Ning Shuama smiled. Her smile was full of sarcasm. She opened the gold chest and picked up an ingot of gold. She weighed it in her hand. You're short of money, so I, an orphan, should give you gold for free? What kind of fallacy is this? This gold is mine. Even if I throw it to the dogs, it's not up to you to speak. She casually threw it into the chastity-testing beast's iron cage. The chastity-testing beast looked at the gold ingot rolling around under its feet. Its pair of big eyes flashed with question marks. It naturally recognized gold, but it didn't understand Ning Shuama's intention. It used its big claws to push the gold ingot and pressed it under its palm. Everyone, Ning Shuama's palm was like a fairy scattering flowers. She threw the ingot of gold into the iron cage. When everyone reacted, she had already thrown half of the chest of gold into the iron cage. Those who knew martial arts rushed over. Stop. Stop. What are you doing? Countless hands stretched out, wanting to snatch the gold from the chest. Ning Shuama's eyes flashed with a cold light. She kicked the chest and closed it with a snap, pinching the fingers of the fingers. While people were screaming, Ning Shuama's figure spun around. Almost no one could see her movements clearly. They only saw that she had already picked up the gold chest, and with a turn, she broke free from the encirclement of the crowd. When everyone reacted, the chest of gold had already fallen into the iron cage. The iron cage was tall, but the cage door was small. It could only allow one person to enter and exit. The chest of gold glittered in the cage door. Ning Shuama said a few words to the chastity-testing beast. Then she turned around. If you really want the gold, you can go into the cage and take it. I will give you as much as you take. Everyone looked at the majestic chastity-testing beast in the iron cage. Who would dare to make a move? But seeing the gold in front of him, he was unwilling to let it go just like that. He was stunned for a moment. Ning Xiuama crossed her arms and coldly said, "I'll count to 10. If you don't dare to go in and take it, then obediently roll out of Marquis Jingyuan's estate for me." 1. The hall was filled with the crisp sound of her counting. Every single count was exceptionally clear. Everyone was at a loss for words. The eldest uncle was gloomy. He glanced at Ning Xiuama and suddenly had an idea. Wouldn't it be best if he subdued this girl and let her go into the cage to get herself? Without batting an eyelid, he took a step closer to Ning Xiuama and was about to launch a sudden attack. The sound of orderly footsteps came from outside. Soon after, the hall door darkened and 8 vigorous youths walked in. Each of them walked with light steps and swift movements. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Ning Xiuama and bowed together. "Young master." Second Ant's group of people stared blankly for a moment before old Zhong quickly entered. He bowed and reported to Ning Xiuama, "Young master, they're the guards that this old servant recruited. Each one of them has a psychokinesis of at least rank 2 and is a true martial artist. They're willing to follow young master and protect young master." It turned out that when those people were making a ruckus, old Zhong received Ning Xiuama's instructions and quietly went out to recruit people. Generous rewards would attract brave men. Marquis Jingyuan's estate also offered a high price. Once the recruitment notice was posted, people came to apply like a flock of ducks. Chapter 23. Although old Zhong was old, his ability to judge people was very good. He carefully selected 8 guards and brought them back first. The 8 of them were full of vigor. Just standing there, they were exceptionally imposing. Second Ant's group couldn't help but shrink their necks and involuntarily beat a retreat. At this time, Ning Xiuama had already counted to 3. She let old Zhong continue to count and opened her mouth to tell the 8 guards the conditions. She simply stated 2 points. First, they would all receive 10 taels of silver each month. If they did well, she would give them additional rewards. Second, these people had to fulfill their duties. Without her permission, they were not allowed to let anyone into the Marquis mansion. If anyone trespassed, they would be deducted 2 taels of silver each. She was very clear about rewards and punishments. The 8 people agreed in unison. The 8 people's voices were loud and clear, shaking the roof tiles and making Second Ant's group tremble again. They looked at Ning Xiuama with a complicated gaze. They didn't expect that Ning Xiuama, who used to be so weak that they could bully and pinch her, would become so strong after such a big change. It was as if she had changed into a different person. In the future, if they came to the Marquis mansion to take advantage of her, they were afraid that there would be no way out, but they were not willing to leave with their tails between their legs. Old Zhong had already counted 6. Ning Xiuama smiled and looked around at everyone. "What? No one dares to take it? I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it." Her clear voice echoed in the hall, and everyone else held their breaths. The atmosphere was abnormally tense. No one noticed that on the roof of the hall, there was a man dressed in black who was leaning over and quietly watching for who knows how long. The roof tiles in front of him were faintly transparent, allowing him to see the scene in the room. He was the 6th Prince Ji Yunhao's personal shadow guard. His martial arts were top-notch, and he was ordered to investigate the situation of this Marquis, young Mississippi Ji Yunhao, had made such a big fool of himself in public. In the end, his heart was still unreconciled. He knew that Ning Xiuama's relatives were not easy to deal with. He deliberately gave Ning Xiuama the gold with great fanfare. In fact, it was also a kind of scheme to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Therefore, he sent this personal shadow guard to see what would happen next. The shadow guard looked indifferent at first, but after a while, he became focused. Every action of the girl in the house was beyond his expectations. Not only did she know the language of the beasts, she also knew a type of martial arts that he had never seen before. She was also very clever, and the way she handled things was even more shrewd and ruthless than an adult. Those who said that this girl was trash were simply blind. If the 6th prince really lost her, it would be an unprecedented loss. His gaze couldn't help but be attracted to Ning Xiuama. He focused all his energy on her and was engrossed in watching. Suddenly, someone knocked on his shoulder, and a voice came from behind him. Is it nice? That shadow guard almost jumped up. He hurriedly turned around. The moonlight was bright, and the roof tiles were like frost. Behind him stood a young man in a moon-colored robe. His hair was as black as ink, and his eyes were like the ripples of autumn water. His lips were like a light red peony. He stood under the moonlight, and the beautiful jade on his waist was glowing. On his thumb was a large jade ring, and on his palm was a white jade flute. His eyebrows and eyes were full of elegance. He looked gentle and refined, but there was a noble aura hidden in his bones. That shadow guard almost trembled. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Ji Yanhuang, the Crown Prince of Chong Kong Country, was also a legend. In the Tian-Ci continent, there were two types of martial arts. One was ordinary martial arts. People with psychokinesis at the first or second level would cultivate this. Chapter 24. The first type was ordinary martial arts. People with psychokinesis at the first or second level would cultivate this. At the highest level, they could become a martial arts expert and become a warrior, a bodyguard, or a bodyguard. The majority of people in Tian-Ci continent were like this. The last type was techniques. People with psychokinesis at the third level and above would cultivate this. This type of cultivator had the most room for development and was also the most complicated. They were divided into three types: heaven, earth, and human. Each type was also divided into 10 levels. For those who could cultivate techniques, most of them would cultivate to the 10th level in their entire life and would not be able to advance any further. Very few people could break through the human level and enter the earth level, becoming a genius among geniuses. These people were very few in number, and all of them were great masters of their generation. Every action of theirs would determine the rise and fall of a sect. As for the heaven level, it was a legendary level. It was rumored that the ancestor had already cultivated to this level. However, none of the living people in Tian-Ci continent had ever seen him in action. Or perhaps those who had seen him in action had already disappeared from his continent. Psychokinesis was divided into 10 levels. The higher the level of techniques one could cultivate and the more effective they would be. Most of the people in Tian-Ci continent were at the first or second level. Only a small number of people had reached the third or fourth level. Those who reached the fifth level were extremely rare and were fought over by various sections. As for this crown prince Ji Yanhuang, his psychokinesis was at the 6th level. At a young age, he had already cultivated to the 3rd level of the Earth realm and became the pride of Chong Kong Country. Not long after his talent was tested, the old emperor announced to the world that he was the crown prince. At a young age, he was taken in by the head disciple of the world's #1 mysterious sect, the Sun Moon sect. He became the ancestor's direct disciple and was carefully nurtured. Although he was the crown prince, he was not in the palace often. Most of his time was spent cultivating in the Sun Moon sect. However, he had eyes and ears everywhere. Everything that happened in Chong Kong Country could not escape his eyes and ears. Intelligence, courage, decisiveness, scheming, he was the best in all of them. He had many brothers and many capable people, but none of them dared to covet his position as the crown prince. His position as the crown prince was even more secure than iron. The Shadow Guard did not expect that this legendary crown prince would actually appear here. He subconsciously wanted to bow down to this future monarch. Ji Yanhuang raised his flute, and the Shadow Guard's knees were supported by an invisible stream of air, making him unable to kneel. Since you have already let go, why linger? Tell my 6th brother not to disgrace the imperial family. Ji Yanhuang's voice was indifferent, but there was no room for doubt. Yes, the Shadow Guard hurriedly replied, bowed, and flew away. The two of them were speaking via voice transmission, so outsiders couldn't hear them at all. Therefore, no one in the hall was alarmed. Ji Yanhuang pointed his flute at the roof tile that had returned to its normal color. The roof tile instantly turned into a mirror, and the scene in the hall was reflected in his eyes. Ah! That second ant rolled on the ground, covered in blood. She was like a fish that had come ashore, and she was in so much pain that she kept jumping. It turned out that she was not willing to return empty-handed. She also saw the golden chest placed at the entrance of the iron cage. The golden light directly attracted her soul. Taking advantage of the chastity-testing beast turning around, she rushed forward and reached out her hand to grab the gold. She felt that her speed was fast enough, but she didn't expect the chastity-testing beast to be even faster than her. Her vision blurred, and her good arm was already torn off by the chastity-testing beast. Chapter 25. Fortunately, her husband saw that the situation was not good and rushed forward to hug her. She was not dragged into the iron cage and torn to shreds, saving her life. This scene was too tragic, and almost everyone was shocked. Even the 8 newly recruited guards were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. These people were newly recruited, and they were not loyal to Ning Xiuma. It was inevitable that 1 or 2 of them would have designs on this batch of gold. But after seeing this scene, their hearts were filled with anxiety, and they completely dispelled the bad thoughts. Ji Yunhuang's expression also changed slightly. This little girl was quite scheming, and this plan of killing the chicken to scare the monkey was ingenious. He was just bored and came to take a look, but he did not expect to see such an interesting scene. This trip was really not in vain. This little girl let him see a good show. What he did not expect was that there would be an even more exciting show behind. The second uncle still had not recovered from his shock, and just as he was about to get angry at Ning Xiuma hugged her arm and asked, "Do you want her arm to grow back?" Everyone was stunned. An arm could be grown back after being cut off? What kind of joke was this? Even the best doctor in the world would not be able to do this. The second uncle angrily rebuked, "Ning Xiuma, even now you still want to make fun of us? Who has the ability to reattach a severed arm?" Ning Xiuma pointed at herself with her small hand and directly replied with one word, "Me." Everyone looked at her in bewilderment, as if they were looking at a little monster. Ning Xiuma glanced at the second ant who was rolling on the ground, and the corner of her mouth slightly hooked up. "I can reattach her severed arm within 2 hours. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can directly carry her away, so that she doesn't pollute my family's land." The second ant who had lost an arm had already lost all hope. Although she did not believe Ji Yunshu's words, it was still a glimmer of hope. So how could she let it go? She repeatedly said, "I believe you. I believe you." Quickly cast the spell. Ning Xiuma said, "It's easy for me to save you, but you have to agree to one of my conditions." "What condition?" "Return all the things that have been stolen from Marquis Jingyuan's estate over the years. Not a single item can be missing." Ning Xiuma stated her conditions. Second uncle stared blankly. These past few years, the things they had taken from Marquis Jingyuan's estate were worth at least 2,000 taels of gold. If they were to spit it all out, it would be even more unbearable than killing him. Second uncle still wanted to negotiate, but Ning Xiuma stopped him directly. "I'll only give you half a cup of tea's time to think about it. After this time, even if you give me all your family property, I can't do anything about it." Second uncle and second aunt were both stingy people. They were the kind of people who would suffer losses if they didn't take advantage of others. After a fierce struggle, second uncle actually chose to give up on the treatment. There's no such thing as a broken arm being reattached in this world. You must be playing tricks again. I don't believe it. Wife, let's go. If I can't fix it for her, not only will I not ask for a refund, I will also give you the 2,000 taels of gold." Ning Xiuma said. This condition was really tempting, but second uncle still did not believe it. "You little girl, you're trying to coax me again. When the time comes and you can't reattach the arm, what will I do if you don't give me the gold? This consort can be a witness." Suddenly, a clear and resonant magnetic voice came from the roof. Following the voice, a man floated out. This person stood with his back to the light, and the candlelight gently outlined his figure. He was tall, straight, and handsome. Everyone's eyes lit up. It was as if a hall full of lights could not compare to his radiance. What was even rarer was his imposing manner. It was as light as the wind, but also made people's hearts turn cold, not daring to look directly at him. Chapter 26. Most of the people in the hall were commoners. How could they have the chance to see the godlike crown prince? They were stunned for a moment. Old Zhong's face was filled with shock and disbelief as he hurriedly bowed down. "Welcome, Your Highness." A sudden clap of thunder. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Ning Xuema was stunned. "Crown Prince, put on, put on." Everyone in the hall knelt down in fear and trepidation. "Greetings, Your Highness." Ning Xuema was speechless. She naturally knew who this crown prince was, but she did not understand why this incomparably noble crown prince would come to her roof to eavesdrop. Speaking of which, how long had he been eavesdropping? Of course, she could not ask this question. After all, the other party was extremely powerful. With her small arms, it was better not to twist his thigh, with this honorable crown prince as a witness. How could second uncle dare to say anything else? He could only sign a contract with Ning Xuema. Although there were all kinds of things that second uncle's family had taken away, old Zhong had memorized them one by one. Now, he had converted them into money. The total amount was 5,000 taels of silver. No one dared to play tricks in front of the crown prince. Even if second uncle wanted to renege on the debt, he did not dare to do so now. In his heart, he only hoped that Ning Xuema would lose. Crown Prince Ji Yinhuang's bright moon-like eyes landed on Ning Xuema. "Miss Xuema, with this prince as a witness, you can start the treatment." This continent was not peaceful. Martial arts were respected, and there were fights every day. The number of injured people was uncountable. Therefore, the status of doctors was very high. Although there were many doctors in this world, those who could reach the standard of a national healer were pitifully few. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Most of them were recruited by various large sections. Even the imperial palace was in short supply of good doctors. They were treated like state teachers. Because of Ji Yinhuang's status, he knew many doctors, and many of them were top-notch. However, even the best doctors could not reconnect the limbs of a broken limb. Therefore, when Ning Xuema said this, Ji Yinhuang was also shocked. He was afraid that his second uncle would not accept Ning Xuema's conditions because of the money, so he immediately showed himself. With the crown prince's personal orders, all the preparations were completed in a very short time. Ji Yinhuang even followed Ning Xuema's request and used a spell to clean the room thoroughly. Although it could not be compared to modern sterile operating rooms, it was still acceptable. "Your Highness, please wait in the main hall." Ning Xuema bowed to him and rudely chased him away. Ji Yinhuang originally wanted to watch her do it with his own eyes, but Ning Xuema's words dispelled his thoughts. When Xuema performs a rescue, she needs to be completely naked. Ji Yinhuang turned around and walked out. "I will wait in the main hall." He had no interest in looking at the middle-aged woman's naked body. Second aunt had been knocked unconscious by Ji Yinhuang using a special method. If her acupoints were not unsealed, she would definitely not wake up. Therefore, Ning Xuema was at ease as she cut the needle and thread on second aunt's body. She was not afraid that she would jump up in pain. A quarter of an hour passed, then a quarter of an hour passed. Half an hour passed. The room was still quiet, except for the occasional sound of a knife and scissors being cut into a disc. Everyone held their breaths and waited in the main hall. Of course, with the crown prince present, the others only dared to stand with their hands down. Old Zhong fearfully brought out a brand new tea set to serve tea. Ji Yinhuang glanced at it and lightly said, "Put it down." Chapter 27. Old Zhong respectfully brought out a brand new tea set to serve tea. Ji Yinhuang glanced at it and said faintly, "Put it down." He was a perfectionist. Everything had to be the best. This tea smelled far worse than the tea he usually drank, and he found it hard to swallow. Old Zhong did not dare to say anything else and served a few more refreshments, but Ji Yinhuang did not touch them. It was already past dinner time, and everyone was hungry. However, since the crown prince did not have any intention of eating, they naturally did not dare to mention it. Soon, 2 hours were about to pass. Second uncle secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to say that it was time, the door opened and Ning Xuema walked out. "It's done. It's connected." In her previous life, Not only did she learn Chinese medicine, she also learned surgery from an international top medical genius. Being a special agent was a dangerous profession. She and her subordinates often got injured, but as long as she was by their side, they would be treated in time. Not to mention that she could reattach an arm. Even if there was a hole in the heart, she could heal it as long as the emergency treatment was in time. The equipment of this era naturally could not be compared to the modern professional equipment, but fortunately, her medical skills were superb, and she was able to reattach Second Aunt's arm properly. She also used a special method to slightly dredge Second Aunt's blood vessels. When everyone rushed in to check Second Aunt's injury, her broken fingers were already trembling unconsciously. Miracle! This was simply a miracle. Where did she learn such medical skills from? Ji and Huang looked at Ning Xuema with an inquisitive gaze. Second uncle regretted it and wanted to think of a way to renege. How can this be considered reattached? At most, you could just sew her arm back. She definitely won't be able to move her arm, and her palm won't be able to grasp anything. Ji and Huang's lips curled up slightly. Whether she can grasp something or not, we'll know once we try. He opened his palm, and a gold ingot appeared in his palm. He casually stuffed it into Second Aunt's injured hand and slowly said, "If you can grasp it, this gold ingot is yours." Although Second Aunt was unconscious, her greedy nature had already seeped into her bones. The moment her palm touched the gold ingot, she trembled slightly and immediately clenched her 5 fingers tightly, nimbly grasping the gold ingot in her hand. Second uncle was speechless. Ji and Huang flicked his finger, and Second Aunt woke up from her coma. Her physical strength was really good. As soon as she woke up, she didn't care that her arm was bandaged like a dumpling. She immediately raised her hand to look at the gold in her palm. Second uncle originally wanted to say that she might not be able to raise her arm, but he didn't expect his wife to do this. This made him choke on his words. In front of his crown prince, Second uncle and his wife didn't dare to blatantly renege on the debt. However, when they thought about having to pay a few thousand taels of silver, they felt as if their flesh was being cut off while they were still alive. The Second Aunt decided to take another gamble. Xuema said that my arm would be as good as new, but I can barely hold something with my arm now. It hurts so much when I lift my arm a little. She can't completely cure my arm. Ning Xuema shot her a glance. Even if a dog's leg is broken, it would still need to be reattached for a period of time before it can recover to its original state. What's more, your arm fell off and was reattached. Rest well for a month. If you can't recover in a month, come and find me again. Injuries to the tendons and bones would take 100 days to recover. How could someone who had lost an arm recover in a month? Chapter 28. Not to mention Second uncle and his wife. Even Ji and Huang did not believe it. However, he had his own methods. With a snap of his fingers, an imperial bodyguard descended from the sky and knelt in front of him. Ji Yunhuang ordered, "Bring this woman to the Supreme Court. Have the bailiffs find a quiet room for her to recuperate for a month. After a month, bring her to see this prince." Second Aunt was so frightened that her face changed. How could she enter the yamen as she pleased? If she went in, even if she did not die, she would lose a layer of skin. She loudly begged for mercy, saying that she did not want to go there and that she could go home to recuperate. Ji and Huang naturally did not agree. He was not interested in this woman's life or death. What he was most interested in was whether Ning Xuema's medical skills were as good as what she said. Thus, he waved his hand, and the Second Aunt was carried away without any explanation. The bailiffs in the Supreme Court were comparable to coroners. They were all astute and valiant. If Second Aunt wanted to cause trouble or harm herself, there was no way. He was very relieved. Since the Crown Prince had arranged it this way, those people naturally did not dare to say anything else. One by one, they left dejectedly. With the Crown Prince as her guarantor, Ning Xuema was not afraid that Second Uncle would cause trouble. She stretched out her small hand and yawned. This day had been really thrilling. It had been a day of ups and downs. Her small body could not take it anymore and was tired. Her actions were obviously to chase him away, but the Crown Prince pretended that he did not see it. He calmly chatted with Ning Xuema and asked her about her medical skills. Ning Shuima naturally would not foolishly say that she had transmigrated. Thus, she gave a very mysterious answer that no one could find any fault with. Heaven's gift. I accidentally learned it from a deity in a dream. Ji Huang was speechless. Naturally, he didn't believe her nonsense, so he chatted with her for a while. Unfortunately, this little girl looked innocent and unaffected. Her eyes were as clear as crystal, but her words were watertight. No matter how he tried to pry, he couldn't find a single flaw in her story. Seeing that it was late at night, Ning Shuima could not help but ask, "Your Highness, it's already late. When will you return to the residence?" Ji Huang suddenly raised his hand to ruffle her hair. "All right, I won't disturb you. This prince will go back now. I'll come back to see you in a few days." Then he left. Ning Shuima sat on the chair in a daze for a moment. She actually couldn't avoid the crown prince's palm. His movements didn't seem to be fast, but they were as smooth as flowing water. Before his palm reached her head, an inexplicable pressure had already reached her, causing her to be unable to move. Only then did he pat her head as if she was a little kid. This crown prince was indeed a genius among geniuses. Her martial arts were not on the same level as his. If he wanted to kill her, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. It seemed that she had to cultivate in seclusion. At the very least, she had to strengthen this little body of hers and restore the power she had in her previous life. She was sitting there with her head bowed as she planned for the future. The chastity-testing beast in the iron cage finally couldn't stand it anymore. It slammed the iron cage with a loud crash. "Woman, when are you going to prepare my food? Didn't you promise to prepare a table of good dishes and a jar of good wine for me? I'm hungry. I want to eat 10 roasted suckling pigs, 5 roasted whole lambs, and also 10 pounds of medium well steak." In one breath, it listed out many of its favorite dishes from its previous life. At the end, it didn't forget to add, "Don't give this lousy cow's head to eat. This lousy has eaten it for over 100 years. I've already eaten it until I vomited." Chapter 29. The chastity-testing beast's food was a kind of divine cow's head, and it was a freshly cut cow's head. For other chastity-testing beasts, it might be a delicious meal. But for him, who had transmigrated into a beast, every time he ate a meal, it would undoubtedly be a torture for him. Now, he was finally adopted by a little girl who understood his language. Later on, he would no longer have to suffer that kind of torture. Ning Shuima was very generous. She instructed old Zhong, and the newly hired chef was eager to show off his skills. Very quickly, he prepared a table of good dishes. Of course, the chastity-testing beast also ordered a lot of dishes. Ning Shuima didn't expect that the chastity-testing beast's sturdy and majestic body would actually get drunk with just a touch of wine. It only drank half a jar of green bamboo leaf, but it was already 70 to 80% drunk. The wine entered its intestines, and it howled English songs all night long. It was so noisy that everyone in the mansion was alarmed and unable to sleep. Ning Shuima let someone boil half a pot of hangover soup. After coaxing it to drink it, it finally calmed down. It lay there and muttered, crying and talking. It wept and complained about the grievances of transmigrating into a beast. It thought that after transmigrating, it would be like the male protagonist in other men's novels. It thought that it would be able to achieve earth-shattering things, and that it would be able to have countless beautiful women take the initiative to wrap themselves around it. It didn't expect that after being locked in an iron cage for 100 years, eating cow's head every day, not to mention beautiful women, it didn't even see half a female beast. Ning Shuima originally thought that being transmigrated while sleeping was already hard enough. After listening to the chastity-testing beast's tearful complaints, she felt satisfied. This beast was much more bitter than she was. The new servants of Marquis Jingyuan's mansion saw the following strange scene. Their young master got a blanket and sat in front of the iron cage. After chatting for a long time with the ferocious chastity-testing beast, their young master began to call the chastity-testing beast Tom. Everyone was surprised. Tom? Could it be that this chastity-testing beast was actually a female beast? This name was very strange. The chastity-testing beast's English name was Tom. After 100 years, someone finally called him by his original name. He was very moved, and his impression of Ning Xuemo went up another level. Loyalty was refreshed. It was a very trustworthy beast, since it had promised Ning Xuemo that it would look after the gold. Even if it was drunk, it wouldn't slack off. After drinking the hangover soup, it simply laid down on the chest that contained the gold and fell asleep. Mansion of the Sixth Prince, the moonlight was perfect, and the flowers were beautiful. In the octagonal pavilion in the garden, Ji Yunhao sat on the main seat, surrounded by 3 beautiful women. These 3 beauties were all his concubines. They couldn't even be considered as side concubines. Your Highness, congratulations on finally canceling that marriage. Ning Xuemo can't even compare to us. How could she be worthy of being Your Highness's concubine? The beauty in pink said, That's right. Your Highness is wise to withdraw from this engagement. That trash isn't even qualified to be the prince's maid, not to mention anything else. Beauty Lu continued. Here's to the prince finally getting rid of that trash. The beauty raised her wine cup. Ji Yunhao's gloomy face turned slightly better. They were right. Trash was trash. Even if she occasionally showed off, it didn't change the fact that she was trash. He was now a favored prince in the royal family. His status would only become more and more honorable. Successfully withdrawing from this engagement was the right thing to do. He didn't do anything wrong. He raised his head and drank the wine, then looked up at the moonlight. That good-for-nothing girl must be under a lot of pressure from her so-called relatives, right? Chapter 30. Perhaps the 2,000 taels of gold had already been stolen by someone else, and she had even been beaten up. The scene of Ning Xuemo being beaten to the ground seemed to flash before his eyes. His heart felt a little better. He was the one who proposed breaking off the engagement and dumping her. At that time, she only did that to regain her face. Perhaps she was regretting it in her heart. He drank another cup of wine, completely unaware that his thoughts had revolved around that girl the entire night. Your Highness! The surroundings darkened, and the shadow guard he sent silently appeared in front of him, kneeling on the ground. How is it? Ji Yunhao asked. He felt that this shadow guard should be able to bring back good news. That shadow guard looked at his 3 concubines and wanted to speak, but stopped. They're all on the same side. There is no harm in speaking. Ji Yunhao wanted to let these concubines hear how miserable that stinky girl was right now. His Highness's orders were greater than the heavens. That shadow guard paused for a moment before finally telling him everything that he saw in Marquis Jingyuan's mansion. His memory and ability to organize his words were very good, so he spoke very vividly. The more Ji Yunhao listened, the darker his face became. Without waiting for that shadow guard to finish, he slapped the table. You're saying that she knows martial arts? Her relatives couldn't do anything to her. Instead, they were fiercely taught a lesson by her? Yes. Miss Ning's martial arts are very strange, but it is very effective. This subordinate has never seen it before. Ji Yunhao's face was as calm as water. He also remembered the scene in the square where Ning Xuemo had intentionally or unintentionally avoided his pressure point ceiling. Could it be that the girl's so-called trash physique was fake? Was she hiding it? It shouldn't be, right? The psychokinesis crystal ball had never made a mistake before. His heart was like a ball of fire. With a pa sound, his fingers directly crushed the wine cup. That shadow guard paused, as if he still had something to say. Ji Yunhao was impatient. What happened after that? Was there really no one who dared to reach out and steal the gold? The shadow guard lowered his head. This subordinate didn't see what happened after that, but His Highness the Crown Prince discovered this subordinate. Ji Yunhao's body stiffened, greatly surprised. My 3rd brother. He was also there? Where did you go? The shadow guard was ashamed. This subordinate also did not know when His Highness the Crown Prince arrived. When this subordinate discovered him, he was already behind this subordinate. His Highness the Crown Prince asked this subordinate to pass on a message to you. He repeated Ji Yunhuang's words word for word. Ji Yunhao. His face felt like it had been slapped. It was burning hot. The 3 beauties who had been flattering him didn't dare to say anything when they saw him like this. The peach blossom beauty was a little bolder and said, That little hussy's relatives are just a bunch of trash. It was normal that he couldn't do anything to her. Prince, you don't have to take it to heart. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe the crown prince just happened to pass by. Get lost. Ji Yunhao suddenly smashed the table with his palm. The wine and dishes on the table shattered into pieces. The beauties left pathetically. Ji Yunhao's anger had yet to dissipate. Passing by. What the fuck? His Highness the Crown Prince could pass by someone's residence? She did not expect that the Crown Prince, who had always pursued perfection and had never placed anyone in his eyes, would actually be interested in that woman. He thought that what he had thrown away was just a rag. Who would have thought? He secretly clenched his teeth and slowly ordered, "This woman is a little strange. Send someone to keep a close eye on her. If there is any movement, quickly report back." For the next few days, Ning Xuema's days were leisurely and fulfilling. Chapter 31. Marquis Jing Yuan's household had many things to do. Fortunately, she now had money and a rather capable old Zhong. All the chores were handled by old Zhong, and the important matters were reported to her. All the pavilions in Marquis Jing Yuan's household had been repainted, and the servants who had been recruited had their own duties under old Zhong's guidance. It was chaotic but orderly. Old Zhong also swept away his previous decadence, as if he had been rejuvenated. His back was perfectly straight, and he walked with vigor. His young miss had gone through such a disaster, and it was as if she had been reborn. She finally had the aura of a general's daughter. In the future, their Marquis Jing Yuan's household would no longer be bullied. More importantly, he didn't know where young miss had learned her medical skills, which could be called miraculous. Old Zhong's back was originally a little hunched, but Ning Xuema had only inserted a few needles into his body, and unexpectedly, his perennial hunchback was cured. Old Zhong felt as if he was 10 years younger. His voice was a lot louder, and he was even more grateful to his young miss. He spared no effort to take care of everything in the Marquis Jing Yuan's household. In just 10 days, the Marquis Jing Yuan's household was already on the right track. Ning Xuema actually wasn't idle these few days. She was concocting all kinds of medicine, buying all kinds of tools, and of course she also refined a pile of poison. Her body was weak now, and her skills were shallow. Although the Marquis Jing Yuan's household seemed to be on the right track, in fact, she didn't know how many undercurrents were surging around. There were many people who wanted to kill her and then trample her back into the mud. She had to add more insurance for herself. In a situation where her skills were weak, poison was indispensable to her, of course. In her free time, she also cultivated her own skills. Because the cultivation method was special, she didn't want other people to see it. Fortunately, she had a special cultivation room, and every day she would cultivate inside for 4 hours. There were many people in the Marquis Jing Yuan's household, and there were also people eyeing covetously from outside. In order to prevent people from trespassing into her cultivation room and medicine room, Ning Xuema set up Zhuge Liang's 8-front formation around these 2 rooms. This continent probably had something to do with cultivating techniques, so they didn't pay attention to formations. Even if 2 armies were to face off, they would only use the most common formation and didn't know anything about those mysterious formations. So no matter how the almighty Shadow Guards thought of all sorts of methods, they were still unable to get within 5 feet of these 2 places. As a result, the report that Ji Yunhao received was as follows. After Miss Ning woke up today, she entered an octagonal pavilion and stayed there for 6 hours. Afterwards, she entered a small building covered by green trees and stayed there for 6 hours. I don't know what kind of formation was set up in those 2 places, but every time I secretly followed them, I would have hallucinations, so I couldn't go in to take a look. Magic array. Ji Yunhao held his breath and frowned. In this world, only conjurers whose psychokinesis had reached the 3rd level of the Earth rank could form a trapping array. In the Vaskai Empire, there were very few people who could set up this kind of array, only 3 or 4 of them. One of them was the Crown Prince, while the others held important positions in various large sects and rarely left the mountain. The trashy girl could actually form a magic array. This was too heaven-defying. Are you sure? Is it really a spell formation? he asked in a deep voice. This, the shadow guard pondered for a moment, then honestly said, "It's somewhat similar to a spell formation, but not too similar. Legend has it that the spell formation uses talismans as the medium and psychokinesis as the main body. I heard that people who enter the spell formation will be injured by the spell and won't be able to distinguish north from south. But this Miss Ning's spell formation seems to have been set up with the help of those flowers, trees, pavilions, and boulders. There are many forks in the road, and it's impossible to tell which one is the correct one. I feel that if we use psychokinesis to destroy those flowers, trees, and other things, we should be able to break it. But if we do that, we will inevitably alarm the people of the Marquis Jingyuan's household, so I don't dare to act rashly." Chapter 32. Ji Yunhao's face was as calm as water as he asked the shadow guard a few more questions. For example, everything that the Marquis Jingyuan's estate had recently purchased and the movements of the other people in the estate. This time, the shadow guard's answers were very specific, and he directly handed Ji Yunhao the list that he had secretly recorded. When Ji Yunhao finished looking at the list, his face almost turned green. The other things like tables and chairs were easy to deal with. After all, she was just decorating the Marquis Jingyuan's estate. She actually bought countless knives and scissors, countless bags of embroidery needles, countless kinds of thin threads, as well as various bottles and jars. The most important thing was he didn't know if that lass wanted to open a medicine shop, but she actually bought 10 caddies of all the common and uncommon herbs in the world. Ji Yunhao looked at the densely packed list and felt dizzy. He simply couldn't see what that lass was trying to do. He had also heard that she had helped that second aunt reattach her broken arm, but he didn't know how effective it was. After all, that second aunt was currently in the Supreme Court and was being closely guarded. Because it was the Crown Prince's orders, even Ji Yunhao's people couldn't go in to check. That lass really had amazing medical skills? That's impossible. How come he had never heard of her before? Could it be that the Crown Prince had deliberately set up a puzzle, using that lass as a ruse? Ji Yunhuang's thoughts were not something that ordinary people could guess. After sending the shadow guard away, he sat on the chair and pondered for a long time, but he still couldn't think of a reason. "Your Highness is in a good mood, admiring the moon in the garden at this time." A delicate voice sounded and a green-clothed girl came out from the corner. This girl's eyebrows were delicate and her figure was slim. Walking out in such a graceful manner, she was also beautiful. Her foot seemed to be tripped by something and she cried out in pain. She staggered and fell into Ji Yunhao's arms, hugging a soft and fragrant body. Ji Yunhao's expression also became gentle. "Daichong, why are you here? Your Highness hasn't seen Daichong for several days already. Daichong could only deliver herself to your doorstep." Hu Daichong pouted. "This prince has indeed been busy these few days and neglected you. I'll compensate you now." Ji Yunhao didn't say anything else and kissed her while his hands carelessly rubbed her body. "Io, you're so naughty. You're bullying me again." Hu Daichong's pretty face was bright red. She giggled in his arms, but her pair of small hands seemed to want to resist him. Ji Yunhao was also in high spirits. The more he took advantage of her, the angrier he got, seeing that the heavenly lightning was about to trigger the earthly fire. Hu Daichong suddenly grabbed his naughty hand and stopped him from continuing. "Your Highness, we can't continue like this. After all, we haven't gotten married yet." Ji Yunhao's mood was interrupted, and his tone wasn't very good. "Daichong, this prince will definitely marry you. After a few, let Imperial Father grant us a marriage. This prince will definitely not let you down. You see, for you, this prince has even canceled the marriage with the concubine. Your Highness, Daichong is doing this for your own good. If that trash really becomes the 6th king's concubine, she will lose face with the 6th king's palace. This servant is not willing to be sisters with the trash." Hu Daichong curled her lips, her tone filled with disdain for Ning Xiuema. Trash? Was that girl really trash? Ning Xiuema's smiling eyes flashed in front of Ji Yunhao's eyes, and then he thought of the news he had heard in the past few days. His heart suddenly felt somewhat irritated, and he was somewhat lost in thought. "Your Highness? Your Highness?" Hu Daichang waved her small hand in front of his eyes, and he finally came back to his senses. Thank you to Raging Flamestone and other local tyrants for your tips. Mumu has nothing to repay you with, so I added a chapter to express my gratitude. Chapter 33. The girl in his arms was disheveled, and her snow-white skin was faintly discernible. He suddenly lost interest and gently pushed her away. All right, Daichang, it's already late. You should go back. Otherwise, it won't be good if someone finds out. He was actually absent-minded while holding her. This was something that had never happened before. Hu Daichang suddenly felt uncertain and flustered. Her watery eyes turned, and she hugged his arm. Your Highness, this servant has learned a new method of brewing tea. I want your Highness to have a taste of this servant's skills. Yunhao nodded and readily agreed. All right, let's go to Crane Gazing Pavilion tomorrow. This prince wants to see if my beloved concubine's skills have improved. Hu Daichang smiled sweetly and finally left in satisfaction. Her martial arts weren't low. Her figure flashed a few times in the garden and disappeared without a trace. Ji Yunhao looked at her back and let out a sigh of relief. He shouldn't have made the wrong choice. This girl should be his official concubine. Hu Daichang was the most favored daughter of the current Grand Marshal, Hu Qinghua. Hu Qinghua was originally a general under Ning Xiuma's father, Marquis Jing Yuan. He was brave and skilled in battle. His intelligence was outstanding, and he was also good at managing the government. After Marquis Jing Yuan died, he took over Marquis Jing Yuan's official title and became the new Grand Marshal. With military power in hand, he held great power. He was a person with real power in the imperial court. He was also someone that the princes wanted to win over. Being able to capture the heart of his daughter, Hu Daichang, was also a fluke. Hu Daichang originally liked his third brother, the Crown Prince. However, the Crown Prince didn't put Hu Daichang in his eyes. He embarrassed her several times and finally made her give up. Ji Yunhao took advantage of this and captured the heart of the beauty. Hu Daichang had a good family background, good looks, and talent. She was also so gentle and lovely. She was a good match for him. Therefore, he doted on her and loved her. He risked being scolded by his imperial father to think of a way to cancel Ning Xiuma's engagement. This girl was the one he wanted. That Ning Xiuma wasn't even worthy of carrying her shoes. It wasn't wrong for him to cancel the engagement. The Crane Gazing Pavilion was the largest and most tasteful tea house in the capital of vast Sky Country. The hardware and software here were all top-notch. Of course, it was also the most expensive. Even a cup of ordinary tea here would cost 10 taels of silver, which was equivalent to the monthly salary of an intermediate martial master. The people who came here to drink tea were either rich or respectable, and they were the kind of people who would throw away their money like this. Ning Xiuma sat in a tea house on the second floor. She looked at the small red clay pot in front of her with a pained expression. She sniffed the aroma of the tea and sighed softly. Ordering tea here was different from ordering tea in modern times. In modern times, they ordered tea by the type of tea, but here they ordered the type of pot. She casually selected the small red clay pot and walked upstairs. Ning Xiuma finally understood why the surrounding customers looked at her so strangely when she ordered this pot of tea, when the tea brewer carried the tea set up on a golden plate inlaid with jewels, as if it were a peerless treasure. What the fuck? This is actually the most valuable one. Here, a teapot made from red clay was more valuable than any other tea set. A pot of tea made from this kind of teapot actually cost 1,000 taels of silver. Although Ning Xiuma had just made a fortune, her recent expenses were not small. In just half a month's time, she had already spent 3/4 of her 2,000 taels of gold. Now, she only had 500 taels left. Here, 500 taels of gold was equivalent to 2,500 taels of silver. She deeply felt that she could no longer sit around and eat until she ran out of money. Therefore, she came out today to look for business opportunities to make money. Chapter 34. When she was tired from walking around the streets, she strolled to this tea house to rest and have a cup of tea to moisten her throat. Who would have thought that a pot of tea would cost her 1,000 taels of silver? She was in so much pain. No wonder after she ordered this pot of tea, the waiter respectfully welcomed her upstairs. It seemed like he really thought of her as a fat sheep to be slaughtered. Fortunately, the fine tea and snacks here were complimentary, or else she would feel even more pain. The tea house on the second floor was indeed a place for the rich. The design of the tea house was strange. The four bamboo walls were hung with famous calligraphy and paintings. The calligraphy and paintings of this world were similar to that of ancient China. The paintings were done with fine brushwork, and the words were written with bold cursive script. The calligraphy and paintings hanging here were also by famous masters. Ning Xuema had heard of a few of them before. Every piece of calligraphy and painting was worth a lot. Any one of them could be exchanged for a few thousand taels of silver. Among these calligraphy and paintings, the landscape painting hanging in the middle was the largest and most conspicuous. It was a landscape painting with splashed ink. The mountains were stacked on top of each other, and the clouds and mist were rising. There were strange trees and strange rocks and mountain streams. All of them were majestic and full of spiritual energy. It made people feel as if they were in the mountains. There was a line of words inscribed in the corner. The words were like dragons and snakes. They were elegant and had a proud character like a winter plum blossom. The inscription was the number of years the painting was done and the name of the painter. Han Shanhue. Ning Xuemo read out the name of the painter. She knew that this was a leading figure in the world of calligraphy and painting. It was equivalent to Su Beihong and Qi Baishu in her era. Any one of their paintings could be exchanged for a few mansions, and it was extremely difficult to find one. It seemed like this tea house had indeed spent a lot of money to improve the taste of the entire tea house. Ning Xuema drank a mouthful of tea and swallowed a piece of snack. Suddenly, she felt that the 1,000 taels of silver was not so painful. Money was a bastard. She could still earn money after spending it. With her ability, why would she be afraid of not being able to earn money in this era? Moreover, she had just inquired about a way to earn money. She heard that there were countless herbs in the Tianshu Mountain, which was 100 miles away from the main city. There was no lack of precious herbs. In a few days, she would go there and take a look. Perhaps she would be lucky enough to pick some extremely rare ones. If that happened, she would have struck it rich. However, she heard that there were a lot of magical beasts in the mountains. Many herb gatherers who went there never returned. This caused the medicinal herbs produced there to be very scarce in the market. If she wanted to go there, she had to prepare well. She couldn't act blindly. She transmigrated here to laugh at the world, not to feed the magical beasts. She lowered her head and was thinking about the next step of making money when the light at the door dimmed. Two people walked in hand. Both of them were dressed in luxurious clothes. The man had a tall and straight figure and a handsome face. His eagle-like eyes exuded the dignity of a superior person. When he turned around, they radiated radiance in all directions. The woman's hair was tied up in a bun, and her makeup was exquisite. Every movement of hers had the demeanor of a noble lady. The layout of this tea house was unique, like a modern music tea house. There were translucent screens and potted plants between the tea houses. Ning Xuema was sitting near the window in a relatively quiet corner. Therefore, when the two people came in, they did not see her. Ning Xuema only glanced at the two people before withdrawing her gaze. The sixth prince, Ji Yunhao, was her body's former fiancé. He no longer had any relationship with her. Her energy was limited, so she would not pay attention to irrelevant people. As for the woman beside him, the corners of Ning Xuema's mouth slightly hooked up. She picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Chapter 35. The corners of Ning Xuema's lips curled up slightly. She picked up the teacup and took a sip. She closed her eyes and listened to the zither playing from behind the beaded curtains. The zither playing skills of a zither player here were naturally at the pinnacle of perfection. The sound of the zither was like flowing water, leisurely drifting through the fragrance of the tea, giving people a rare sense of tranquility. Ning Xuema knew how to play the zither. After all, when she was in the modern era, she liked to listen to some ancient music in her free time. What zither, pipa, eru, piano, as long as it was light music, she liked to listen to it. She even played a few pieces herself as a form of entertainment. Although she had never heard the zither playing this piece before, it had the advantage of being quiet and secluded. It could cleanse the soul. She felt that drinking tea and listening to this would allow her to calm down and think about her own matters. The other customers in the tea house were also quietly listening and occasionally whispering to each other. Pah! A crisp sound broke the silence of the mountain forest. Everyone was startled and turned to look at the source of the sound. That tea set was used by someone else. Didn't I tell you to keep a red clay tea set? Miss Daichang was angry. The waiter who had brought the tea set for their table looked at the broken teacup on the ground with heartache and retorted in a low voice. Miss Hu, this set is the red clay tea set that you often use. You never use the bamboo red clay tea set, so I gave it to another customer to use. Just because I often use this set doesn't mean I'll use it again this time. Since I told you to keep it, you have to keep it for me. Hurry up and get that tea set back. Wash it properly and send it to me. If you say another word, I'll break your dog leg. Hu Daichang wanted to show off her prestige as the daughter of a great general in front of Ji Yunhao, so she became more and more aggressive. General Hu's power reached the heavens, and the sixth prince was a member of the imperial family. These two people were not people the waiter could afford to offend. He could only run down to report to his manager. A moment later, a scholarly-looking middle-aged scholar who was dressed even more elegantly than his appearance walked over with quick steps. He first greeted the sixth prince and Miss Hu before walking to Ning Xiuma's tea table. He sized her up without batting an eyelid. Today, Ning Xiuma was wearing a light pink muslin dress, which made her small face look even more tender and tender. She looked like a pure and innocent child, so he did not take it to heart. He cupped his fist and said, "This young customer, I'm really sorry. Your tea set has already been ordered by someone, but the servant forgot about it and sent it to you. Now, the original owner wants to take it back. Do you think you can let go of your tea set? I'll give you another pot of good tea as an apology." Ning Xiuma, Miss Hu's words, her small mouth. "Manager, this is your fault. I clearly heard that the customer over there didn't order this tea set in the beginning. How did it become that they had already ordered this tea set? Originally, I didn't care much about this tea set. If you told me the truth, I might have happily given it up. But now, you're blatantly lying. You obviously think I'm a child who's easy to bully. I don't want to give up this tea set anymore." The manager was stunned. He had thought that she was easy to fool because of her young age and amiable appearance. Who would have thought that her words would be so sharp? An awkward expression appeared on his face. Before he could say anything, Hu Daichang heard the commotion and walked over. Chapter 36. Hu Daichang heard the commotion and walked over. She looked down at Ning Xiuma and said, "Oh, I was wondering who dared to steal my tea set. So it's you, the trash. Shopkeeper, you're in the wrong here. Your tea house is a place where high officials and nobles come. How can you let this kind of trash in?" The thick disdain in her tone was like aged vinegar, spreading to every corner of the tea house. Countless eyes looked over and fell on Ning Xiuma. There was suspicion, bewilderment, and confusion in their eyes. Ning Xiuma had become famous recently. Many people had seen her true face when she was carried through the streets in an iron cage. However, at that time, Ning Xiuma's hair was disheveled and her face was red and swollen. She was so embarrassed that it was almost impossible to recognize her human form. How could she be as fresh as now? It was no wonder that most people didn't recognize her. Hu Daichang saw everyone's gaze and became even more proud. "Everyone, she is Ning Xiuma from Marquis Ning Jingyuan's mansion, who was caught stealing a man a few days ago. This kind of trash is actually drinking tea in the same tea house as us. Don't you think we should ask the shopkeeper to drive her out?" Everyone looked at each other. Ning Xiuma's incident a few days ago was well known throughout the city. They naturally knew about it. However, didn't it prove that Miss Ning was wrongly accused? Although everyone looked down on trash, seeing Hu Daichang so arrogantly bully a little girl made them look down on her. Most people didn't respond. Only a few people who wanted to flatter the sixth prince, and Hu Daichang responded, Yes, drive her out. Drive her out. Such a person doesn't deserve to stay in this tea house. Get out quickly." Hu Daichang was flattered by these people and became even more proud. Her gaze fell on Ning Xiuma's face again. She wanted to see her trembling in anger or being scared silly. However, she didn't expect that Ning Xiuma was still sitting there calmly, playing with a cup of tea in her hand. She looked at her as if she was watching a monkey play. Such a gaze pierced Hu Jiechang's heart. She said angrily, "Why are you looking at me like that? Feeling guilty?" Ning Xiuma smiled and said softly, "Who are you calling a slut?" "Bitch, I'm talking about you." Hu Daichang replied without thinking. "As expected, the slut is talking about me." Ning Xiuma's voice was crisp and clear, like a string of silver bells ringing. "Since you've admitted it yourself, then I won't say anything more about you. Take care of yourself and try to get rid of this word as soon as possible." Poochie, huh? Someone in the tea house couldn't help but laugh. This little girl's counterattack was really ruthless. Hu Daichang finally reacted. Her pretty face flushed red, and she couldn't help but raise her hand to slap her. "You little bitch." Her movements were extremely fast, and her hand was like the wind. This time, she used her telekinesis and was determined to break Ning Xiuma's white teeth. However, Ning Xiuma only raised her hand slightly. Before Hu Jiechang's palm could touch her, she suddenly screamed and hurriedly withdrew her hand. "It hurts. It hurts so much." Her palm felt like it had been stung by a wasp. It hurt so much that she wanted to stomp her feet. "Little bitch, you dare to plot against me?" Ning Xiuma raised her eyebrows. "Hu Daichang, what are you doing now? You were the one who wanted to hit me, okay? You're dead. You little bitch, you actually used needles to stab me." Carrot. Chapter 37. Where did I prick you with a needle? Show it to everyone. Hu Daichang raised the hand that was pricked as if she was raising a flag. "You slut, don't even think about denying it. You pricked my palm." When she opened her palm, she discovered that her palm was ruddy. Not to mention a needle mark, there wasn't even a red dot to be seen. Everyone's eyes were sharp. They looked at her palm and then back at her with suspicion in their eyes. Hu Daichang also discovered this abnormality. She withdrew her hand and looked at it in disbelief. She was stunned. Ning Xiuma sighed softly and suddenly looked in the direction of the tea house not far away. "Sixth Prince, your future princess consort was pricked. Aren't you going to come out and take a look? Show some concern?" The Sixth Prince's future princess consort. Everyone's eyes widened as they followed Ning Xiuma's gaze. The Sixth Prince, Ji Yunhao, wanted to strangle Hu Daichang to death. He and Hu Daichang were not engaged yet. If this was exposed in advance, it would be detrimental to his reputation. After all, he had just broken off his engagement with Ning Xiuma. However, since Ning Xiuma had called him out, he could only brace himself and come out. His gaze fell on Ning Xiuma and slightly narrowed. He hadn't seen her for more than 10 days, but this girl had become much more lively. Her once emaciated face was now much more tender. Her once excessively thin chin now had a perfect curve. Perhaps it was because of the hot weather, but her white cheeks had a faint blush. Her eyes were big and curved, and the black pupils inside were as black as ink and as pure as water. When she looked at people, she was like a calm lake, giving people an indescribable sense of tranquility. The wind from outside the window blew in, causing her pink clothes to flutter in the wind. She looked innocent, well-behaved, and completely harmless. Her appearance was clearly the same, but her temperament was very different from before. At such a young age, she seemed to have the power to captivate people's souls, making people unable to move their eyes away. Ji Yunhao calmed himself down, and his face sank. He opened his mouth and reprimanded. "Ning Xiuma, what nonsense are you talking about?" Ning Xiuma blinked her eyes innocently. "How could it be nonsense? Sixth Prince, this Miss Hu Daichang even has a child with you. Don't tell me you don't plan to marry her. Wasn't it because of her that you tried so hard to break off the engagement?" Shocking thunder. He had a baby. In other words, the Sixth Prince and Miss Hu Daichang didn't just get together these few days, but had been having an affair for a long time. Everyone's eyes became brighter and more subtle. Hu Jiechang's pretty face flushed red. She was indeed pregnant, but it was only a little more than a month. She thought that she wouldn't show it, but she didn't expect Ning Xiuma to expose her. She couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. Ning Xiuma, how dare you? How dare you make irresponsible remarks? Ji Yunhao was also stunned, and his handsome face turned even darker. In Chong Kong country, regardless of whether the two parties were engaged or not, losing one's virginity before marriage was the most despicable act. One would be reviled by tens of thousands of people. Even if the man had 3 wives and 4 concubines, if he had a relationship with an innocent girl without any status, he would also be despised by everyone. Ning Xiuma, do you know what kind of punishment you will receive for speaking nonsense? Ji Yunhao's voice was as cold as ice. Ning Xiuma's expression became even more innocent. I know, but I didn't speak nonsense. What I said was the truth. Miss Hu is clearly 45 days pregnant. She tilted her head slightly, causing the 2 buns on her head to sway slightly. She blinked her eyes and suddenly had a look of realization. Could it be that the baby in her belly isn't yours? Chapter 38. Hu Daichong, Ji Yunhao, everyone. Hu Daichong was shocked and angry. Ning Xiuma was right about the pregnancy date. How'd she know? The doctor who had taken her pulse had clearly been killed in time. Ning Xiuma, you dare to slander my reputation? I'm going to kill you. Hu Daichong's palm flashed and a sword appeared. She swung it at Ning Xiuma. Ji Yunhao raised his hand to stop her, but he thought of something and his eyes flashed. He didn't make a move. However, Ning Xiuma was already prepared for this. Just as the sword was about to pierce her neck, she suddenly lowered her body, causing Hu Daichong's killing blow to hit nothing but air. Hu Daichong couldn't stop her sword and stabbed the red clay pot on the table. Pot! A crisp sound rang out, and the red clay pot shattered into pieces. 2 of the teacups were also broken. Miss Hu, are you angry out of humiliation? It doesn't matter if you get angry and break the shop's precious tea set, but don't get angry and harm your body. It won't be good if the baby is affected. Ning Xiuma's body spun around before she sat back down. She looked at Hu Daichong and spoke in a serious tone. Hu Daichong. She was about to go crazy. She was so angry that her lips were trembling. You still want to talk nonsense? Little slut, if I don't kill you today, I'm not human. Hu Daichong flicked her wrist, and the sword in her hand emitted a sword light that was about a foot long. It attacked Ning Xiuma like a storm. Ning Xiuma's body was like a willow in the wind as she dodged the sword light. There were several times when the sword light was about to hit her, but she dodged it by a hair's breadth. Seeing Hu Daichong's sword coming at her again, she let out a soft cry. The chair she was sitting on suddenly flipped over, and her body slid out like a fish, escaping the encirclement of Hu Daichong's sword. She slid past Hu Daichong like the wind. Hu Daichong's ankle seemed to have been stung by something. A thread of pain shot up from the stung area and into her abdomen. She was in so much pain that her face turned white. With a cry of pain, she threw away the sword and hugged her stomach. She bent over and almost wanted to roll on the ground. Daichong, what's wrong? Ji Yunhao subconsciously supported her. Hu Daichong felt a warm current flowing out from the secret place between her legs. Was she really going to have a miscarriage? She was so scared that her face turned pale. She blurted out, Our child is gone. The moment he said that, everyone in the hall fell silent. Really? It was actually real. Originally, they were still a little skeptical of Ning Xiuma's words, but now the evidence was irrefutable. Everyone looked at Hu Daichong with disdain. This stupid woman. Ji Yunhao cursed in his heart, but he couldn't do anything about it. He lowered his voice and said to Ning Xiuma, Good, you're ruthless enough. If anything happens to her, this prince won't let you off. Ning Xiuma also became angry. Ji Yunhao, Hu Daichong, the 2 of you secretly colluded with each other and had an affair for a long time. In order to achieve your goal, you came to frame me, wanting to ruin my reputation. Fortunately, the heavens opened their eyes and allowed the chastity-testing beast to prove my innocence. Otherwise, I would have suffered an unjust injustice. I'm an orphan girl. My arms can't twist the thighs of you nobles. I also despise your conduct. That's why I did as you wished. I quickly broke off the engagement and let you, this adulterous pair, get what you wanted. You're still not satisfied and bully an orphan girl like me. Do you really think that there's no justice in this world? Do you really think that you can cover the sky with one hand? Everyone here can testify for me. She was clearly the one who provoked me. She slapped and chopped at me. It was as if she wanted to kill me to silence me. I didn't even fight back. She used up all her strength. What does it have to do with me if the fetus is affected? How can this be blamed on me? Chapter 39. Her big eyes were filled with tears. You shouldn't bully people like this, right? Hu Daichang, I used to treat you as a good friend. When I was 7 years old, you chased after me and called me big sister. You even said that although I was younger than you, my birthday was older than yours, so you should call me little big sister and respect me. You even said that you would always be my best friend and call me little big sister. Is this how you treat little big sister? I always gave in to you and tolerated you. You stole my fiancé, but I didn't want to argue with you. You always bullied me, but I also gave in to you. I just wanted to settle things peacefully. Who would have thought that you would work together to scheme against me? Now you even want to threaten me and frame me. She clearly looked like she was about to cry, but her words were like exploding beans. She spoke quickly, but each word was clear. Every word was like a bullet hitting people's hearts. So it was like this. So the truth was like this. Everyone suddenly understood. They looked at Ji Yunhao and Hu Daichang with even more disdain. Ji Yunhao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was also a smart person. Although the matter of Ning Xiuma being wronged wasn't done by him, he could already guess who did it. Other than the woman in his arms, there was no one else, but he couldn't say it out loud. After all, he still had a use for her in the future. He still wanted to marry Hu Daichang and obtain Marshal Hu's support. Originally, he wanted to casually find a scapegoat to smooth over this matter. In any case, he could at least explain himself. However, he did not expect that Ning Xiuma would reveal the matter between him and Hu Daichang at this moment. Faintly, she also pinned the main culprit of that matter on him. Unfortunately, he still could not explain. The people drinking tea in this tea house were all famous people in the imperial city. He couldn't silence them one by one. His gaze fell on Ning Xiuma's body, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. He opened his mouth to say something, but Hu Daichang felt a warm flow down there. She didn't care about anything else and couldn't help grabbing his sleeve. Her voice trembled as she said, "Your Highness, save our child. I'm bleeding." Ji Yunhao subconsciously lowered his head and saw that Hu Daichang's skirt was wet. "What's that smell?" Someone muttered in a low voice and wrinkled his nose. "Why does it smell like urine?" Someone asked, fanning his nose in disgust. "Miss Hu, are you sure you're bleeding? Not urinary incontinence?" Ning Xiuma also took a step back, her little nose wrinkling slightly. However, he sneered in his heart. This ungrateful woman. At that time, Hu Daichang was also poor. Her father was seriously ill, and she was begging on the streets. She was molested by a lecher. Coincidentally, Ning Xiuma, who was 6 years old at the time, saw it and sent people to save her. The original owner of the body, Ning Xiuma, was kind-hearted. Seeing that Hu Daichang was pitiful, not only did she invite a doctor to treat her father's illness, but she also brought Hu Daichang and her father to Marquis Jingyuan's mansion. It was because of this that Hu Daichang's father had the opportunity to climb up the social ladder. It was also because of this that Hu Daichang and her father were where they were today. At that time, Hu Daichang followed behind Ning Xiuma every day. She, a 13-year-old girl, chased after Ning Xiuma, a 7-year-old girl, and tried her best to curry favor with Ning Xiuma. However, she didn't expect that before Marquis Jingyuan's mansion fell, Hu Daichang would always have a disdainful look on her face whenever she saw Ning Xiuma. She would often bully her openly and secretly, humiliate her in front of others, and even beat her up because of a small retort. Ning Xiuma was beaten black and blue and almost lost her life. Chapter 40. In order to snatch Ning Xiuma's fiancé, she had used all kinds of underhanded methods to kill Ning Xiuma. The reason why Ning Xiuma had been drugged and locked in an iron cage was all because of her. How could Ning Xiuma be polite to this kind of woman? She had purposely hit an acupuncture point on Hu Daichang's leg to make her lose control of her urine. At this time, she wouldn't let her have a miscarriage. However, The child in her belly would sooner or later become a stone fetus and stay in her belly forever. She would no longer have the ability to give birth. This was the justice that Ning Xiuma wanted for the original owner of this body. That girl couldn't die in vain like this. For a rich young miss to lose control of her urine in front of so many people was the most shameful thing. She had thrown her face all the way to the Pacific Ocean. Seeing that everyone was looking at her skirt, Hu Daichang had never been so embarrassed in her life. She even had the heart to dig a hole in the ground. Her pretty face was green and white. Her chest was heaving up and down. Suddenly, she covered her face and cried. Ning Xiumo raised her eyebrows in confusion. It's just incontinence, not a real miscarriage. Why are you crying? Ha! A golden shadow flashed in the air and whipped towards Ning Xiumo. This golden shadow appeared too suddenly without any warning. By the time Ning Xiumo noticed it, it was already too late to dodge. She only managed to avoid the important part. The golden shadow whipped her back, causing her to stagger. Ning Xiumo quickly steadied herself and raised her head. She saw Ji Yunhao standing in front of her with a whip-shaped golden shadow flickering in his palm. Ning Xiumo apologized. Ning Xiumo's back felt like it had been stung by a hornet. She couldn't help but look back. She knew that her back was bleeding. Why? Ning Xiumo's fingers slowly clenched. Why did this bastard hit her? And under the watchful eyes of so many people, based on the fact that I was once your fiancé, I have the right to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. The golden whip in Ji Yunhao's hand flashed again and lashed towards Ning Xiumo's body. This time, Ning Xiumo was prepared. She instinctively wanted to use the mystifying steps that she had learned in the modern era. However, the moment she moved, the spot on her back that was hit suddenly stiffened. Following that, her legs went numb and she was unable to move. She could only raise her arm to block at the critical moment. Ning Xiumo looked at her tattered sleeve. The skin under her sleeve had a reddish-purple color, and an intense pain accompanied by numbness and itchiness spread throughout her entire arm. Was there poison on his strange golden whip? It actually made it difficult for her to move. Ning Xiumo, this prince will say one more thing. Hurry up and apologize to Daichang. Ji Yunhao gripped his golden whip and took a step forward. He was like a jade-faced Azura, his baleful aura threatening. Your Highness, I don't want this slut's apology. Beat her to death. Beat her to death. Hu Daichang clamored from aside. Ning Xiumo retreated a step, but because her legs were weak, she tripped and fell to the ground with a thump. The surrounding people let out soft hissing sounds, but no one dared to step forward and meddle in this matter. Whether it was the Grand Marshal's daughter or the sixth prince, they were not people they could provoke. The more influential a person was, the more things they feared. There were already people who were afraid of being caught in the crossfire and secretly went downstairs. Ning Xiumo's body was in intense pain, and she was unable to raise her body. She opened her eyes to look at Ji Yunhao's murderous eyes, and her heart turned cold. She had been too careless. She thought that these days she had already recovered 20 to 30% of her strength, and with her unfathomable qigong, she would be able to protect herself from harm. She didn't expect that Ji Yunhao would actually use his psychokinesis to drive the soul-breaking whip to attack her in public. Chapter 41. She did not have any relatives or friends here. At this critical moment, she did not even have anyone to save her. Looking at Ji Yunhao's expression, even if she gave in and apologized to Hu Daichang, he would not let her go. He would definitely think of other ways to thoroughly humiliate her. Seeing that Ji Yunhao was about to whip her again, her lips slowly hooked into a sneer. Ji Yunhao, if I don't die, I will make you pay 10 times the price for today's whipping. Her gaze was too cold, causing Ji Yunhao's heart to turn cold. At the same time, there was also an inexplicable unwillingness and anger. This girl used to listen to everything he said. She used to secretly look at him. She used to secretly collect everything about him. Her heart used to be filled with him. Now, although she respectfully called him Prince, she looked at him as if she was looking at smelly garbage. She no longer had any feelings for him, but at this time, she still shone brightly, Only her brilliance did not bloom for him. Since it was like this, he might as well just kill her. At least her gaze did not stop for other men. He was the only one who was her fiancé. Even if he killed her now, it would at most be considered a mistake. His imperial father would not punish him for an orphan. At most, he would be fined a few years of his salary and locked up for a few days. He could also use the excuse of regret and compensation to take this little girl as a concubine. That way, she would still be his even after death. Countless calculations could be made in a flash. Ji Yunhao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The strange golden whip in his hand suddenly became as thick as a gossamer. He raised his arm, and the golden whip swam in the air like a snake, whipping towards Ning Xuema's neck. Ning Xuema's entire body was already numb with pain. Unable to dodge, she could only close her eyes. She did not expect that she would die here today. Hu Jiechang's eyes flashed with crazy pride. She was very clear about the power of Ji Yunhao's whip. As long as it really hit Ning Xuema, it would directly break her throat and kill her. Seeing that Ji Yunhao's whip was about to kiss Ning Xuema's neck like a viper, a light blue radiance suddenly flashed in the air. In the blink of an eye, a protective shield formed in front of Ning Xuema's body. Ji Yunhao's deadly whip hit the protective shield, causing it to ripple like water. Ji Yunhao's hand trembled, and the golden whip almost flew out of his hand. His expression changed as he took a step back. "Brother Crown Prince." A shadow flashed at the door as Ji Yunhuang slowly walked in. Today, he was wearing a low-key yet gorgeous thin robe. He still wore that huge jade ring on his thumb, and the jasper on his waist was like a pool of flowing water. His gentle temperament carried an indescribable sense of nobility and indifference. "We pay our respects to Your Highness the Crown Prince." Everyone in the tea room knelt down, including Ji Yunhao. Hu Jiechang's watery eyes flashed with a hint of complexity. She naturally followed suit and knelt down. However, in a gentle voice, she said a few more words. "Daichang pays her respects to Your Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness the Crown Prince has graced us with his presence. Daichang did not kneel earlier to welcome you. Please forgive me." She was unable to continue speaking because the Crown Prince whom she had respectfully welcomed did not even look at her. He directly walked past her and bent down to help Ning Xuema up from the ground. "Xuema, how do you feel?" Chapter 42. Everyone was speechless. The Crown Prince, who had always liked cleanliness and could not bear to see anything that was not neat, would actually personally help a girl who had been whipped until she was covered in blood. Moreover, she was a girl who was called the #1 trash. Hu Jiechang's face turned pale again. Ji Yunhao's face was also ugly. How could his brother, who had always pursued perfection, be so nice to a trash? His gaze was fixed on Ji Yunhuang's hand that was supporting Ning Xuema. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. When he saw Ji Yunhuang carrying Ning Xuema, he paused and walked forward with a medicine bottle in his hand. A pill was rolling in the bottle. "Xuema, this is for treating whip wounds. Actually, I did not mean to hit you. It's just that you dash. It's just that what?" Ji Yunhuang interrupted. His voice was calm, but it shocked Ji Yunhao. He calmed himself down and coughed. Just as he was about to explain, Hu Daichang impatiently said, "Reporting to Your Highness, it's just that she was too arrogant. She even insulted the imperial family. She should be taught a lesson." Ji Yunhuang glanced at her and lightly said, "Who taught you these rules? How can a commoner like you interrupt when the Crown Prince is speaking?" Hu Daichang choked. Although she was the marshal's daughter, she did not have an official title. She was indeed a commoner. This Crown Prince seemed to have a good temper, but he was not lenient when he needed to. If someone really provoked him, even if it was the imperial uncle, he would still beat them up. The emperor had personally given him an imperial edict that gave him the right to act first and report later. Hu Daichang naturally did not dare to provoke him. Although she was unwilling, she still retreated. Ji Yunhao was also somewhat embarrassed. His hand was still stretched out, but Ning Xuema did not even look at him. Of course, she did not have the intention to take the medicine bottle either. He sheepishly withdrew his hand and replied to Ji Yunhuang, "Brother Wang, you don't know. Just now, Shuama was spouting nonsense and slandering me and Miss Hu. I didn't want to see her continue making mistakes, so I taught her a lesson. Slander you? Ji and Huang smiled faintly. So you're saying that Miss Hu is not pregnant? This. Ji and Hao paused for a moment. Just as he was about to clench his teeth and deny it, he suddenly saw the figure of an imperial physician among the surrounding guests. His crown prince brother was about to wave to that imperial physician. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Brother Wang, this is my fault." It was this younger brother who was unable to control his emotions that day and made a mistake. However, I will marry her. In these 2 days, this younger brother was going to ask Imperial Father for forgiveness and ask Imperial Father to grant the marriage. Royal Brother, this matter implicates the royal family's decency. I beg Royal Brother to let it go for now. Ji and Huang's expression turned cold. No matter what, since this matter is true, then it can't be considered as Shuama slandering you. Why did you act so ruthlessly to kill her? Little brother was just angry at the moment, and seeing that a little girl like her was speaking nonsense, I wanted to teach her a lesson. I didn't want to take her life. Just now, it was just a slip of the hand. You're not her father or brother. Why do you have to teach her a lesson? Little brother. After all, little brother was once her fiancé. That's right. It was once. It was only once. 6 brother, you've already broken off the engagement with her. She has nothing to do with you anymore. You don't have a right to meddle in her affairs anymore. Ji and Huang indifferently threw out these words. He carried Ning Shuama and walked out. Ji Yunhao looked at Ning Shuama obediently lying in Ji Yunhuang's arms. Chapter 43. Ji Yunhao looked at Ning Shuama obediently lying in Ji Yunhuang's arms. He clenched his fists under his sleeves, and his eyes darkened. He took 2 steps forward and said, "Shuama, this kind of whip wound can only be cured by my special medicine." You. Ning Shuama lifted her small face from Ji Yunhuang's shoulder and opened her small hands towards Ji Yunhao. Did she just forgive him? She was willing to accept his medicine? Ji Yunhao was delighted and quickly handed the pill to her. Half of this pill should be applied externally, and the other half should be taken orally. Pooh! With a soft sound, the pill was crushed by Ning Shuama and turned into powder. She opened her palm and blew on it. The powder flew out and almost landed on Ji Yunhao's face. Ji Yunhao was speechless. Ning Shuama's thin lips slightly hooked up. Ji Yunhao, this time we're definitely enemies. I hope your skin is tough enough to withstand my counterattack. Ji Yunhao looked at her being carried by Ji Yunhuang into a low-key yet luxurious carriage. His heart inexplicably turned cold, and he shivered. Your Highness. Hu Daichang walked over, and her voice was filled with unwillingness. Your Highness, are we just going to let this slut off like this? She still had the smell of urine on her. Ji Yunhao took 2 steps to the side and said indifferently, Daichang, you're still a noble lady. Calling this slut this and that, aren't you afraid that it will lower your status? He turned around and left with large strides. He suddenly felt some regret in his heart. It was as if he had picked up a sesame seed and lost a watermelon. Hu Daichang was choked by his words, and her face turned red. She usually tried her best to pretend to be a virtuous lady in front of Ji Yunhao. Her voice was soft and gentle, and she had never said anything bad. But because she met Ning Shuama, every time she saw this little girl, she would remember her lowly status in the past. She didn't want to think about how Ning Shuama had given her a new lease of life back then. She only wanted to think about how her ugliest side had been exposed in front of that little girl. Every time she saw Ning Shuama, she felt very uncomfortable. Only by ruthlessly trampling on Ning Shuama could she feel better. That little slut, she was already as lowly as dust, but she actually made such a big fool of herself today. The grudge between her and her was set. If she didn't kill her, she wouldn't be human. She clenched her fists tightly, as if she was clenching Ning Shuama's slender neck. Shuama, you shouldn't have destroyed that pill. After all, that was the only antidote for this whip wound. The luxurious carriage was spacious and well-equipped. Ning Shuama was placed on a snow-white brocade quilt. The brocade quilt was as soft as the clouds, and Ning Shuama was comfortable lying on it. Ji Yunhuang sat opposite her. Ning Xiuma lowered her head to check the wound on her arm. She faintly said, "I don't want that scum's things. I can make the antidote myself." She had the residue of the antidote on her hand, and she could smell its composition just by smelling it. Ji Yunhuang's eyes lit up. "You can actually make that kind of antidote." According to what he knew, the antidote for Ji Yunhao's soul-breaking whip was a secret of the imperial family. In this world, only the palace's secret pharmacist could make it. Moreover, he was the only one who knew the prescription. There were many doctors who wanted to get their hands on the prescription, but none of them had succeeded. This little girl only crushed an antidote pill, and she was able to make it? Ning Xiuma didn't answer him. She took the brocade handkerchief beside her and wiped her hands clean. She used her hand to support her chin and looked at Ji Yunhuang with a smile. Chapter 44. Ning Xiuma did not answer him. She took a handkerchief from the side and wiped her hands clean. She used her hand to support her chin and looked at Ji Yunhuang with a smile. "Your Highness, are you interested in the antidote? Why don't I tell you the method to refine the antidote as a reward for saving my life?" Ji Yunhuang's eyes flashed, and he smiled slightly. This prince is not interested in the antidote. As long as Miss can refine the antidote to cure the poison in your body, it will be fine. He already had a faint understanding of this little fox's temperament. She seemed to be cunning, but she was someone who clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. She would repay kindness and hatred and did not like to owe people favors. Therefore, it was better for her to owe him a favor. Boring. Feeling bored, Ning Xiuma turned over. However, she forgot about her injuries for a moment. This movement affected the wounds on her body, causing her to hiss lightly. She pursed her lips and endured the pain. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Ji Yunhuang looked at her slightly pale face. He knew the pain of this kind of whip wound. Even a 7-foot-tall man would be in so much pain that he could not help but groan. This little girl could actually endure it and not make a sound. She could even laugh out loud. What kind of living environment could force her to endure this kind of pain? He had already investigated the matters in Marquis Ning Jingyuan's residence. He knew that Ning Xiuma had lived a difficult life these past few years and was often bullied by others. He was not surprised that she could endure hardships, but to be able to endure pain, it was somewhat out of his expectations. It made him admire her in his heart. Originally, he was only interested in her medical skills and her strange qigong. But now, he was interested in her as a person. Seeing her pursing her pale lips to endure the pain, he actually felt a kind of heartache. Heartache? Ji Yunhuang was secretly shocked. Even he felt heartache? He was a rare genius. No matter what he learned, he was able to learn it quickly. However, he had a flaw. He did not have any feelings. Although he looked as gentle as jade, he was indifferent to everyone. That year, when his mother, who loved him dearly, passed away, he did not feel any heartache or pain. His imperial father said that he was born to be a ruler. A ruler should be emotionless and should not be influenced by feelings. Only then could he be iron-blooded and just. Only then could he be a good ruler. However, he still had some regrets in his heart. He didn't expect that he would have this kind of feeling after seeing Ning Xiuma today. This kind of feeling was unavoidably novel to him. He looked at Ning Xiuma in a daze. Ning Xiuma thought that no matter how painful the whip wound was, it would only hurt for a while. As long as she could endure it, she would be fine. However, she did not expect that after an hour had passed, the pain from the whip did not lessen. Instead, it seemed to have worsened, causing her to be unable to rest in peace. Ji Yunhuang watched as more and more sweat appeared on her forehead. He seemed to have thought of something and said, "That's right, I forgot to tell you. If you don't use the special antidote for this kind of whip wound, it will continue to hurt and will never stop." Ning Xiuma, fuck, why didn't you say so earlier? No wonder when she crushed that pill and blew it all over that scumbag Ji Yunhao's face, that guy was still so calm and collected. He had an expression that said he was certain she would go back and beg him. So it was because of this. If she had known earlier, she would have taken his antidote first to relieve the pain. When the whip wound was healed, she would have gone to beat him until his face was full of peach blossoms. That way, she would have been able to vent the anger in her heart instead of seeking a momentary satisfaction. Could it be that she had to continue to be in pain while concocting the antidote? Damn it, she was in so much pain that she wanted to beat someone up. She simply could not calm her heart down. Chapter 45. Ji and Huang looked at her wrinkled little face and guessed what she was thinking. Why don't you follow me back to the Crown Prince's residence first? I'll send someone to ask Sixth Brother for the antidote. No one would refuse to give face to the Crown Prince, especially Ji Yunhao. This was not a bad idea. She was in so much pain that she was sweating all over. If she did not endure it, her fingers would be trembling. It would be extremely difficult for her to concoct the antidote in this state. Ning Xiuma nodded. I'll have to trouble your highness. Although she said those words calmly, her lips were already trembling. Ji and Huang looked at her for a moment and lifted his sleeve to wipe away the sweat on her forehead. You're still a child. If you're in pain, you should shout it out. Even if you cry, why do you have to endure it? Ning Xiuma stared blankly for a moment. In her previous life, she had been trained to endure pain. Therefore, although she often acted cute and killed people, she almost never cried. No matter how painful it was, she would quietly endure it. After enduring it for so long, she almost forgot what it felt like to cry. In her mind, crying was a sign of cowardice. Unless it was to prevent other people from crying, Ji and Huang's words made her heart feel warm. This crown prince, no matter what reason he had for being good to her, he was still concerned about her. She curled her lips and smiled, revealing 2 dimples on her cheeks. Many thanks for your highness' concern, but I don't want to cry. She wanted to beat Ji Yunhao into a pig's head even more. Ji and Huang bent his finger and lightly flicked her forehead. You don't mean what you say. Why are you so stubborn? This action was unavoidably too intimate. All the hairs on Ning Xiuma's body stood erect. She calmly moved backwards. Although Ji and Huang did not return to Chongkong country often, his residence was still the most majestic among all the prince's residences. Of course, compared to Ning Xiuma's Marquis Jingyuan's residence, it was much more superior. The carriage drove straight in. Ning Xiuma could not see the interior of the crown prince's residence from inside the carriage, but she could hear the sound of people kneeling and greeting. She could imagine the size of the residence. After the carriage entered the mansion, it continued to move forward for a full quarter of an hour before stopping. Welcome back, Your Highness the Crown Prince. A chorus of greetings came from outside. From the sound of it, there were at least 100 people. Xiuma, it's not convenient for you to move right now. This prince will carry you down. Ji and Huang didn't give her any chance to protest and carried her in his arms. A servant respectfully lifted the curtain of the sedan. Ji and Huang carried Ning Xiuma and walked out of the sedan in large strides. There were 2 rows of people kneeling below. One row was made up of maids, and the other row was made up of servants. The one leading them was a butler in luxurious clothes. Ning Xiuma lay in Ji Yunhuang's embrace, and she could feel countless gazes on her body. She didn't need to look to know that those gazes were filled with shock and astonishment. Who asked their crown prince to carry a legendary piece of trash in his arms? But she did not hear the low hiss of surprise in the tea house. It seemed that the rules of the crown prince's residence were pretty good. Her body was in unbearable pain, and she really could not stand on her own. She simply laid her head on his chest and waited for him to carry her in. In any case, he had already carried her in the tea house. Since it was an emergency, carrying once was carrying twice was also carrying. She was a modern person, so she did not care about this. Ning Xiuma heard Ji and Huang instructing the servants. She knew that he would not harm her at this time, so she was too lazy to listen. Your Highness, let us servants carry this young lady. For maids carried a spring stool over, wanting to take Ning Xiuma from Ji and Huang's arms. Chapter 46. No need. Ji and Huang did not even look at the bench as he carried Ning Xiuma and walked in. Everyone looked at Ji and Huang's back and were so shocked that their jaws almost fell to the ground. The crown prince, who had never been close to women, personally carried a young girl back. What was even more shocking was that he actually carried the young girl back to his own palace. The crown prince's palace. Didn't he never allow any women to enter? What kind of sacred being was this girl? Countless people looked at Immerse, the personal shadow guard who followed the crown prince out today. Immerse's handsome face did not have any expression. He was not a gossipy person, especially when it came to the crown prince. It was not something he could spread around. He turned around and disappeared. He was a shadow guard and would not easily show himself. If it was not for the fact that the crown prince needed him to drive the carriage, he would not have shown himself. Ning Xiaoma did not know that the room she was currently sleeping in was Ji Yanhuang's sleeping quarters. She laid on the soft, fragrant blanket and inadvertently swept her eyes over the room's decorations. For words popped up in her mind. Taste immortal chi. The room was mainly decorated in black and white. There was an ink landscape painting on the bed curtains and a black and white marble screen. There was a marble bonsai on the white jade table. There was a mist rising from the bonsai. The mist was quiet and the fragrance was far away, making people feel relaxed and happy. Ning Xiaoma lightly breathed in. This fragrance was not bad. It actually had an analgesic effect. As she laid here, the pain from the whip wounds on her body seemed to have lessened. Ning Xiaoma casually looked around and knew that although the things in the room looked ordinary, they were not cheap. She could not find them in the market. Xiaoma, you should stay here for now. The person who went to the Sixth Prince's palace to ask for the antidote will be back soon. Ji Yanhuang tucked her in. Today, the crown prince was not just gentle to her. Ning Xiaoma coughed. Thank you, crown prince. She looked around the room again and sincerely praised. I did not expect that a guest room could be decorated so elegantly. As expected of the crown prince's palace, it's really rich. Ji Yanhuang slightly paused and coughed. This is my palace, ah. Ning Xiaoma widened her eyes. There's a refreshing fragrance here that can alleviate your pain. Ji Yanhuang continued to explain. So that was how it was. Ning Xiaoma glanced at the marble bonsai on the long table. It turned out that it was actually a kind of strange fragrance. However, if he arranged for her to stay in the guest room, he could also move the bonsai there, right? You can't touch this bonsai. Ji Yanhuang was an understanding person, so he explained. Ning Xiaoma understood and nodded. Thank you very much. This crown prince was really warm-hearted. Even his sleeping quarters were given to her. Ji Yanhuang suddenly extended his finger and lightly tapped her head. You don't have to think too much. You're still a child. What can I do to you? Don't worry. Ning Xiaoma. Big brother, I didn't think too much about it. Your Highness, the Sixth Prince requests an audience. A guard reported from outside. Ji Yanhuang slightly frowned. He had only sent someone to ask Ji Yunhao for the antidote. Why did Ji Yunhao personally come? Xiaoma, you rest here first. This prince will go out and take a look. He walked out in large strides. In the living room, Ji Yunhao sat in the guest seat while a maid served him tea. Ji Yunhao tried to ask, where is His Highness the Crown Prince? Sixth Prince, please wait. Someone has already gone to report. Chapter 47. Sixth Prince, please wait a moment. Someone has already gone to report. The maids in the Crown Prince's residence were all shrewd. They did not directly answer Ji Yunhao's question. Ji Yunhao smiled faintly. While receiving the tea, he touched the maid's hand. With a flip of his wrist, a round bead was placed in the maid's palm. In a soft voice, he said, Many thanks, Mississippi. This prince admires Mrs. Pureheart. The maid was slightly startled, and her face turned red. Ji Yunhao's appearance was handsome, and when he smiled, his eyes were extremely captivating, causing her young maiden's heart to involuntarily skip a beat. She calmly withdrew her small hand, and the pearl in her palm had already been transferred to her sleeve. His Highness and the new girl are in the palace. They should be here soon. The maid added. Ji Yunhao's fingers that were holding the teacup tightened. His older brother, the Crown Prince, actually arranged for Ning Xiaoma to be in his palace. Why? What was his older brother, the Crown Prince, planning? He felt even more uncomfortable, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He wished he could immediately get up and rush to Ji Yunhuang's palace. While he was fidgeting, the sound of light and heavy footsteps could be heard at the door. Old Six, Why did you come here personally? Ji and Huang appeared and walked in. Ji Yunhao stood up and bowed. Third brother. Ji and Huang waved his hand. There is no need for such formalities in our own home. You could just give the antidote to my imperial bodyguard. Why did you come here personally? Little brother hurt her. I couldn't bear it, so I came to see how she is. How is she? It's not like you don't know the effects of your whip. Old Six, it's not that I want to criticize you, but how could you be so ruthless toward the little girl? Little brother was so angry at that time that I became muddle-headed. In a moment of anger, little brother knows his mistake. Ji Yunhao lowered his head. His soul-breaking whip was a magic tool. It was one of the top 5 weapons in Chong Kong country. Not only could it injure the body, it could also injure the soul. It could make people feel as if their soul was being torn apart. Ji Yunhao's temper was not good. His whip had injured countless people who disobeyed him. He would usually wait for people to be in so much pain that they were hovering between life and death. Then, he would decide whether to give the antidote based on that person's attitude. Even the most rebellious of men would be docile after he had whipped them once. Because if he angered him again and got whipped a second time, it would hurt even more and the pain would last longer. Of course, there were also those who were born stubborn and refused to admit their mistakes and died from the pain. He whipped Ning Shuama in the tea house because he was angry and wanted to teach her a lesson. Secondly, he wanted her to completely bow down to him and listen to his every word. If she listened to him in the future, he could even take her in as a concubine. Initially, he couldn't wait to kick this girl far away and stop pestering him. But now, he didn't want her to fall into someone else's hands and blossom beside someone else. His calculations were not bad, but he never thought that he would meet Ji and Huang there. What was even more unexpected was that the crown prince would personally carry someone away. This made him feel a sense of crisis. Ji and Huang faintly glanced at him and saw through his thoughts. However, he was too lazy to expose him. He stretched out his hand and said, "Give me the antidote." Ji Yunhuang's appearance was gentle, but his aura was strong. Ji Yunhao did not dare to disobey and could only take out a porcelain bottle. He was still unwilling to give up. This antidote is a little special. Why don't you let little brother personally apply the antidote? Chapter 48. All these years, you used the soul-breaking whip to injure a total of 1248 people. Did you personally apply the medicine on all of them? Ji Yunhuang's voice was neither warm nor angry, but it made Ji Yunhao break out in cold sweat. He did not expect that his elder brother, who did not seem to care about worldly affairs, would actually investigate him so thoroughly. He awkwardly handed the porcelain bottle to Ji Yunhuang. Younger brother was just thinking that since she is younger brother's fiancée, it would be unreasonable for others to apply medicine on her. You and her have already broken off the engagement. You no longer have anything to do with her. Ji and Huang took the medicine and turned to leave. Third brother, younger brother has something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Ji Yunhao did not give up. Since you don't know if you should say it, then don't say it. Ji and Huang was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and walked out in large strides. Third brother, after all, she was once engaged to me. Even if the engagement was broken off, it could not cover up this fact. If third brother still has any thoughts about her, I'm afraid you'll be ridiculed by the common people. Ji Yunhao simply said it all in one breath. Ji Yunhuang slowly turned around, his handsome face unable to discern whether he was happy or angry. What thoughts does this prince have toward her? Ji Yunhao choked, but his heart relaxed. Listening to his third brother's tone, it seemed that he did not have any thoughts about that girl. He bowed and said, "Younger brother misspoke. With third brother's prestige, how could you have any thoughts about that little girl? The maids in third brother's residence are also more noble than her." "Oh, that's right. Third brother, I know that you only pity her, but arranging for her to recuperate in your palace is still somewhat inappropriate. I thought that you would casually give her a guest room." He had not finished speaking when Ji Yunhuang interrupted him. "Do I need you to teach me how to arrange her?" Ji Yunhao choked on his words. Ji Yunhuang's gaze swept across the hall, and he said indifferently, "Who was the talkative one?" There were a total of 4 maids in the hall. Hearing his words, they all knelt down. The maid serving tea was so frightened that her soul almost left her body. Her body trembled. If one of you does not confess, all of you will be punished. Ji and Wang said 8 more words. The other 3 maids, 6 pairs of eyes, simultaneously looked at the maid serving tea. The maidservant knew that she couldn't escape, so she knelt down and begged for mercy. Your Highness, please calm down. It was a slip of the tongue. I know my mistake. Ji and Wang extended his hand towards Ji Yunhao. Soul-breaking whip. Ji Yunhao didn't dare to refuse and could only hand over the golden whip to Ji Yunwang. Pa! Pa! As the golden light flickered, 3 bloody whip marks appeared on the maidservant's body. The maid rolled on the ground in pain and couldn't help but wail. Her mournful screams made the others tremble in fear. They lay on the ground and didn't dare to raise their heads. Ji and Wang threw the whip to Ji Yunhao. Old 6, she was punished because of you. You can give her the antidote, but after giving her the antidote, don't call me your brother anymore. He turned around and strode out the door. Just as he was about to reach the door, he turned around and said indifferently, She is the daughter of the late Marquis Jing Yuan. She deserves everyone's respect. Don't compare her to a maid. With that last sentence, he had already disappeared. Ji Yunhao was left out in the cold. He felt rather awkward, and his handsome face turned red. The maid who was beaten had already fainted from the pain. She desperately crawled to his feet and pulled on his robe. Your Highness, please save me. Please give me the antidote. Ji Yunhao kicked her away in disgust and said to the housekeeper at the door, I will take my leave now. Please say goodbye to His Highness the Crown Prince. Chapter 49. The housekeeper naturally replied with a few polite words and sent Ji Yunhao away. The maid was still rolling on the ground, screaming in pain until her voice was hoarse. Someone come, throw her out. The housekeeper ordered someone to drag the maid out like a dead dog. Although the maid was still alive, she could only die from the pain without any antidote. With the previous example, the other maids in the Crown Prince's residence became more cautious and conscientious. In the future, no one dared to say a word. Ning Shuima's injuries were on her back, arms, and shoulders. The injuries on her arms and shoulders were easy to deal with, but the injuries on her back needed help. Furthermore, she had to take off her clothes. Ning Shuima took the medicine bottle and looked at Ji Yunhuang, who was sitting beside her with a calm expression. Your Highness, are you not going out for a walk? Ji Yunhuang smiled. This prince has finished all his official business, so I don't need to go out for a walk. He did it on purpose, right? Ning Shuima secretly gritted her teeth. I'm going to apply the medicine. Go ahead. Ning Shuima. Then I'll have to trouble your Highness to call a maid to apply the medicine on my back. This prince has never allowed any woman to enter this palace. At most, only the shadow guards can enter. You want him to apply the medicine for you? Ji Yunhuang raised his eyebrows. Ning Shuima. Your Highness, there are always exceptions. I'm also a girl, so didn't I come in? Since your Highness has already made an exception once, why not make another one? Yes, yes. Ji Yunhuang glanced at her. If there is a first, there will be a second. If there is a second, there will be a third. Therefore, this prince has decided that in order to not make a third exception, I will not make a second exception. You will be this prince's one and only exception. One and only your head. Ning Shumo really did not understand why this prince insisted on applying the medicine for her personally. His perverted nature was acting up. Did he want to take advantage of her? However, her current body had neither breasts nor buttocks. What was there to see? What's more, the Crown Prince's residence was filled with beauties. He only needed to wave his hand, and there would be a large number of beauties willing to offer themselves to sleep with him. Why would he deliberately look at a young lowly who had not yet grown up? Was the Crown Prince a Lilican? Ning Shuma looked at Ji Yunhuang with a trace of suspicion in her eyes. Ji Yunhuang raised his hand and wanted to knock her head again. Why are you looking at me like that? If this prince wanted to do something to you, would this prince still need to borrow you to treat your injuries and take advantage of you? That was true, Ning Shuma blurted out. Then why did you have to treat me personally? Ji Yunhuang said, First, this king's rules cannot be broken. Secondly, I don't want to see you leave a glaring scar at such a young age. The scars left behind by the soul-beating whip cannot be removed with the antidote alone. It must be accompanied by my unique healing technique. So it was like that. Ning Xiaomao naturally did not want to leave a scar. Although she had her own methods to remove scars, it would be good to see the unique healing techniques of this era. Her temperament was straightforward. She immediately took off her clothes and lay down. Of course, she used her clothes to cover her front, only revealing her bare back and arms. "Your Highness, please." Ji Yanhuang was speechless. She was too straightforward. This girl was really not a normal, kind of straightforward. She was like a completely different person from the legends. After all, she was only a 13-year-old girl. Coupled with the fact that she was malnourished, her body had not yet developed. On her thin and weak back, there was a scarlet red whip scar that looked like a large centipede lying there. It was extremely ugly. Ning Xiaomao was lying there and did not see Ji Yanhuang's sharp eagle eyes, which stopped at her back. There was a light red birthmark there. The birthmark was in the shape of a pagoda, which looked a little strange. Chapter 50. Ji Yanhuang's finger lightly touched the birthmark on her back, and a glimmer of light flashed through his eyes. She was not an imposter. She was the real Ning Xiaomao. 12 years ago, he had accidentally seen her when she was a baby. He had seen her birthmark and had even touched it out of curiosity. Other things were easy to impersonate, but not this. Moreover, other than her parents and him, there was probably no one else who knew about her birthmark. He was afraid that even this little girl herself did not know about it. He dissolved the remaining half of the pill in water and used his fingertips to smear it inch by inch on her wounds. Ning Xiaomao felt as if there was an electric current flowing through his fingertips. The pain in the places that he had passed through immediately disappeared. After a slight warmth, there was a cooling sensation, followed by a slight itch. Ning Xiaomao had been injured many times in her previous life, so she naturally knew what it felt like to have a wound heel. It was no different from the feeling she had now, and her recovery speed was even faster than in the modern world. It seemed like this crown prince's unique healing technique was also very brilliant. Very quickly, he finished smearing the medicine on her back. Seeing that he seemed to have the intention to stop, Ning Xiaomao hurriedly moved her arm towards his direction. "I'll have to trouble you to treat the wounds on my arm and shoulder as well." Ji Yanhuang's chuckle came from behind her. "Didn't you not want this prince to treat your wounds? Your Highness said that if there is a first time, there will be a second time. Since your Highness has already treated this commoner's back, then it doesn't matter if you treat a few more places. Good deeds must be done to the end." Ning Xiaomao's pain lessened, and her voice also became clearer. "You really know how to climb up the pole." Ji Yanhuang's voice sounded like he was laughing, yet not laughing. It sounded like he was sighing and probing. "If you were this quick-witted from the start, would you have been bullied? Now, you seem like a completely different person. Could it be that he was suspicious of her identity? Your Highness should have heard of the saying, put yourself on the brink of death, right? I'm someone who has died once, so naturally, I'm more open-minded. It's reasonable for my temperament to change. It's possible for temperament to change, but you suddenly gain some skills, which is quite surprising. Perhaps the heavens saw that I had suffered too much humiliation and specially compensated me by bestowing me with so many abilities, allowing me to turn over a new leaf." Ji Yanhuang. Ning Xiaomao answered every question, and her answers were flawless. Even someone as astute as Ji Yanhuang could not find any loopholes in her answers. He couldn't help but sigh. He didn't ask any more questions and focused on treating the whip wounds on her arms and shoulders. Ning Xiaomao watched his movements attentively. She saw that there was a faint green light emitting from his fingertips as he applied the medicine to her wound. Under the green light, her wound felt cool. Could this be the art of rejuvenation that only those who cultivated the wood elemental psychokinesis could learn? Previously, he had only seen it in the game. Now, he could finally see it in real life. Psychokinesis, what a magical thing. Was there really nothing on her body? This was the first time that Ning Xiaomao was curious about psychokinesis since she had traveled to this world. Very quickly, Ji Yanhuang finished treating her injuries. Ji Yanhuang helped her bandage her wounds and instructed her to take note of a few things for the next few days. Only then did he get up to wash his hands. Ning Xiaomo looked at his slender back, and her heart suddenly moved. No matter what, this crown prince treated her quite well. He was also a genius in psychokinesis, so he must have some books on cultivating psychokinesis. She thought for a moment and decided to ask him for it. Ji and Huang was rather surprised. Aren't you a psychokinesis trash? Even if you can't cultivate by reading these books, it's useless. Chapter 51. He turned around and looked at Ning Xiaomo. Seeing her pair of big eyes that were full of spirit, sparkling under the candlelight, he suddenly thought of something. Xiaomo, do you want to take the test again? Perhaps after this big change, God not only gave you some skills, but also changed your trash body? Ning Xiaomo's eyes lit up. Okay. She had been unhappy with her trash body for a long time. What if there was a problem with the machine when she was young? That's good. You should rest here today. I'll take you there tomorrow. Ning Xiaomo raised her head and looked outside the window. Outside the window, the sky was filled with red clouds. It was already evening. She couldn't lie down anymore, so she lifted the quilt and sat up. Why don't we go now? Ji and Wang sighed. You're too impatient. Your injuries haven't healed yet, and you're still weak. Even if we wanted to test you, we wouldn't be able to tell. It's better for you to rest for a night and recover your energy before going. Ning Xiaomo's eyes looked around the room. In such a big room, there was only one bed. She probed. Your Highness, where are you going to sleep tonight? Ji and Huang looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. You want to invite me to sleep together? Invite your head. Your Highness really knows how to joke. This joke isn't funny at all. Your Highness must have many palaces. There must be beauties in those palaces who want to invite your Highness to sleep together. I'll have to trouble your Highness to help me close the door when you leave. Ning Xiaomo laid down on her side and closed her eyes. She had used up a lot of energy today and was tired. This prince doesn't have any beauties and only has one palace. Ji and Huang slowly opened his mouth. Ning Xiaomo opened her eyes in astonishment. This crown prince should be around 21 or 22 years old. According to the customs of this era, even if he didn't have a wife, he should have several concubines. At the very least, he should have several concubines. How could he still be single? Could it be he was gay? She couldn't help but size him up. His appearance was handsome and elegant, but his temperament was cold and his aura was strong. Could it be that he was two-faced? What kind of attitude does this era have towards romantic love? Or was he seen as a scourge? Or should I just let it be? She tried her best to search through the memories of this body, but there was no such information at all. Ji and Huang was a little scared by her gaze. Little girl, why are you looking at this prince like that? Ning Xiaomo asked tentatively. Your Highness, what do you think about sex? What was that? Ji and Huang expressed that he did not understand. Ning Xiaomo explained, a prostitute is a delicate and pretty young man raised by the sons of officials. Seeing that Ji and Huang was still at a loss, she might as well explain, a prostitute is a man who can be used to warm the bed. Ji and Huang's face was filled with disgust. Men can warm the bed? What kind of nonsense is in that little head of yours? Don't tell me the soul-beating whip has turned you stupid. He reached out to touch her forehead. You don't have a fever. Ning Xiaomo was speechless. No wonder she didn't have any memories of being gay. It turns out that this continent doesn't have gay people. It seems like this crown prince doesn't like men. Oh, it seems like he's clean. In this era where stallions are everywhere, such a clean man is more precious than a giant panda. Ning Xiaomo looked at him with a gaze filled with respect. She cupped her hands and said, It was Xiaomo who misunderstood, Your Highness. Your Highness, please forgive me. Chapter 52. It's fine, Ji and Huang casually replied. After he replied, he was a little puzzled. What did she misunderstand about him? Then Your Highness must be sleeping in the guest room tonight? Your Highness is so benevolent and righteous. Xiaomo really has no way to repay you. Ning Xiaomo did not give him the chance to flatter him before she shut her mouth. She stared in astonishment at the rope that flew out from Ji and Huang's sleeve and tied it to the two pillars. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Ji and Huang's body floated up and laid down on the rope. The rope swayed slightly and his clothes fluttered lightly. It looked as if he was lying down in the air. Tonight, this prince will sleep here. Little dragon girl. No, little dragon man. Heavens, could it be that this prince is the successor of the ancient tomb sect? I heard that he is a disciple of the world's #1 sect. Could it be that the world's #1 sect is actually a branch of the ancient tomb sect? Your Highness, does your sun, moon, divine sect sleep like this? Ji and Huang turned slightly on the rope. Little girl, you're talking nonsense. What sun, moon, divine sect? It's the sun, moon, divine sect. Ning Xuemo rubbed her nose. Fine, she automatically remembered the sun, moon, divine sect as Dongfangbu Bai's sun, moon, divine sect. However, with such a divine way and such a flashy style, it should be similar to the sun, moon, divine sect, right? Only, she did not know if their sect leader, the ancestor, was also as ecstatic as Dongfangbu Bai. At this moment, Ning Xuema's thoughts had already drifted 8,000 li away. She only heard Ji Yun Huang continue. This kind of resting method is only used by the sun, moon, divine sect's direct descendants. Furthermore, the deeper one's cultivation, the thinner the rope they sleep on. Just like my master, the rope he sleeps on is only as thick as a pinky finger. Ning Xuema looked at the rope under Ji Yun Huang's body, which was as thick as half a fist. She once again blurted out, "Your master is the ancestor's disciple, right? If he sleeps on a rope as thick as a pinky finger, then doesn't that mean your master, the ancestor, sleeps on a rope as thick as a thread?" Black lines appeared on Ji Yun Huang's face. He chuckled softly. No one has ever seen the ancestor's appearance when he is resting. Ning Xuema was curious. Really? Could it be that his disciples and maids who serve him have never seen him before? Ji Yun Huang lowered his eyes. No one has seen it. In fact, where the ancestor sleeps at night has always been an unsolved mystery. Ning Xuema. Mysterious indeed. Could this be the legendary saying of a crafty rabbit having 3 burrows? This venerable emperor seems to be quite paranoid. He doesn't trust anyone. Or maybe he was just trying to show off. Your Highness, doesn't your ancestor have white hair and a youthful complexion? He has the demeanor of a transcendent being. It was a pity that she didn't even get to see a corner of his robe. She felt a little regretful that she had missed the chance to meet the most eye-catching person in the world. Therefore, it was not a bad idea to ask someone who knew the situation. Ji Yun Huang sighed. Xuema, has no one ever told you that you can't casually discuss the ancestors' matters? Ning Xuema rubbed her nose again. There seemed to be such a thing. She smiled. There are only the 2 of us here. It shouldn't be a problem to talk about it a little, right? Besides, you are his direct disciple, so you should have seen him a few times. Why don't you tell me a little about him? Her pair of big eyes twinkled. Her appearance was very lovable. Ji Yun Huang's heart skipped a beat. He finally said a few words. I have been in the Sun-Moon sect for so long, but I have only seen the ancestor twice. The ancestor wears a mask all year round, so no one knows what he looks like. However, his hair is quite black, like a curtain. There is indeed no one who has the demeanor of a transcendent being like him. He is not someone ordinary people can compare to. Chapter 53. At this point, he stopped talking and did not want to talk about the ancestor anymore. It was obvious that he worshipped this master from the bottom of his heart. Ning Xuema smiled and did not say anything, but her heart did not agree. This ancestor should not be young anymore. He must be a wily old fox in Jianghu, so he should know what to do in order to be mysterious. It seemed that his technique was not that strong. Otherwise, he would not have failed to maintain his appearance and only managed to keep his hair black. The face under that mask must have been filled with wrinkles, so wrinkled that even flies could be caught in them. Ha ha, Xuema, what are you thinking? Ji Yun Huang asked. He felt that her expression was a little strange. Ah, nothing. Ning Xuema naturally would not tell him her inner thoughts. She turned over and got off the bed. Xuema's injuries are almost healed, so I should go home and rest. I won't disturb His Highness the Crown Prince any longer. Goodbye, goodbye. She cupped her hands towards Ji Yun Huang and turned to leave. If she really slept in the same room as the Crown Prince tonight, even if nothing happened, she would not be able to clear her name. According to the rules of this era, she could only marry the Crown Prince as his wife or concubine. Although she did not care much about the rules of this era, she still did not want to add unnecessary trouble. As she walked, the whip wounds on her body began to hurt again. The wounds that had just healed felt like they were going to split open again. Her forehead was covered in sweat. Ji and Huang naturally knew what she was worried about. His eyes darkened slightly. This little girl did not seem to care about being his woman at all. Did she know what she was giving up by leaving? He turned over and got off the bed. He raised his hand, and a faint white light was emitted. Ning Xuema's body became numb, and she lay back down on the bed. You can't move right now. You must rest for the night. Tonight, I will sleep outside and will not affect your reputation. Tomorrow morning, I will come and call you. With a wave of his sleeve, he put away the rope and walked out. A moment later, the voices of two maids came from outside the bedroom. His Highness ordered us to serve Miss Ning. If Miss Ning needs anything, please tell us. Ning Xuema's acupoints were sealed, so she couldn't move for a while. Fortunately, she could still speak. She asked casually, "Where is His Highness the Crown Prince?" His Highness has left the residence and will be back tomorrow morning. His Highness would rather sleep outside than in his own guest room. He was truly a freak. What Ning Xuema didn't know was that the Crown Prince had a huge obsession with choosing his room. He always slept in a fixed place, otherwise he wouldn't be able to fall asleep. Fifth Prince Mansion, the fifth prince, Ji Yanxiao, was a very regular prince. Every day, he would go to bed to rest, but tonight he couldn't sleep. This was because his third brother, the Crown Prince Ji Huang, had suddenly paid him a visit and insisted on playing a few games of chess with him. Among all the princes, only Ji Yanxiao's chess skills were comparable to the Crown Prince's. Thus, the two brothers had a lot of fun playing chess in the octagonal pavilion. Although Ji Yanxiao was an idle prince, he still had a lot of eyes and ears, so he was able to get information quickly. Tonight, Ji Huang seemed to be a little absent-minded. Occasionally, he would make a wrong move, which was very different from his usual style of chess. Ji Yanxiao teased him. "Third brother, this little brother heard a new, interesting news today. I heard that you gave Old Sixth a show of strength at the tea house, and even brought his little wife to your house. Is that true?" Chapter 54. Ji Huang's expression did not change as he indifferently said, "What Old Sixth's wife? She and Old Sixth broke off their engagement long ago. She is now only the daughter of Marquis Jingyuan." With a pa sound, the chess piece in Ji Yanxiao's hand fell onto the chessboard. "Are you serious? Third brother, are you really interested in that little girl? She is a good-for-nothing. Even Old Sixth dislikes her. Good-for-nothing? Maybe she just doesn't have psychokinesis aptitude." Ji Huang placed down a chess piece. TSK, speaking up for her like this, it seems like your stone heart is finally starting to waver. However, third brother, this little brother sincerely advises you. That girl was once engaged to Old Sixth. Even if she has already broken off the engagement, it won't be good for you to take her. There are so many beautiful women in this world who want to throw themselves at you. So why do you have to be entangled with her? Don't even talk about marrying her as an imperial concubine. Even if you want to take her as a concubine, Imperial Father will definitely not agree. With a pa sound, the chess piece in Ji Huang's hand almost shattered the chessboard. "Old Fifth, when did I say that I want to take a wife as a concubine? You're thinking too much. Come, it's rare for us brothers to get together. If I don't accompany you to kill all night, then I'm sorry that you called me third brother." The speed at which he placed his chess piece was much faster. Ji Yanxiao's lips twitched. Who was accompanying who? He had never stayed up this late before. He was so tired. Ning Xuema was awakened by a loud noise. She opened her eyes and saw the faint light of a fire outside the window. There was also the sound of hurried footsteps. "Lord Liu, no one is allowed to enter the Crown Prince's palace. Now that the Crown Prince is not here, without his permission, your people are not allowed to enter." Ning Xuema could tell that the person speaking was the Crown Prince's housekeeper. "I am handling this case by imperial decree. Since the criminal is hiding in the Crown Prince's palace, how can I catch her if I don't go in?" Lord Liu's voice was very dignified. "There's no other way. No matter what, you can't barge into the Crown Prince's palace. Otherwise, if the Crown Prince blames you, we won't be able to bear the consequences. Lord Liu, Why don't you wait until the crown prince returns? The housekeeper did not give way. There's a criminal in the crown prince's palace? Could it be that the person that Lord Liu wanted to capture her? Why? She didn't seem to have broken any laws, right? However, she also knew that once she was implicated in the royal family's affairs, who knew how many plots and schemes would be plotted against her? Since they came to arrest her with such great fanfare, they must have something on her. She was just an orphan girl with no one to rely on. If there were any officials or nobles who wanted to kill her, they would make her take the blame. She couldn't just sit and wait for death. Once she was captured and sent to the prison of the Ministry of Justice, her life would be over. Ning Xiuma subconsciously wanted to jump up from the bed, but as soon as she moved, she felt numb all over. Her hands and feet didn't feel like they were her own, so she couldn't move at all. Damn it! Before Ji Yinhuang left, he had sealed her acupoints so that she could rest and recuperate. She could not move at all. She pricked up her ears and listened for a moment. Lord Liu and the Crown Prince's head steward were still arguing outside, but they didn't send troops to barge in. It seemed that Lord Liu was still very wary of the Crown Prince. She heaved a sigh of relief. If things continued like this, she would have to wait for Ji Yinhuang to return before she could make a decision. Then, she would still have a chance to escape. She didn't know where Ji Yinhuang had gone. If he was present, even if Lord Liu was under the orders of the Emperor, he wouldn't let anyone take her away so easily. Chapter 55. She closed her eyes and used the little bit of internal energy that she had just cultivated to attack the sealed acupoints. It was better to rely on herself than on others. She had to save herself. She had to recover her mobility first. After all, her body was too weak and the internal energy in her body was limited. Furthermore, Ji Yinhuang's acupoint sealing technique was very special, so she couldn't undo it in a short time. Just as she was concentrating, she suddenly heard a pleasant female voice from outside. "What's all this commotion about in my brother's place?" Lord Liu said, "Reporting to your highness. Marshal Hu's daughter suddenly died after returning home today. Marquis Jing Yuan's daughter, Ning Xiuma, is a major suspect. This lowly official was ordered by the emperor to arrest her, but the housekeeper did not allow me to enter." Although they were separated by half a courtyard, Ning Xiuma could still hear Lord Liu's words clearly. Her mind was blown. Hu Daichang died. How could that be? At that time, she had only used a special acupoint sealing technique to affect her fetus. At most, she would be unable to conceive in the future. How could she suddenly die? Outside the courtyard, the housekeeper repeated the same words as before. The princess laughed coldly and said, "Other people can't enter Brother Crown Prince's bedroom, but I can. The Emperor's orders cannot be disobeyed. I will help you this time." As soon as she finished speaking, the door to the palace was suddenly pushed open. Ning Xiuma's vision blurred, and a young girl dressed in luxurious clothes was standing in front of the bed. She looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. Her red phoenix eyes were slanted, and her cherry blossom lips were lightly pursed. Her black hair was tied up high with a peony white jade hairpin inserted into the bun. She wore a moon-white mermaid dress, which made her look like a fairy. She looked down at Ning Xiuma and sized her up. A dark light flashed in her eyes. "You are Ning Xiuma? You are so young, yet so seductive. I don't know what kind of underhanded method you used to make my brother keep you in his palace. You are ruining his reputation." This princess had a strong enmity towards her. She looked at her as if she was looking at her rival in love. Ning Xiuma narrowed her eyes slightly, and the information about this princess quickly flashed through her mind. This princess's name was Ji Yunyao. She didn't grow up in the palace. It was said that when the old emperor was out on an inspection tour, he happened to meet a commoner woman, and she got pregnant. After the old emperor returned to the palace, that woman was pregnant for 10 months and gave birth to this princess. It wasn't until this princess was 15 years old that the woman told her the truth before she died. Thus, she came to the capital alone to acknowledge her relatives. This kind of drama was a bit like Ziwei and Princess Pearl, but she did not go through so much trouble like Ziwei. Her process of being recognized was very smooth. Not long after she arrived in the capital, she became a noble princess. The old emperor had many princes, but she was the only princess. Naturally, he doted on her a lot. The princess also got along well with her brothers. Of course, the one she got along with the most was the crown prince. It was said that Ji Yinhuang doted on her a lot. Every time he returned to the capital, this princess would follow him like a shadow, and the doors of the crown prince's residence would always be open for her. It seemed like the rumors were true. Ji Yunyao could enter and leave the crown prince's palace as she pleased. Ji Yunyao's hostility towards her was too strong, and Ning Shuima could naturally sense it. She lowered her eyes slightly, and the corners of her lips slightly hooked up. It seemed like this princess's feelings towards her brother, the crown prince, were not pure, incestuous love. Hee, what are you laughing at, you lowly servant? You are about to die, and you are still laughing? Ji Yunyao was angry. Chapter 56. Ning Shuima lifted her eyes. Princess misunderstands. His Highness the Crown Prince and I are pure and innocent. We're just ordinary friends. He kept me here only because he took a fancy to my medical skills and cherished my talent. That's why he treated me. Because I can't move after the treatment, he let me stay here. His Highness also left the residence to avoid arousing suspicion. You called me a vixen and said that I used underhanded methods. Not only did you insult me, but you also insulted your brother Crown Prince. Is he such a shallow person? A woman who was blinded by jealousy could not be reasoned with. Now that Ning Shuima had fallen into her hands, she could not resist. She did not want to be burned to death by her jealousy for no reason. The first thing she did was to draw a clear line between her and Ji Yinhuang and remove a portion of the princess's hostility. That way, she would suffer less. Sure enough, after she said those words, the hostility in Ji Yunyao's eyes lessened a bit. However, she still had some doubts. Medical skills? What kind of medical skills could a good-for-nothing like you have? Ning Shuima continued to smile and calmly explained, "This humble girl does not dare to lie in front of Princess. A few days ago, I cured a woman with a broken arm. If Princess does not believe me, you can personally go to the Supreme Court to ask. That woman is still being treated in the Supreme Court." The suspicion in Ji Yunyao's eyes deepened. "But you're talking nonsense. How come this princess has never heard of this matter?" Ning Shuima suddenly understood. On this continent, there weren't many divine doctors. Every divine doctor was highly sought after by various countries. In order to not let the other countries know about it, she was afraid that Ji Yinhuang had quietly suppressed the news of her reconnecting her second aunt's arm. No wonder she had not heard anyone talk about this when she was strolling on the streets these past few days. It turned out that this matter had not spread outside. If Princess does not believe me, you can go and ask His Highness the Crown Prince when you have time. He will know that Shuima is not lying. Ji Yunyao's red phoenix eyes jumped. Although she still did not believe her, the hostility in her eyes lessened a lot. This princess will ask clearly about this matter. However, you're suspected of murdering Miss Hu. You have to go to the Ministry of Justice to give an explanation. She lifted her hand to unseal Ning Shuima's acupoints and said, "Get up and follow me." Ning Shuima moved her slightly numb joints. The whip wounds on her body were still burning with pain. Because of the whip wounds, her body was far less agile than usual. And this princess was obviously a psychokinesis expert. If he wanted to escape from under her nose, there was not even half a chance. Instead, he would suffer more. Of course, Ning Shuima wouldn't do such a stupid thing. All she wanted to do was to delay. She had to stall for time until the crown prince came back. If she had known earlier, she would have let the crown prince rest in the same room as her. She slowly got up, put on her shoes, and straightened her clothes. Ji Yunyao was impatient. "Why are you moving so slowly? Hurry up." Ning Shuima cursed her ancestors in her heart, but the expression on her face was very obedient. "Yes, Your Highness. This commoner was injured and my body is in pain. My movements are a bit slow. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Ji Yunyao knew that she had been whipped and knew the power of the soul-breaking whip. She humphed and did not rush her anymore. Ning Shuima's movements were already very slow. It took her a full quarter of an hour to tidy herself up. While tidying herself up, she glanced outside the window. In her heart, she miserably cursed, "Mother, where did that bastard Ji Yanhuang go? Why isn't he back yet?" Chapter 57. At this moment, Ji Yanhuang was in a place that Ning Xuema would never have expected. The Imperial Palace. He originally planned to play chess with Ji Yunxiao for the night, but unexpectedly, he received an imperial edict from the palace in the middle of the night. His imperial father urgently summoned him to the palace. The imperial edict could not be disobeyed, so he could only bid farewell to the fifth prince and directly enter the palace. What he didn't know was that not even 15 minutes after he left, the guard from the crown prince's residence hurriedly came to the fifth prince's residence. They wanted to report to him that the Ministry of Justice had come to arrest him, but they didn't find him. Ji Yanhuang only found out when he entered the palace that his imperial father had caught a cold and was lying on the dragon bed. He specifically asked him to accompany him. Ji Yanhuang was helpless. He also had nowhere to go tonight, so he stayed behind. He felt that his imperial father was a little long-winded tonight. He asked him about his recent situation and chatted with him. He could only reply perfunctorily. He did not know why he felt a little anxious. He wanted to go back to the residence to take a look, but his imperial father was particularly clingy tonight and did not allow him to leave. Ning Xuema had delayed long enough, but Ji Yanhuang had not returned. In the end, she was brought out by Ji Yunyao and handed over to Lord Liu from the Ministry of Justice. Ning Xuema naturally asked for the reason for her arrest, but Lord Liu simply said, "You will naturally know when you arrive at the Ministry of Justice. If you are wronged, you will naturally be released." He ordered people to handcuff Ning Xuema with iron chains. Ning Xuema knew that with her current ability, she would not be able to escape, so she did not make any unnecessary struggles to avoid suffering. She gritted her teeth and followed them. What Ning Xuema did not expect was that she would not be brought to the Ministry of Justice's main hall after being arrested. Instead, she was directly sent to the Ministry of Justice's prison. The long and narrow passageway, the thick and dark stone walls, the dim and swaying oil lamp, the damp and fishy smell, and from time to time, the screams and groans from the depths of the prison. Everything was no different from the ancient prison that Ning Xuema had guessed. In fact, it was even more frightening. That Lord Liu sent people to escort her into the prison. When she was handed over to a thin and withered man, Ning Xuema knew that the situation was far from good. That man had a short stature and appeared to be about the same height as Ning Xuema. He was short, fat, and thin, but his face was so wrinkled that it could squeeze a fly to death. The corners of his eyes drooped, and his pair of triangular eyes emitted a razor-sharp light. He was wearing a dark red robe that was speckled with brown stains that looked like bloodstains. He seemed to be disabled in both legs and was pushed out in a wheelchair by the prison guards. Despite its ugly appearance, it exuded a dark and bloody aura that made people shudder. There were 6 bailiffs from the Ministry of Justice who escorted Ning Xuema in. One of the leaders exchanged greetings with the man. From their greetings, Ning Xuema learned that the man was called Tui Dao, a very fierce and murderous name. She did not know what the leader of the bailiffs said to Tui Dao, but Tui Dao nodded his head slightly and sized up Ning Xuema. Ning Xuema felt an indescribable chill run down her spine. She faintly felt as if a blade had brushed past her. It was as if she was being stared at by a ferocious beast. Not good. Could it be that they were going to punish her without distinguishing between right and wrong? Were they going to give her a beating first? Ning Xuema slowly clenched her fists, and the iron chains on her wrists made a clanking sound. The 6 bailiffs from a Ministry of Justice turned around and left. Tu Yidao glanced at Ning Xuema again. A bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes, and he ordered his men to escort Ning Xuema inside. Chapter 58. Where are you taking me? Ning Xuema didn't move. Tu Yidao smiled, revealing his white teeth. Of course it's where you should go. You killed Marshal Hu's daughter. Do you still want to live in a luxurious room? I didn't kill her. Her death has nothing to do with me. Little girl, you won't be saying that soon. Take her to the torture chamber. Tu Yidao's face darkened as he sternly ordered. Ning Shuima's heart sank. These people didn't even interrogate her before torturing her. They obviously wanted to torture her into confessing and send her to eternal damnation. Who was the one behind her back that wanted to harm her? She still had whip wounds on her body, and her strength hadn't recovered yet. She couldn't move nimbly, and her hands and feet were still shackled. She was surrounded by 16 tall and strong prison guards. Looking at their bright eyes, Ning Shuima knew that their cultivations weren't low. With her current strength, it would be a fool's dream to force her way in. She steeled her heart and followed them inside. There was a bluestone path under her feet. It was bumpy and uneven, and there were dark red bloodstains in those potholes. Under the light of the oil lamps, they could be seen clearly. The deeper they went in, the heavier the smell of blood became, and the worse the smell became. There were prisoners in cage-like cells on both sides. Some of them were lying on the grass, some were holding on to the iron door, and some were lying on the dirty stone slabs. Although their postures were different, they all had one thing in common, and that was that they had all gone through the cruelest punishment. Their hair was disheveled, their clothes were torn, and their flesh was missing piece by piece. Even their bones seemed to have been deformed, and their bodies were grotesquely shaped. Every one of them was trembling, and they were all growling. Although their voices were indistinct, their movements were quite loud, like the low cries of death, and hearing it gave people goosebumps. Little girl, do you see this? These people are all stubborn and refuse to confess. They're suffering for nothing. Tu Idao's voice was naturally hoarse, and his words were like the hissing of a poisonous snake. It sounded eerily in the dark corridor. Ning Shuima lowered her eyes and didn't say anything. She had seen the world in her previous life. During her special agent training, she had been subjected to torture when she was unfortunately arrested. She had been forced to drink chilly water, sit on a tiger stool, and even sit on an electric chair. She had also captured enemy agents and interrogated them personally, torturing them. However, that was a modern society after all, with international public opinion and pervasive media monitoring. Even if they were to use torture, they would not use the extremely cruel ancient punishments. But now, everything she saw was as if she was in the 18th level of hell. Even the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty were not as tragic as what she saw. Those people did not even look human anymore. She definitely wouldn't be able to endure such a punishment with her delicate skin and tender flesh. Even if she were to take a step back, even if she had a body full of stubbornness, if she turned into a ghost like those people, then what was the point of her living? What to do? What should she do? Waiting for someone to save him? She knew too few people in this world. The only one who was truly good to her was the crown prince, but he was nowhere to be found. He might not be able to make it tonight. Even if she could rush over, she probably wouldn't be able to make it. Moreover, from the looks of it now, this was clearly a trap that wanted to completely destroy her. The person who set this trap had most likely blocked off all the possibilities of her being saved. Otherwise, Jian Huang would have rushed over long ago. She didn't believe that the crown prince's information would be blocked to this extent. He must have been hindered. Chapter 59. There shouldn't be anyone coming to save her tonight. She had to save herself, but in this heavily guarded prison, how was she going to save herself and escape this misfortune? Tu Idao's snake-like gaze fell on her, and a trace of astonishment flashed through his triangular eyes. Many indomitable and unyielding men came here and saw the miserable state of the others in the prison. Many of them were so frightened that they peed their pants. Even if they were brave enough to walk, their faces were pale and their heads were covered in cold sweat. Ning Shuima only slightly pursed her lips and lowered her head. No other expression could be seen on her small face. His appearance was ugly, his height was similar to a dwarf's, and his voice was unpleasant to the ears. Coupled with his lame legs, Tu Idao usually couldn't raise his head in front of others. However, his personality was extremely arrogant. The huge contrast in his life made his personality turn gloomy and perverted. Although his appearance wasn't very good to the public, he had a pair of unparalleled skillful hands and super perverted torture methods. In addition, he was good at observing people's expressions and flattering people. Therefore, his official position rose very quickly. From small prison guard, he became the head of the prison. Along the way, he had stepped on countless skeletons and lives. His personality was cold, and his methods were cruel. Regardless of whether the prisoners who fell into his hands were innocent or not, they would all confess. He was full of tricks. His cruel and vicious torture methods made everyone's expression change when they talked about him. In the Ministry of Justice's prison, he had a nickname. King of Hell. Tuesday years of bloody life made his personality slide further and further down the path of perverted behavior. He had a strange hobby. He liked to see prisoners pee their pants and listen to the prisoners' miserable screams. In his ears, the prisoners' miserable screams were the most beautiful music. The more miserable the screams were, the more beautiful it was. Moreover, he liked to torture young and beautiful women the most. Seeing them moan and cry under his torture gave him a perverted sense of accomplishment. As for Ning Xuema, if she fell into the clutches of such a pervert tonight, how could she survive? Ah! A mournful cry came from a room at the end of the road. It was a woman's voice. It was as sharp as the cry of a malicious spirit. Ning Xuema's body trembled. She raised her head and looked over. Her pupils suddenly shrank. That room was the torture chamber. She finally saw the real torture scene, and that scene made Ning Xuema, who was used to seeing storms, feel her palms turn cold. There were all kinds of strange torture tools in the room. Dirty blood flowed on the floor, and the stench of blood assailed their nostrils, making them want to vomit. There was a person nailed to the stone wall in the middle of the room. That should be a young girl. Her body was naked and covered in bloodstains. Her breasts were already gone, having been cut off while she was still alive. There was a red-hot iron rod stuck in her most delicate part of her body, which was currently emitting white smoke. The air was filled with the smell of barbecued flesh. The reason why Ning Xuema could tell that she was a young girl was because her face was intact and her fingers were as slender as jade. That girl was very beautiful. Her pretty face was flawless. She had such a perfect face, but her body had been tortured until it was in tatters. Her flesh was badly mutilated, and her bones were exposed in many places. Such a contrast gave people a strong impact. Ning Xuema's whole body turned cold. Tu Yidao's eyes had been staring at Ning Xuema like a poisonous snake. Seeing that her expression finally changed, he was unusually happy and laughed. Little girl, you probably don't recognize her. She's a famous woman in our Chong Kong country. Chapter 60. Tu Yidao's eyes had been staring at Ning Xuema like a poisonous snake. Seeing that her expression had finally changed, he was exceptionally happy and chuckled. Little girl, you probably don't recognize her. She's a famous girl in our Chong Kong Empire. She was a psychokinesis genius since she was young and was chosen by the second largest sect, the Heavenly Star sect. She became the inner disciple of one of the three protectors there and was once the pride of our Chong Kong Empire. Her mistake was that she didn't learn well and actually went to the imperial palace to steal the princess things. She was caught red-handed by the princess and sent here. She's very stubborn and didn't confess. That's why she suffered so much. TSK, why did she have to suffer so much? Tu Yidao shook his head and sighed. I didn't steal. Ji Yunyao framed me. That girl was in so much pain, but her mind was still very clear, and she tried to defend herself with a hoarse voice. TSK, it seems like you didn't suffer enough. You need this official to personally serve you. Tu Yidao sneered and slowly pushed his wheelchair over. You pervert, just kill me. That girl screamed. Little beauty, you haven't confessed yet. How can this official bear to kill you? I can only properly serve you. Tu Yidao took out a small knife that was as thin as a cicada's wing and stroked that girl's delicate cheeks with his slender and cold fingers. He sighed softly. What a beautiful and delicate face. If it was peeled off and made into a human skin mask, it would definitely be very exquisite. Don't worry, this official won't destroy your face. I'll take it off completely. That girl's body trembled and she gritted her teeth. Her personality was indeed strong. Other than her arms, the rest of her bones were broken inch by inch. If she wasn't nailed to the ground, she would have collapsed like mud. This girl was already completely crippled. Even if she survived, she would be a cripple who couldn't take care of herself. This too, Dao didn't want the truth. He only wanted the result he wanted. Therefore, it was useless to cry out to him. Ning Shuima's palms were covered in cold sweat. Was she going to die here tonight? She looked on helplessly as Dao used that thin knife to peel off that girl's face bit by bit. The woman's screams were almost ear-piercing. No matter how brave Ning Shuima was, he was drenched in cold sweat. The woman fainted several times and was woken up several times by splashes of ice water. She could neither live nor die. When the woman was once again awakened by a splash of cold water, she finally broke down completely. I confess. I only beg for death. Dao smiled. His smile was very complacent and compassionate. Pitiful child. If you had done this earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. The other jailers had already brought forward the written confession for the woman to sign. Ning Shuima finally understood why this perverted demon didn't break the prisoner's hand. It was all for this moment. That woman was untied from the wall and laid there like a pile of mud. Fresh blood formed a puddle beneath her body. Dao waited for her to finish signing before looking at it with satisfaction. He flicked the paper and folded it with satisfaction. Then, he casually stabbed the woman's heart. The woman's body trembled. She let out her last breath as if she had been freed and finally stopped moving. Take her away and throw her to the wild dogs in the mass grave. Dao turned his wheelchair around in disdain. The woman, who no longer looked human, was dragged out. Only Ning Shuima, Dao, and a few jailers were left in the torture room. Chapter 61. Dao shook the skin that he had just peeled off and handed it to Ning Shuima. Little miss, do you think this official skills are good enough? Ning Shuima subconsciously took 2 steps back and looked at the skin. She had to admit that Dao's skills were really good. The skin was as thin as a cicada's wing and was even in thickness. It didn't have the slightest bit of damage or knife marks. It looked very neat. Little miss, are you scared? If you're scared, then obediently confess. To tell you the truth, this official quite likes your tender skin. If I peel it off, it will definitely be very beautiful. Dao's cold hands almost touched Ning Shuima's cheeks as he laughed strangely. This official will count to 3. If you don't confess, you will also be put on the torture rack. The prison guards here have been influenced by Dao for a long time, so almost all of them were perverted. At this moment, 4 pairs of eyes were staring at her like tigers and wolves. They were rubbing their palms together, waiting for her to say no before they put her on the torture rack. Every night, my waist hurts. My lumbosacral region is as stiff as a rock. Intermittently or alternately, I feel pain on both sides of my waist and buttocks. It radiates to my thighs. My waist muscles convulse. Ning Shuima suddenly opened her mouth and uttered a string of professional terms. The other prison guards didn't understand what she was saying, but Dao's body suddenly stiffened. His triangular eyes shot out a sharp light. Little miss, what did you say? Ning Shuima's eyes were as clear as a lake, shining brightly. She slowly said, first, your legs will hurt, then your joints will hurt and slowly become swollen and deformed. After 3 years, you will lose all feeling and become as stiff as wood or stone. Dao's eyes widened, and he looked at Ning Shuima as if he was looking at a monster. The symptoms that Ning Shuima described were exactly the same as his. In the entire Chong Kong Empire, no one could see through his illness, let alone treat it. They could only let it develop. This illness had been tormenting him for 6 years, but he didn't expect that it would be exposed by a little miss today. His originally desperate heart suddenly jumped. You know about this illness? Ning Shuima smiled and nodded. Not only do I know, but I also know how to treat them. Dao, who had always been as calm as a rock, trembled slightly. How do you treat him? If you let me go, I'll treat you, Ning Shuima said straightforwardly. A dark light flashed through Dao's triangular eyes. Little girl, You're exaggerating. I don't know how many famous doctors I've invited to treat my illness, but none of them could cure me. Do you really have one? I don't believe it. This humble girl can try treating my lord on the spot. If there is no effect, this humble girl will be at your disposal. Tu Dao muttered to himself for a while and finally couldn't resist the temptation and nodded. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Ning Xiuma looked at the iron chain on her wrist. Sir, please have someone prepare 20 silver needles. She said a series of things and finally made a request. Treating your illness is a delicate job. I'm afraid it's not possible to have this iron chain on my wrist. The things she wanted were all available in the Ministry of Justice's prison. Tu Dao quickly sent someone to fetch them. The iron chain on Ning Xiuma's wrist was also unlocked. Her legs were still shackled, and she was also a good-for-nothing without psychokinesis. Tu Dao naturally wasn't afraid that she would play any tricks. Ning Xiuma smiled slightly and began to treat Tu Dao with acupuncture under the watchful eyes of the prison guards. Her movements were swift and nimble. The acupuncture technique she used was a lost acupuncture technique she had learned in the modern era. This technique could take effect in a very short time. After the acupuncture was done, she stood up. It could take effect within an hour. My lord, you can stand for a while. Tu Dao's face was full of disbelief. He didn't know how many medicines he had taken and how many needles he had received over the past few years, but they all seemed to have no effect at all. Chapter 62. How could this little girl make him stand up with just a dozen needles on his legs and waist? Ning Xiuma ignored him and sat down on one of the torture instruments after the needles were inserted. She closed her eyes and rested. She had to make full use of every second to heal herself. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. Tu Dao's stiff waist seemed to have a warm current flowing rapidly, spreading to his legs. Wherever it passed, the stiff and numb feeling gradually disappeared. Then, under the watchful eyes of the jailers, his legs suddenly moved. It moved. Sir, your legs moved. Someone cried out in surprise. Although Tu Dao's face was still gloomy, his hands couldn't help but tremble. He could feel his legs. He really could feel them. He tried his best to control his excitement and slowly try to stand up from the wheelchair. He staggered a few steps like a child learning how to walk. Although his legs were numb and painful, his heart was blooming with joy. He could walk. After being crippled for 3 years, he finally tasted the feeling of walking with his own legs again. The surrounding jailers congratulated him incessantly. Tu Dao slowly walked a dozen steps before sitting back down in his wheelchair. His face darkened. Little girl, although I can walk a few steps, my legs are numb and painful. It's even more painful than before. It didn't work at all. Come, punish her. When Ning Xiuma was inserting needles for him, he secretly memorized the steps. In the future, he could treat himself by himself and didn't need to rely on this little girl anymore. Ning Xiuma's case was directly suppressed by the higher-ups. Even if he had 8 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to let her go without permission. He couldn't even let her live past tonight. Although the jailers didn't understand what Tu Dao was thinking, they had always followed his lead. They immediately agreed and strode forward to arrest Ning Xiuma. Sir, this humble girl only said that the needles worked this time. I just wanted to let you see the results first. If you want to completely cure your illness, you need another treatment plan. Ning Xiuma said. Tu Dao was stunned for a moment. He waved his hand and dismissed the jailers who were about to take action. What's your other treatment plan? Ning Xiuma smiled and said nothing. Tu Dao paused for a moment and coldly said, This official knew that you would raise conditions. What are your conditions? Don't even think that I'll let you go. I don't have that right. Ning Xiuma sighed softly. I also know that it's impossible for you to let me go. Xiuma only has one request, and that is to let go of Xiuma for 1 night without torture. Can you agree to that? Tu Dao's eyes flickered. He thought for a moment and didn't answer Ning Xiuma's question directly. Instead, he asked, How long will your other treatment plan take? At least 6 hours. Ning Xiuma answered every question. Tu Dao looked at the hourglass beside him. There were still 8 hours until daybreak. The higher-ups would only ask him for the results after daybreak, and 2 hours was enough for him to properly concoct a girl. He smiled as kindly and sincerely as he could. All right, this official promises you. Ning Shuima's eyes flickered, and her face was filled with hope. Thank you, sir. Shuima will definitely treat you properly and let you be completely cured. You won't have to suffer from this illness anymore. Tu Yidao nodded and smiled amiably. That's good. This official still likes a little girl like you. It's fine to let you go for one night. Who knows, someone might come to save you tomorrow morning. That way you'll be saved. Shuima thinks so. No matter what, I have to thank sir for giving Shuima this opportunity. Ning Shuima's smile bloomed like a flower. Chapter 63. While comforting her, Tu Yidao sneered in his heart. She was a little girl after all. She was too naive. She was easy to trick and coax. His superiors had clearly stated that he could use any means on this girl as long as she confessed tonight. After she confessed, he would execute her and make it look like she committed suicide after confessing. Everything had already been arranged. This little girl actually wanted to use her medical skills to exchange for a chance to live. She was really naive. This little girl was still talented. What a pity, he had already calculated that Ning Shuima would treat him for 6 hours. As for the remaining 2 hours, it would be enough for him to properly deal with her and make her obediently admit her guilt. Not only would he be able to cure his chronic illness, he would also be able to complete the mission assigned to him by the higher-ups. He was afraid that Ning Shuima wouldn't do her best to treat him, so he spoke to her very kindly and agreed to all her requests. For example, he unlocked all the shackles on her body, found all the necessary surgical tools, and sent all the prison guards out to wait outside the door. Ning Shuima said that she needed absolute silence during these 6 hours and couldn't be disturbed by anyone. Tu Yidao's psychokinesis wasn't low. Even if he couldn't walk, with his martial arts, he could withstand the attacks of 20 to 30 strong men. Naturally, he didn't care about this thin and weak girl. Even if they were alone in a room, he wasn't afraid that she would play tricks. If she dared to play tricks, he could crush all the bones in her body in an instant. Everyone also felt that a little girl like Ning Shuima wouldn't be able to play any tricks. After preparing everything, they all left. Tu Yidao secretly sized up Ning Shuima's small face. Her small face was filled with joy, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Clearly, she had already believed his promise and was wholeheartedly waiting for someone to rescue her tomorrow. Since she was like this, she naturally wouldn't play any tricks. Tu Yidao was even more relieved. After Ning Shuima arranged the needles, she squatted in front of Tu Yidao and started to insert the needles. Every single needle was used right under Tu Yidao's nose, and the acupoints that were pierced were not the most fatal ones. In the beginning, Tu Yidao was still on guard, but after a while he relaxed. He looked at the little head that was busy working in front of him with her head lowered. He looked at her little face that was flushed red from using the needles too often, and evil thoughts began to form in his heart. Although this girl was thin and weak, she had a pretty face. When she smiled, she was especially sweet and pleasant. If such a girl was directly executed, it would be a waste of God's gift. Perhaps he would use her as an appetizer and let her have a taste of men before. When he thought of this, a sinister smile appeared on his face. It has to be said that this girl's method of inserting needles was very strange, but also very effective. After inserting 30 needles into his body began to feel numb and hot. Waves of heat flowed through his body, giving him an indescribable, comfortable feeling. He humphed and opened his mouth to praise her, but unexpectedly, when he opened his mouth, not a single word came out. His throat seemed to have malfunctioned. His nerves could not reach there. What was going on? Tu Yidao subconsciously wanted to straighten his body, but his brain had already ordered his limbs to move. His limbs didn't have the slightest intention of moving. It felt like he had fallen into a nightmare. His heart understood everything and could see everything, but he couldn't shout or move. Chapter 64. He felt like he had fallen into a nightmare. He understood everything and could see everything, but he couldn't shout or move. Tu Yidao's triangular eyes were filled with fear. He looked on helplessly as Ning Shuima slowly stood up and smiled at him. Her smile was sweet but in Tu Dao's eyes, it was filled with a sinister aura. "Sir, how do you feel?" Tu Dao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He wanted to reprimand her, but he couldn't make a sound. Little girl's medical skills are really good. Very good, very good. Tu Dao didn't say anything, but he was shocked to hear his own voice ring out in the torture chamber. His eyes widened as he looked at Ning Xiuma talking to herself. She could actually imitate his voice, and it was so vivid. The 4 jailers waiting outside the torture chamber were also worried about their superior. They had been listening to the movements inside, but when they heard this conversation, they finally relaxed. Tu Dao had instructed them not to enter without his call, no matter what they heard. It was boring to wait outside, so the 4 of them walked away and found a card table to play mahjong. "Sir, you don't want to let me go, right? You want me to treat your illness before torturing me, right?" Ning Xiuma spoke softly and softly, her breath like orchids beside his ear. Tu Dao's cold sweat rolled down even more. He wanted to shake his head to deny it, but his brain wouldn't listen to him. "Don't try to deny it. I already know what you're trying to do." Ning Xiuma smiled. She unhurriedly took a small hammer from the table beside her and waved it in front of Tu Dao. "Come, be obedient and tell me. Who was it that wanted to plot against me and take my life?" Tu Dao couldn't answer, but his eyes kept darting around. "Oh, I forgot that you can't speak now. How about this? I'll say the names one by one. If it's you, look down. If it's not you, move your eyes left and right. How about that?" How could he dare to say that? Tu Dao clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. "Aya, you're really uncooperative. Looks like I have no choice but to use some extreme methods on you. Actually, I don't have the heart to do that either." Just as she finished speaking, the hammer in her hand had already hit Tu Dao's left calf. Her technique was very special. Her seemingly casual tap landed right on the joint of his bones. With a light crack, his lower leg was directly fractured. The sharp pain caused Tu Dao's body to suddenly tremble, and cold sweat instantly covered his face. He opened his eyes and stared at the giggling girl, almost suspecting that she was the reincarnation of a devil. Ning Xiuma didn't want to talk nonsense with him. She asked him a question, but if he didn't answer, she would hit his bones with a hammer. Every time she hit him, she would break a piece of his bone. Tu Dao didn't know how many people he had broken in his life, but he had never thought that he would fall to such a state one day. The pain of his broken bones pierced his heart, causing his face to turn white, then green. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. Although he couldn't scream or struggle, his face was already twisted to the extreme, making him look even more ugly than before. He originally thought that even if Ning Xiuma had him restrained, she wouldn't really torture him. After all, this kind of torture required a very strong psychological endurance. Even if an ordinary person saw it, they wouldn't have the heart to do it. Not to mention doing it personally, not to mention that the other party was a delicate little girl. However, Ning Xiuma's expression didn't change as she broke the bones in his legs. Chapter 65. But when Ning Xiuma broke his legs without batting an eyelid, he finally understood that the little girl in front of him was not an ordinary little girl, but a little devil. When Ning Xiuma finished breaking his legs and began to move towards his spine, Tu Dao finally couldn't take it anymore. His eyes revealed a pleading expression. "Are you going to tell me?" Ning Xiuma stopped hammering and gently asked. Tu Dao's eyes desperately moved up and down, indicating that he was nodding. Ning Xiuma still had some regret. "I thought Lord Tu Dao's bones were very hard. So it turns out that you're only like this." I asked, "Was it the 6th prince?" She began to list out names one by one. They were all her suspects. She mentioned the 6th prince, the crown prince, and the princess. When she mentioned the princess, Ji and Yao, Tu Dao's eyes first moved to both sides, indicating denial. Then, as if he thought of something, his eyes began to move up and down, indicating acknowledgement. Was it really Ji and Yao? With that girl's viciousness, it wasn't impossible for her to do it. Wasn't the girl who was tortured to death because of her? That girl had a special obsession with her crown Prince Gij, and her jealousy was very strong. Perhaps as long as Ji and Huang treated any girl slightly better, it would incite her murderous intent. It was very possible that she would try to trip him up behind his back. Ning Xiaoma swung the small hammer in her hand and silently pondered. In the blink of an eye, she saw Tu Yidao's pair of triangular eyes looking at her. He seemed a little guilty. Ning Xiaoma was an expert at reading people's expressions. She immediately smiled and used the small hammer in her hand to lift Tu Yidao's chin. You're really naughty. You actually lied. Tu Yidao's eyes moved furiously, indicating denial. Ning Xiaoma's charming face tensed up. I hate it when people lie to me. She raised the hammer in her hand and directly broke the bones in Tu Yidao's chin. Tu Yidao was in so much pain that his entire body curled up. His mouth was open like a toad's, and his throat was emitting sounds. If he could move, he would have already rolled over. The cold sweat on his body completely soaked his clothes. He wanted to faint, but he couldn't. He was in extreme pain. Ning Xiaoma looked at him coldly. This guy had been tormenting others his whole life. Today, she would let him have a taste of what those people had gone through. She was the kind of person who would definitely repay kindness and hatred. She would definitely repay kindness and take revenge for enmity. She could treat her true friends like an angel, but she could also turn into a demon when dealing with evil people. Tu Yidao was unlucky to have met her. The heavens were clear, and he deserved retribution. Ning Xiaoma's method of torturing people was not inferior to his, and this little girl's methods were faster and more accurate than his. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the one being tormented, he would have taken her in as his disciple. In less than an hour, Tu Yidao's psychological defenses had been completely destroyed by her, and he was finally willing to tell the truth. When Ning Xiaoma mentioned the name of the current emperor, he finally nodded again. It was the emperor. Ning Xiaoma had just asked casually. She didn't expect to hit the nail on the head. Had the emperor eaten too much? He actually couldn't tolerate a little girl like her. Why? In the past, Marquis Ning had made a lot of contributions to the emperor in order to stabilize the country. He could be said to be the emperor's right-hand man. Why did he have to be so ruthless to the daughter of a meritorious official? Ning Xiaoma didn't really understand the society, so she couldn't figure it out for a while. Since she couldn't figure it out, she didn't want to waste her time thinking about it. Since the emperor wanted to kill her, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to get away with it easily. Chapter 66. Even if she waited until dawn, she wouldn't be able to escape death. She had to think of another way. It was really a tragedy. She had only transmigrated for a few days, yet she had already offended such a big boss. Was this transmigrator trying to test her abilities or play her to death? Waiting for death wasn't Ning Xiaoma's style. She had to think of a way to save herself and escape from this prison first. Her gaze fell on Tu Yidao, and she sized him up. Her gaze was too unpredictable, causing Tu Yidao's heart to tremble. Ning Xiaoma searched his body and finally took out the knife that he often used to skin people. She spun it in her palm and gently discussed with Tu Yidao, I saw that you were very skilled at skinning people, and I really want to learn. I'll try it on you. If I don't do it well, you'll have to bear with it. Tu Yidao's face instantly turned green, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This debt of 6 months was really repaid quickly. He had just finished skinning a girl's face, and immediately another girl came to skin him. He enjoyed skinning other people's faces, but having his face skinned was definitely his worst nightmare. He looked on helplessly as Ning Xiaoma slowly walked over, the thin knife in her hand emitting a terrifying cold light. 2 hours passed, and then another 2 hours passed. Finally, 6 hours passed. The 4 prison guards who were playing Pai Gao outside were already tired. They were also playing Pai Gao weekly, but they didn't dare to sleep. They were naturally worried about their boss, but because Ning Xiaoma said that she needed absolute silence during the treatment, they didn't dare to disturb her. They were afraid that they would affect the treatment. The 4 of them were playing Pai Gao when they were suddenly startled by a blood-curdling scream. The 4 of them looked at each other in dismay. They threw their Pai Gao cards on the table and ran towards the torture room. The blood-curdling scream came from a girl. It came one after another, and each scream was more frightening than the last. When the 4 of them were about to reach the torture room, The blood-curdling scream suddenly stopped as if it had been cut off. The four of them looked at each other again. Someone asked tentatively, "Boss, what's wrong? You've already made your move?" Although the scream just now didn't sound like a human's, it was obvious that it came from a girl. Needless to say, Tu Idao had started to torture the girl. "You guys can come in." Tu Idao's voice came from behind the door. The four of them then pushed the door open and entered. The inside of the door was simply a slaughterhouse. The girl was nailed to the wall in the shape of the Chinese character. Her clothes were tattered, and her body was cut so badly that it was almost impossible to see her original skin. Her lower body was also cut into pieces, and it was impossible to tell her gender. There was even a red-hot iron bar stuck in that area. A face. To be exact, she no longer had a face. It was just a mess of flesh and blood, and one could barely make out her facial features. She convulsed there, convulsing, and blood dripped down, watering the blood stains left by the young girl. Although this scene was cruel, the four prison guards were already used to it. Therefore, they only casually glanced at the girl before looking directly at Tu Idao, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Their gazes lingered on his legs. "Boss, was that girl lying to you? Your legs?" "I knew it. Boss's legs couldn't be cured by so many famous doctors. How could it be cured by a little girl?" Yes. That little girl was obviously stalling for time. Boss saw through her and severely punished her. Chapter 67. Yes. That little girl was clearly stalling for time. Our boss saw through her and punished her severely. Yes. That little girl deserved a lesson. She made our boss angry and punished her personally. That idiot. She won't be able to escape death no matter how long she delayed. "Boss, are you tired? Let's take care of the rest." The four of them flattered him while rubbing their fists. Tu Idao, who was in his wheelchair, slowly got up and took 2 steps forward. Under the gazes of his 4 subordinates, he patted his robes and yawned. "Yes, you guys will take care of the rest. I'm afraid of noise today, so I burned her throat. She won't be able to say anything. Once she confesses, we'll deal with her according to the original plan." The 4 subordinates were surprised to see him walking so steadily. Naturally, they congratulated him and flattered him. Tu Idao, who had always been cold, only nodded indifferently. Everyone was already used to his attitude, so they didn't suspect him and asked him to rest. They would take care of the rest. Tu Idao yawned again and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, brothers. If this matter is done well, everyone will be rewarded." Then, he left amidst the flattery of his 4 subordinates. When the girl on the wall saw the 4 of them enter, her eyes lit up. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but her throat was destroyed, so she could only make a snoring sound. Seeing that the 4 of them were ignoring her, despair appeared in her eyes. After Tu Idao left, the 4 of them slowly walked towards her. One of them held a knife, one of them held a pair of tongs, and one of them held a hammer. Looking at her badly mutilated body, they grinned maliciously. "Little girl, your medical skills are very good. You actually cured our boss's chronic illness. However, our boss is famous for turning hostile. Did you think that he would let you off for a night just because you cured his illness? TSK, you're too naive. He'll do whatever he wants to do to you. Our boss is still so straightforward. Her leg bones are all broken." One of them rejoiced in her misfortune as he poked at her noodle-like leg. Sigh. She was such a clever little girl just now. Her appearance was also quite decent, but now she has become like this. TSK. We originally wanted to let you have a taste of a man before the torture. Now that we're looking at you like a pile of rotten meat, we can't bring up any interest. One of them seemed to be regretful. Hee, Lao-san, do you think our boss had already tasted something fresh before the torture? Another person laughed, his wretched gaze sweeping over the people on the wall. Isn't that obvious? Haven't I already given her the ecstasy stick? Every time the boss tasted something fresh, he would give it to the women. The third brother also glanced at the spot on the wall. His entire body was a mess of flesh and blood, and no shape could be seen anymore. The 4 of them yawned out of boredom. They only wanted to complete their mission and catch up on sleep. They went up to the woman nailed to the wall and used all kinds of wicked methods to force her to confess. The four of them were probably too sleepy and forgot that the girl's vocal cords had already been destroyed. After using a few torture methods, they made the girl hover between life and death a few times before they remembered that she couldn't speak. One of them asked her to nod and shake her head. The person on the wall hurriedly nodded. The four of them finally heaved a sigh of relief. They took out the prepared confession and asked her to sign it. Chapter 68. The skin on the girl's hands was also cut off, leaving only a small piece of skin on her thumb. Probably due to the intense pain, her hands were trembling. With great difficulty, she managed to write a few words, but almost made the four jailers' noses crooked. She wrote, "I am Tui Dao." Damn it! She actually dared to pretend to be their leader at this time. The four of them impolitely tortured her again, making her feel like she was rolling in hell a few times. Only then did they take out a backup statement for her to sign. Unexpectedly, after she wrote those 5 words, she wrote another sentence with trembling hands. "I am Tui Dao. I was plotted against." She peeled my skin and pretended to be me. Under the intense pain, the words she wrote were like a dog crawling, crooked, but fortunately, the four of them saw it clearly. The four of them originally thought she was playing tricks again. 3 of them cursed and wanted to use the cruelest punishment on her again. The third brother was more careful and stopped the others. Could it be true? He was the one who used his hands the most. Although the skin on the girl's body was cut into a mess, he still faintly felt that it did not feel like a young girl's skin. The four of them looked at each other and began to check her body while suppressing their disgust. After a moment, the four of them slowly took a step back. Although the sexual characteristics of the people who were tortured were severely damaged, the four of them often tortured people after all, so they had a very clear understanding of the human body structure. The girl in front of them indeed did not have the characteristics of a young girl, and she was not young either. Could it be that she was really swapped? The one they were torturing was their leader, Tui Dao. For pairs of eyes looked at the girl. The girl's eyes showed a glimmer of hope. Ignoring the pain, she desperately gestured to the four of them. This was a common gesture between them. Outsiders would not know. Because her body was nailed, the range of movement of her arms was very small, so her gestures were also very slow and difficult, but it was not bad at all. The third brother blurted out, "God, she really is our leader." He jumped over and wanted to untie the girl. The leader of the four reached out and stopped him. He gloomily looked at the girl and suddenly sneered. "You still want to pretend to be our leader? You must be tired of living." Second brother, fourth brother, prepare the torture tools. "It seems like she won't confess if we don't do something to her." They absolutely could not recognize Tui Dao. Tui Dao had a cold and gloomy personality. He was a petty person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Just now, they had unknowingly used a lot of punishment on him. With his character, he would definitely hold a grudge in his heart. If he survived, the four of them would definitely suffer his cruel revenge. The only thing he could do now was to make the best of it. The other 3 also understood. They looked at each other and also chose to go with the flow. Tui Dao was in complete despair. He was the one who came up with all the punishments here. He never thought that he would have to taste them one by one today. Naturally, he knew about scraping, and it was precisely because he knew about it that he felt even more despair. He couldn't bear the punishment. Moreover, these 4 people would not let him get away with it. They had already made up their minds to make the best of it. If he wanted to suffer less, he could only confess according to what they said. Chapter 69. Tui Dao's hands were nimble, and he imitated a good handwriting. He was usually proud of it, but now it had become his death sentence. The 4 prison guards were finally relieved after obtaining all the items. The boss patted Tui Dao's body with his knife and said, "Boss, don't blame us. Who asked you to be tricked by a little girl? Moreover, all of this was arranged by you long ago. We were only acting according to your original instructions. Rest in peace." Stabbing his heart with a knife, he ended his life cleanly and cleanly. Following the steps they had discussed beforehand, they burned Tui Dao's body to the ground. These were all orders from the higher-ups. After they got Ning Shuama's confession and suicide note, they disposed of the body to prevent people from using torture to extort confession. Originally, The plan was flawless. However, they didn't expect that they would encounter Ning Xiuma, who was an anomaly. After the four of them disposed of all traces, they finally remembered that Ning Xiuma had pretended to be Tui Dao. They ran to the entrance of the prison and asked around. They heard that Sir Tu had left in the middle of the night. He probably went home to sleep. The four of them naturally recognized Tu Yidao's house, so they went there. Just as they expected, Tu Yidao didn't come back. Tu Yidao's disappearance couldn't be explained. The four of them discussed for a while and suddenly came up with an idea. They found a beggar that looked like Tu Yidao and got him drunk. Then, they led him to the only big lake in the city. Along the way, there were people who saw Tu Yidao, but no one paid attention to this drunkard after everything was done. The four of them pushed the drunkard into the lake and watched him drown. Only then did they feel relieved. This big lake raised a type of ferocious beast that was as fierce as a crocodile. No matter what fell into the water, it would be eaten by these ferocious beasts, and not a single bone would be left behind. Therefore, they weren't afraid that someone would find the body for an autopsy. The only thing that worried them was Ning Xiuma. If she ran far away and never showed up again, they wouldn't be afraid. He was afraid that the girl would want to overturn the case and come back to seek justice. This was destined to be his sleepless night. The four of them each found their own good friends from all walks of life to secretly search for Ning Xiuma's whereabouts in the city. Of course, they also went to investigate Marquis Jingyuan's mansion. At daybreak, news came back from all sides. No one had found any trace of Ning Xiuma. Of course, she did not return to Marquis Jingyuan's mansion either. It seemed like that cunning little girl had already escaped from the city. At this point, the four of them had no other choice but to secretly send people to search outside the city, instructing them to kill them as soon as they found them to prevent future trouble. The four of them were exhausted after a night of torment, but they couldn't go back to rest. Someone would come to collect their statements at dawn, so they had to rush back. Jin Huang stayed in the imperial palace for an entire night. He stayed by the bedside of the current emperor, Lu Hin-ti, and did not leave for even a moment. Only when the sun rose did Lu Hin-ti allow him to return. Hurriedly leaving the imperial palace, he ran into the crown prince's mansion's housekeeper, who had been bitterly waiting outside the imperial palace. The housekeeper reported to him a piece of bad news that made him feel as if he had been struck by lightning. The eldest miss of the Ning family, whom he had brought back to the crown prince's mansion, had been arrested by the Ministry of Justice last night. She was suspected of murdering the marshal's daughter, Hu Daichang. Chapter 70. Without another word, Ji and Huang rushed to the Ministry of Justice and barged into the main hall of the Ministry of Justice. He found Lord Liu, who had personally led the troops to the crown prince's residence. Lord Liu smiled apologetically and told him that they had already sent Ning Xiuma to the Ministry of Justice's prison last night. Lord Liu had already confessed everything and even took out her confession statement. When Ji and Huang heard that Ning Xiuma had been sent to the Ministry of Justice's prison, his expression changed greatly. Others might not know what this prison was, but how could he not know? He had accidentally entered it before and knew the methods of the jailers inside. Even a man with a steel-like willpower would be tormented into a pulp in that place, unable to leave once he entered. What's more, Ning Xiuma was such a delicate little girl. She had been trapped in there for the entire night, alone and helpless. How scared must she have been? His eyes quickly scanned through the confession statement and threw it on the ground. He sneered. This prince does not believe it. This prince saw everything that happened in the tea house yesterday. She didn't do anything to Hu Daichang. They only had a small argument, and she didn't do anything to Hu Daichang. Instead, it was Hu Daichang who hit and slashed her. If not for her nimble body, she would have suffered a great loss. Lord Liu smiled apologetically. Perhaps she held a grudge against Hu Daichang and entered the marshal's residence to poison Miss Hu. A bunch of nonsense. Ji and Huang's expression became colder. She was injured in the tea house, and it was this prince who brought her back to the crown prince's residence. Where did she find the time to poison Hu Daichang? Perhaps she secretly went out to kill someone when the crown prince was not in the residence. This is even more nonsense. Let me ask you, when did Hu Daichang die? Around 7:15. That's even more wrong. This prince left the crown prince's residence at 7:15. Before that, she was always with this prince. How could she go out to kill someone? Lord Liu was rendered speechless by his rebuttal. Perhaps she sent someone in secret. Who knows? She did admit to her crime. Once she entered, even if she was a man, she would have admitted to it. Where is she now? The crown prince, who had always been calm and collected, could no longer remain calm. He grabbed Lord Liu's collar and lifted him up. His murderous intent was too strong. Lord Liu could not help but tremble. This morning, she committed suicide in the Ministry of Justice's prison, dead. Bang! Lord Liu fell to the ground with a loud thud. Ji Yinhuang's figure flashed and disappeared out of the Ministry of Justice's residence. Lord Liu's bones hurt so badly that he could not get up. He was so shocked that his face turned ashen, and he was unable to regain his senses for a long time. After being an official for so many years, this was the first time he had seen the crown prince so angry. His Highness the Crown Prince did not value the little girl. Inside the torture chamber of the Ministry of Justice, although the Crown Prince of Hell, the Crown Princesses of the Imperial residence was of Jesus, pungent the smell. After Ji Yinhuang circled around the torture chamber, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The instruments of torture were stained with blood. Between the gaps, he found the remnants of Ning Xiuma's tattered clothes. Those tattered clothes were soaked with blood, showing what kind of torture the owner of those clothes had gone through last night. The 4 prison guards who were in charge of the punishment trembled as they knelt there. They watched as the crown prince looked around the torture chamber. Every step he took was like stepping on their hearts. They did not expect that the crown prince would personally come and carefully inspect.